You are listening to Ask Me to Stay by Savannah Kade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. 1. I don't even begin to know what happened here. Jessica Valverde shook her head and almost shrugged in response to the question the lead officer had posed to her. She stood quietly in the living room of a run-down house that would have smelled bad even without the dead body lying on the floor in the middle of it. Looking around, she took in all the evidence she could. She'd agreed to help out in robbery-homicide for the day. It was her good deed this week. She needed to get brownie points with the brass, as she'd heard the captain was planning to retire next year. When her spot vacated, people would shift up with promotions. Jess expected her boss Lupe Jones to promote up, and she wanted Jones' spot. That meant she needed to play nice now. She'd expected gunshot wounds and maybe some stabbings. This was Los Angeles after all. She'd expected the smell of blood and angry killers standing around with smoking guns. She'd known that last part wasn't how it worked, but this was not what she'd planned for. She'd been asked to step in because she'd previously been assigned in robbery-homicide. Even then, she'd done much more work on robberies. She'd been newer then. Her one claim to fame had been helping country music star and Wilder bassist Craig Hibbets with an old case. But it had never materialized into anything, and she had to keep her mouth shut about cases anyway. As she'd gotten promoted and gotten to choose, she'd moved into work with juvenile criminals and then into commercial crimes. It turned out she loved the commercial crimes division. She got to shut down people who were scamming others. She'd met families whose life savings she'd helped recover. She'd processed criminals running fraudulent prisons, and she could see the results of her work. Though she hadn't been part of the drive to reform the laws, she had testified before the city and sometimes the state about her cases, and she'd made a difference. She'd passed her sergeant's exam about a year ago and was on her way up. When she could choose, she tried not to work with juveniles. It wore her out and scraped away at her faith in humanity. As did sex crimes. She wasn't qualified for forensics, so that was out. But homicide investigation at least felt like good, necessary work. Only this guy had been dead for so long, she wasn't sure what could be done for him. He was rotted enough that it was going to take a specialist to even begin to determine how he died, let alone who might be guilty. The death investigator was already on scene, and wholly unperturbed by the smell, and she was ordering an autopsy because she had no idea whether the man had been murdered or not. Jessica saw no evidence one way or another, but she was pretty confident she was going to see her lunch again. This was not good. She turned away to get a clean breath, but the rest of the place was as bad as the body. To be fair to the dead man, part of it was that the trash hadn't been taken out in days and the dishes hadn't been washed. That was probably because he'd been dead. On the other hand, it didn't look like the little apartment had been pristine when he'd been alive either. Come on, Valverde. Detective Rhymes nudged her with his elbow and laughed a little. He, like the death investigator, was not wearing a mask, nor did he seem bothered. You must have no sense of smell, Jessica accused. She was supposed to have dinner with her friends tonight. Oh lordy, she hoped she made it and she hoped she could stomach the smells of the restaurant by then. Rhymes laughed at her. I have an excellent sense of smell. In fact, I can tell you this guy was diabetic. Good job, the death investigator praised him. I can smell it too. Jessica felt her stomach turn again. Normally, she didn't react like this, but this guy was too far gone. She barely held it together until they finished. As soon as possible, she reminded Rhymes that she was just his sidekick today and headed back outside for fresh air. She even volunteered to do paperwork. Hopefully that would earn her the brownie points, because he took her up on it. So she stood outside for a moment, breathing deeply and trying to determine if the smell clung to her clothes. Damn, she needed a shower. Later, when they hit the station, Jessica warred between smelling better and getting her work done. Normally, she showered at home. It was hers alone, comfortable, private, but today warranted using the kit she kept in her locker and making use of the station's facilities. 10 minutes later, she was dressed, fresh-smelling, and drying her hair as best she could. Good decision, she told herself as she headed back to her desk. She was almost there when that smooth voice came up behind her. Rough day? What? She was clean. She didn't smell anymore. Trying to keep her cool, Jessica turned to face Alex Copeland. Why do you ask? You showered. He grinned as though that explained everything. When she frowned at him like he was crazy, he added, that means you had something to shower off. Only by the time he got to the end of the sentence, he wasn't grinning anymore. He'd grown serious, as though worried that she might have needed to wash away her day so far. Rotting corpse, she offered by way of explanation. That made his face twist into an expression of disgust she had not imagined he could make. When he got it together, he asked, I thought you were in fraud. He wouldn't know. He was a uniformed cop, out on patrol. Not a detective like her. I'm helping today. She made air quotes. Ah? He nodded, then his expression changed a bit. Do you need someone to take you to dinner tonight? Help forget the day. Oh God. He was such a flirt. I'm good, Alex. Thank you. Well, let me know if you change your mind. He was hooking his thumbs back into his belt. It would have looked like aw shucks ma'am on anyone else, but on a cop it was where your hands went naturally. There was no other comfortable position, with all your stuff strapped to your hips. But on Alex, it looked better than it should have. She was pretty sure he knew it too. I have plans with friends, she assured him. Then she turned back to her desk, to give him space to hit on the next female who came by and returned to filling out her forms. Paperwork was often the bane of her existence. Usually she had to remind herself that it was necessary, that it stopped criminals from continuing. Today, the busy work was a welcome respite from Rhymes and his, let's go take care of another dead body attitude. She ate an energy bar, not an unusual lunch for her, reminding herself that she was headed to Rory's Grill for dinner and she could stuff her face with spinach artichoke dip and sliders. She reminded herself that she didn't care if it was basic. She was a girl who'd grown up in the part of Los Angeles that never saw the beach. Her family hadn't lived in a neighborhood where gangs weren't inevitable, but they were a worry. Chips and burgers were definitely her speed. Jessica was settling in when Rhymes came by again. I got another one. Come on, partner. The way he said partner, it had just a slight edge of jest. Maybe she could take 2 showers today. Oh my God, I'm so full. Jessica couldn't finish her dessert. Leaning back against the padded booth, she would have moaned had she not been in public. She hadn't eaten much all day with Rhymes running her around, so she'd pretty much stuffed her face once she got here. I could eat a horse, Zoe commented, reaching for the remaining chocolate cake Jessica had tapped out of. Bree raised her eyebrows. Are you pregnant? Zoe's fork clattered to the plate, and for a moment Jessica thought Zoe was going to say yes. Instead, her friend looked horrified. Oh God. No. Just no. Zoe pulled the cake a little closer, though she wasn't digging in quite as quickly anymore. She looked up at Noah, who looked nearly as panicked by the question as she did. He was shaking his head, as though Bree had asked if they wanted to jump naked into a slimy lake full of leeches. Jessica grinned. Zoe and Noah were the youngest of them. Zoe was just starting out in the working world. Where Jessica had gone through school for just an associate's degree, then gone right into the police academy, Zoe had stayed in school for years, recently graduating with a master's in chemical engineering. Jessica was just a handful of years older than Zoe, but had been in her job for a decade come spring. She'd eventually finished a bachelor's and a 1-year master's program to help get promoted, but she'd done it while she worked. She wasn't a school nerd like Zoe. Not at all. Zoe shuddered and went back to eating the cake. Jessica was pretty sure she heard the young woman mutter, twins. It sounded like she was warding off a curse. Since her sister had a pair and Zoe had helped out, it was probably the best birth control there was. Jessica looked around the table. She wasn't uncomfortable, these were her friends after all, but she'd become the odd man out. There were 7 of them. Always had been. But Kara and Walker had surprised them all by getting pregnant, together. Bree and Kevin had been married the whole time Jess had known them. But Zoe, Noah and Jessica had all been single. Then Zoe and Noah weren't. So here she was. 7th wheel. The only solo. She doubted any of the rest of them even thought about it, but she was starting to. They talked around her as she watched. Jessica had thought she'd be married by 30. Instead, here she was, a few years past it, and she wasn't even seeing anyone seriously. Sure, she was a cop, it was part of who she was, but she'd never thought it was all she would be. She dated. Well, she had until she'd gotten frustrated about 2 years ago when she dated a guy she really liked. And he turned out to be a pathological liar. Jessica didn't use that label lightly either. He'd said they were exclusive. It turned out Jessica was the only one of them that was. He was seeing 3 other women. He flat out denied it, called her paranoid. Jessica had laughed. She was a police officer. She didn't do much of anything without proof. While he called her names, she'd gotten tested for STDs. Not her finest hour. Eventually, she'd been given a clean bill of health, and told the other women. The 3rd had called her a liar, so Jessica wished the other 2 good luck and walked away. Looking back, that had been when she quit dating. At the time, she'd still believed that the right guy would come along. That she'd get promoted out of her little apartment. But here she was. It didn't look like her life was coming for her. She was going to have to go out and find it. Jessica? Kara was looking at her oddly. Sorry. The check had arrived and sat in front of her now, untouched. Yup, the only solo bill in the group. Just my mind wandering. I had to help in homicide today, and I guess I'm not quite back to normal. Kara commented. She was a corporate lawyer. Bree, an EMT, had the opposite reaction. What did you see? Bree, we're at the table. Kevin put a hand on her arm and she rolled her eyes. It was funny watching the staid married couple. Jessica laughed at them. She'd be okay. She had these guys, even if they all seemed to have each other. Still, she was going to say yes to the next guy who asked her out. 2. The next day, Jessica found herself sitting in the unmarked car, filling out homicide forms again. The computer was anchored to an arm in the center of the dash, so she'd swung it to the passenger side and started typing away. Rhymes had tapped her for help again. This was a pretty cut-and-dried road rage incident. The 2 cars had been honking at each other and flipping each other off. Then they'd had a fender bender. Normally, that would be the fault of the driver in back, no question. Not today. Here, there were skid marks that indicated the front driver slammed on his brakes. Witnesses said it looked like he was trying to get rear-ended. Well, he got it. Because the driver in the back struck the car in front, then pulled his gun out of his glove box and shot the first guy. Whether it would be declared a homicide remained to be seen. It wasn't a murder until he was dead. The victim was at the hospital, and Jessica and Rhymes hadn't yet received word. So here she was, because whichever detective Rhymes was missing hadn't come back yet. Because yesterday he decided he liked her, even if she wasn't all gung-ho about homicide and robbery. And because incidents like these were deemed more time-sensitive than her fraud cases. Brownie points, she reminded herself. It was hot sitting on the side of the road in her button-down shirt. She willingly rolled the sleeves up, but didn't like the look of short sleeves or shell blouses. She tried not to sweat. The good news was that Los Angeles weather didn't hit sweltering too often. She owned a great number of lightweight no-iron pants. Lord help her, she was such a cop. No wonder she couldn't get a date. Eventually, the black and white car with the shooter cuffed in the back hauled him off to the station to be processed. He'd pretty much confessed at the scene. He was still belligerent when she and Rhymes had arrived, even though uniforms had talked him down and had him set his gun on the ground and were subduing him by then. He still didn't seem to understand that his anger wasn't righteous and that he was going to prison. The witnesses were a whole other ball of wax, her ball of wax. 2 were good citizens. The third was a starving actress who wanted to get on TV. Unfortunately, she had actually seen the accident, and Jessica needed her statement. She also needed a Tylenol for the headache that was blooming. She reminded herself that Captain Brex was retiring. The ensuing shuffling would hopefully get her promoted to lead a team. She'd been sitting on that successful sergeant's exam for over a year, but so had others. She smiled up at Rhymes as the cars were towed away, and he headed back to the driver's seat. Finally, there was just one other black and white and them marking space on the side of the road, and Rhymes called it quits. They had what he needed. "Buckle up," he told her and pulled out into traffic. Though theirs was an unmarked car, it was still obviously a police vehicle. There were a slew of antennae on the roof, and the telltale light off the front left mirror. If you looked, it wasn't that hard to make out the blue lights embedded in every rim and edge. As they headed up the freeway, some guy in the car next to them flipped her off. Jessica ignored it. She was leaving her partner, Lee Kellerman, to work alone today. Rhymes pulled her. She left Lee. He might try to get someone else to fill in for her. Ripples on the pond. Lee was her partner of 3 years. It had taken a while for him to grow on her. Quiet, studious, family-oriented, he'd been about the opposite of her previous partner, Luke Salzone. She'd loved Luke. He and his wife, Yasmin, lived up in Calabasas now. He'd left the force, a day that had almost made Jessica cry. Partners were like marriage, they either worked or you trudged your way through them. If they didn't work, you got divorced. None of that was fun. Jessica had 2 temporary partners in between Luke and Lee, but neither had been a good fit. At least they'd both been able to say they wanted another spin on the partner go-round without too much trouble. Both splits had been amicable, let's find something better things. Lee had been the best she'd seen in a while, so Jessica settled and decided to keep him. Luke wore bright colors, talked often, and worked passionately. When he'd fallen in love with Yasmin, Jessica had been rooting for him. It wasn't even Yasmin that made him leave the force, it was an opening in the DEA. They'd recruited him. Jessica had been both excited for him and heartsick for herself. Now she had Lee, who wore no bright colors. Didn't share much about himself, and kept his nose to the grindstone. But slowly, she'd discovered she really liked him. It took the whole first month to learn that Lee had 2 small daughters, Rachel and Rhea. Only when pressed did he show pictures. Jessica had smiled over them, proclaimed them stinking cute, and watched as Lee beamed for the first time. She'd started pressing him. She learned about his wife, learned that he'd been raised Orthodox Jew but had left the community. His family didn't shun him per se, but it wasn't far off. He still hadn't told her why he'd left, but he'd made a few comments on racism and bigotry. She'd thought he'd meant toward the Jews. There was a decent-sized Orthodox community in LA. They could be seen walking to temple on Saturdays, curls coming out from under caps. But later Jessica had gleaned that he'd seen bigotry inside his community too, facing out. He did not have it in him to support that. He'd become a cop. Jessica told him about her family. It turned out he was much more talkative about her life than his. She told him about her abuelita, grandmother, who lived with her family. About growing up in mid-city. About her mother constantly worrying over her 2 brothers. About when she told her family she'd always wanted to be a police officer. Her father had slapped her on the back almost hard enough to knock her over, and her mother had tipped her head and pursed her lips. She wasn't sure what that had meant from either of them. And she wasn't really sure to this day. Lee was hers now and she was his. He had her back. She'd do anything for him. So she told herself, if she could have a partner here, surely she could date and find a partner for home too. Right? Her direct boss, the amazing take-no-crap-ever Lupe Jones, had left a note calling her in for a meeting. Jessica didn't see it until she returned with Detective Rhymes. Jones had an office with a door that closed. For a long time, Jessica hadn't minded the central setup, but these days she was craving a door of her own. "Detective," Jones said it before Jessica could even ask if this was a good time. Closing the door behind her, Jess seated herself and waited. There was no point getting upset or afraid. Jones wore the same expression for everything. Jessica was pretty certain that one of the lotto tickets in her drawer could win, and her expression wouldn't change. The woman would probably just say, "Huh? How about that?" then go back to her day. "You know Captain Brex is retiring." Jessica nodded. That's where this was going. "I want her job." Jessica fought not to blink. She could only assume that Jones appreciated a countenance as unexpressive as her own. "I want you to help me get it." Jessica nodded. Surely helping Jones would. "You help me by showing that you can take my place." "Yes." Jessica didn't let her expression falter. She nodded again. "You help me by making my section look good, productive, organized. I move up, you move up. You with me?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good talk." Jones shook her hand and Jessica headed out. She'd said 2 words, and that apparently constituted a good talk. Given the things Jones had said, she would take it. Lee waited at their shared desk. In one of his rarer moments of extroversion, he opened the conversation. "Jones is tapping you to replace her if she moves up?" Jessica glanced around, hoping no one else was listening before she told him yes, with a bit of a squeak in her tone. Lee did a good job of keeping it quiet. "You'll be a good boss. I hope you get it." He took in a breath. "At the very least, you have facial expressions." Jess sat in her seat, almost laughing. "You noticed that too?" "How could you not?" He turned back to his work, and it hit Jessica in a wave almost as bad as smelling that dead body the day before. If she moved up, she'd lose Lee. Crap. She had the worst luck with partners. She said it. "If I don't get it, I get to keep you, okay?" "Okay." He only nodded, but didn't look up. She was the senior partner here. Yoo-ho. She loved Lee. Despite the time it took to get him to really be himself, or maybe because of it, she wouldn't trade him. There was no one else on the force she'd want at her back. Even Jones. Damn it. She'd been excited about working her way up. She'd been ecstatic when Jones explicitly said she wanted Jessica next in line for her seat. Sadly, it would mean giving up Lee. Nothing comes for free, she reminded herself. That sucked. But she stayed put, doing her work. So Jessica was still sitting there, nose to the grindstone, almost unmoving, working in comfortable silence across from Lee, when she heard the noise and nearly immediately felt the tap on her shoulders. Jones was passing her and barking orders as she went. "Valverde, move." Jessica was up and running along before she even had a clue what was going on. She was an officer. She wore everything she needed. There was no purse to pick up. It was LA, no jacket necessary. Which was good. Even so, it was hard to keep up with Jones. She was a big woman, a tall one too, and she was damn fast. They were out the front door, and in a black and white from the lot, on the move, before Jessica could even ask what was going on. Jones hadn't tapped any of the other officers as she went by. They took a corner far too sharply for regular traffic, and Jessica took it upon herself to hit the lights. Jones was muttering thanks, but the radio took over. A building fire. Not usually their forte, it should belong to the fire department. It was in West Hollywood too. Not their district. Jessica was frowning, until dispatch rattled off info telling her 2 Hollywood PD officers lived in the building, and they were involved. Jones replied, giving names of a few of the other officers at Hollywood PD. "We're all headed in. Copeland and Roma are our guys." Jessica took a deep breath, not sure what she was headed into.
3. Alex Copeland peered through the haze of smoke in front of him. Every step was difficult. He should have worn better shoes. He should have worn long sleeves. He should have chosen an apartment building that wouldn't catch on fire in the middle of the day, but it was far too late for that, and his psychic skills were crap at best. Police officers learned fast, you were where you were and things could change on a dime. They sure had this afternoon. Luckily, both he and Rex had been home. Which apartment? He asked the young girl trailing along behind him. The oldest of the three, she was maybe 10. He should have remembered the apartment number, but his brain was hazy. His arms were heavy, and the boy he was carrying squirmed too much. Keep still please, he whispered, and the movement stopped. It would last 1 minute at most, Alex knew. At least he was keeping that wet washcloth to his mouth and nose. Alex counted the win. 3J. She spoke loudly through the towel she'd wet down. Her eyes were slits above it, probably irritated by the smoke. Her hand tugged at his shirt as he moved a little too fast. Damn it, the last thing he wanted to do was slow down. Shifting the boy and dog in his arms, he opened the door to the stairwell and amended his thought. The last thing he wanted was to go up. The air was blessedly clear in here. Okay, he peeled the girl's hand from its death grip on his tank top. I need you to wait here. No. Her hand was clutching the ribbed fabric even tighter than before. Had she even let go at all? I won't go up if you don't stay here. He tried to be stern. His lungs took in a huge gulp of the fresh air. And burned. He didn't have a towel over his face, as both of his hands were full, and he'd thought he was just ferrying the kids down into fresher air and out to the lawn. No dice. Oh God. It was only comparably fresh. What had he done? But the girl was already talking. They won't open the door for you. They aren't supposed to talk to strangers. I'm a police officer. He tried to pry her hand from his shirt one more time, but she wasn't having it. They still won't open the door. Their mom is strict. He was about to yell, they'll die in a fire, but that wouldn't help anyone. Besides, the girl was already saying, they'll open it for me. Could he leave the other kids here, without her? No. It was better to just get moving. This whole thing was a big damn mess, and he was going to get fired for taking kids upstairs instead of outside. But they said they had friends on the 3rd floor. He started up the stairs, 2 of the kids latched onto his clothes and slowing him down. The boy in his arms started squirming again. He didn't even make it 30 seconds. He looked up at Alex. Hey, keep your eyes closed. There's smoke, okay? It was noticeably hazier as they turned the corner and headed for level 3. Not good at all. Luckily, the boy didn't open his eyes. But they have a puppy, too. Alex clutched the little boy tighter. Keep the wet towels over your faces, guys. Here we go. He opened the door at the top of the staircase and plunged into the smoky hallway.
4. By the time Jones pulled the black and white car up to the West Hollywood apartment building, Jessica was growing concerned. The building was in full blaze, the fire department was on the scene, and apparently the 2 Hollywood PD officers were helping out. Our first job is to locate Copeland and Roma, Jones told Jessica as she squealed her tires into a parking spot just behind the fire engine. Jones was out of the car before the engine was off, and one of the firefighters was looking at the 2 of them sternly. His face said he would have told them to get the hell off his lawn, had they not been in a police cruiser. He opened his mouth to speak, but Jones beat him to it. I'm on the radio. Call for Jones, or just say you need the black and white moved. I'll come get it. Those are my guys in there. Then she walked away, as though the conversation was over. It had to be. Jones was no longer present for it. Jessica nodded at the firemen and passed by, following in her boss's footsteps. The firefighters told them to stay back, and Jessica knew better than to try to argue that order. So she and her boss stood anxiously by, watching for a few moments before they saw Rex Roma come out of the front door. A family of 5 followed him, their 2 dogs on leashes. All had wet towels clenched to their faces. Jessica stepped up to him. How can I help? Check them in. His voice rasped and he had soot all over his face. He'd probably swallowed some and would need treatment. But right now, it was a matter of life or death. He pointed to the fire chief, who was watching everything and clutching his clipboard. Rex was starting to turn around and head back inside again. Jessica grabbed his arm. He was wearing only a loose t-shirt and sweatpants. It looked like he'd shoved his feet into sneakers at some point. When he looked at her, clearly anxious to get back in, she asked, "Copeland? Still inside? Any of our other guys in there?" He took a breath and coughed for a moment. "2 West Hollywood PD live in the building, but I don't think they're home. We knocked there first." "Names?" He was pulling away, but he yelled as best he could before ducking into the propped-open front door, "Christie and Betters." He was gone. Jessica looked up. It appeared only the top floors of the 5-story building were on fire. It also seemed that Roma was allowed back inside because he knew the place. There was no smoke rolling out the front door, and only a little inside the lobby area, as far as she could tell. The firefighters had their hands full with ladders and upper-level rescues. Turning to the family Roma had left with her, Jessica asked their names and which unit they were in, then ushered them to a triage tent that had been set up on the sidewalk down the block. She headed immediately back to the chief and told him that 2F was clear. The family confirmed they had all members. "Pets?" He checked a box, but didn't look up at her. "2 dogs. They have them." "Thanks." It was perfunctory. Later he would have no clue who she was. His mind was on the very important work in front of him. For a moment, she checked herself. She'd lost track of Jones, but Jones was a big girl and would take care of herself. They were here to help, so Jessica was helping. She was an officer, thus they might actually let her help, and when they told her to get out of the way, she would. She patted her hip, reassuring herself that she was wearing her badge prominently, so there would be no confusion. Though her uniform of button-down shirts and business slacks was pretty clearly PD, she didn't want any questions. She didn't even check her sidearm. The weight of her holster was something she would notice if it were different. She'd barely completed these simple tasks when Rex Roma was coming back out the front door. This time supporting a young man in his underwear. He was shaking his head, clearly he'd been asleep. There were no words between Rex and Jessica this time, just a handoff. "Hey." The man greeted her as though they were in a coffee shop. The fact that he was on the street in only bright green boxers seemed to bother him not at all. "You are Gerald." He grinned at her and stuck out his hand. "No soot." With a sigh of, "Well, what are you going to do?" Jessica shook his offered hand and led him to the tent. She got his apartment number, the all-important last name, asked about pets, and was turning to leave when he stopped her. "Miss Detective, aren't you going to stay with me?" His grin suggested they might have sex right there on the sidewalk. Though a volunteer had handed him a pair of scrubs pants, he'd merely draped them over one arm and saved his energy to flirt with her. She pointed at the badge. "I have things to do. Lord save her." It was West Hollywood, known for its gay population. Of course, she picked up the straight man. The one who would hit on her in the middle of an apartment fire. Heading quickly back to the front of the building, Jessica checked in and waited for her next tenant to come out. Firefighters brought some, but they bypassed her. Rex Roma handed her another one, an older woman this time, Chihuahua clutched in her arms, and Jessica headed back down the street. She gave the fire chief the older woman's apartment number, that she had the dog with her, but also that Jessica didn't quite trust the answer. This time, the chief looked up at her. He didn't need to ask the question. "She doesn't seem all there." Her answers were stilted. "She told me she had a cat," and only in another separate sentence said the cat had passed. The chief nodded at her, but then his head snapped to the side, as he suddenly directed his attention at the information coming over the radio. Jessica understood. She'd exited more than one conversation herself this same way. It was part of the job. Rex Roma came out with another person. This one had an arm draped over Rex's broad shoulders, and hobbled as they seemed unwilling to put any weight on their right foot. The fire chief pointed at Rex, and made a cutting motion with his hand at his own neck. "You're done." Fire's moving down into level 3. Can't have you in there. The chief was having none of it. Done. It was stated with a cold authority that Rex was so clearly used to being followed that he turned to his next task without checking that Rex had obeyed. Jessica just pointed him and his rescue toward the tent, saying to Rex, "You need to get checked out too, Roma." With a shrug, Rex helped the other person hobble down the street. Jessica admired his fine backside in those sweatpants, glad he was safe. Then she frowned. Where was Alex Copeland? She hadn't seen him at all. She'd assumed she was just passing him, constantly missing seeing him. That she was at the tent when he was coming out with someone. Probably he barely made it out of the building and, like Rex, would duck right back in. But she shouldn't have been able to miss him every time. She debated interrupting the chief to ask. She thought about popping on her phone and seeing if Jones knew where their other HPD officer was. Jessica was trying to figure out how to locate him herself without bothering anyone else when he came out the front door. His pale brown hair was covered in ash. It was possible that she'd seen him and not recognized him. His face was smeared with black, brown, and gray streaks. Sweat ran rivulets through it all. The mess made his eyes look bluer. He wore only a once-white tank top with jeans. 2 small children shuffled along, attached tightly to each of his legs. Arms wrapped around his lower leg, their little faces were buried. He carried another child who, in turn, carried a dog almost as big as the kid. 2 other older kids trailed him, each holding onto a fistful of his shirt. The children were in various stages of filthy, haggard, and scared. Jessica stepped up. She pulled the smaller kids off Alex's legs, revealing that he only wore flip-flops. What had he been thinking? But there was no time for that. The kids didn't want to let go. "I'm Jessica, I'm a friend of Alex's," she told them. "Let's get you and your puppy dog to the tent. They can help you." "We'll call your mom," Alex choked it out, then coughed hard enough to worry her. Smoke inhalation. Not good. Jessica managed to hold one of the younger kids in her arms and get the other to let go of Alex and hold her hand. Geez, the kid was heavy. Turning his whole body, Alex looked at the fire chief. "I went up to the 3rd floor. The kids in 2B said their friends were upstairs and wouldn't answer the door. The kids called and they came out. 3D is clear too. No adults." The chief shook his head, erased a mark he had, and nodded. "You're done." Alex didn't even argue. He looked like he was about to fall over. Jessica gleaned that the kids had been left alone and told not to answer the door for strangers. Her heart squeezed, as nothing in that scenario was safe. Probably it worked fine most days, but she'd been a patrol officer before she was a detective, and patrol officers saw everything. She was always telling her friends, "You don't leave your kids alone when they can handle it. You leave them alone only when they can handle the worst-case scenario." That was not what had happened with these kids. Jessica tried not to judge. A lot of people couldn't afford both an apartment and daycare. It was leave the kids alone or don't feed them. That kind of lock the door and pray care wasn't what Jessica wanted for anyone. They hit the tent, and the medical care workers spent a few minutes trying to get the kids off Alex and glom them onto someone else. When they finally did, it was revealed that he had smoke inhalation, mild burns on his arms and tops of his feet, and a few other concerns. "Orange?" the nurse called out and slapped a sticker in the middle of his chest. Alex frowned down at it, but barely got a good look before the woman was expertly sliding an oxygen mask over his face. Blinking and gazing around, he looked as though he didn't quite realize how it had happened. He was reaching to tug at it when she looked down at him. Her hand poised flat, she said, "I will slap you." He set his hand back down, only then seeming to realize he was on a gurney. 2 reds. The voice came from the other side of the tent. "You'll go after the reds are taken," the nurse or doctor or whatever, she was wearing scrubs and a stethoscope, informed him. "I'm fine," he whispered in the R.A.spiest voice Jessica had ever heard, indicating that he wasn't in fact fine at all. With a sigh of exasperation, the nurse appeared ready to repeat what she'd said. Alex was making her job harder. Jessica jumped in. I'm HPD too. He's one of mine. I'm on it. He'll get loaded into the next ambulance after the Reds are all cared for. Thank you. The care worker headed away, decided that Alex Copeland probably couldn't be trusted, but Jessica Valverde could. Rex walked up then, a crooked yellow square sticker on his chest. He held a small portable canister of oxygen. I'm yellow, he rasped with a grin. Yellow meant he was walking, no serious wounds, in need of medical check. By contrast, Alex's orange sticker meant he was getting loaded onto the next ambulance after the more critical cases. He reached for his mask and Jessica repeated what the nurse said. I will slap you. He still lifted the mask and whispered, I'm gonna be late for my shift. No shit, Sherlock. He rolled his eyes at her. Tell DeRossi. His direct superior. Got it. Me too, Roma grinned at her, occasionally holding his portable mask over his face and sucking in some oxygen. Sit down, Jessica told Rex as she thanked God that Alex was already in a bed and, at least for now, staying there. She pulled out her phone and called the station to let them know Alex and Rex were not coming in. She checked in with West Hollywood Division to be sure officers Christie and Betters were reported in. Then she relayed that good news to the two reluctant patients who offered thumbs-ups but were getting tired of speaking apparently. Then she called Jones. Valverde, you take those boys to the hospital and sit with them. I've got you covered. Jessica was babysitting. She almost sighed into the air around her, but Jones kept talking. No, I want to be sure you understand. There was a noise as Jones moved to somewhere quieter. We're both women. That's a ding against us just about anywhere. However, we're in a specifically male field. I'm black. I'm also half Spanish from Spain, but no one sees that. I didn't know. Jessica was startled. Why would you? That's exactly the point. When people look at me, they see a black woman in a job dominated by white men. You're what? Mexican? Jessica saw where this was going. And Peruvian, ma'am. See? She did. But if this was a pep talk, was it about climbing the ladder, or what? Instead, Jones surprised her a bit. I've tested for captain, I've been sitting on that test score waiting. I know you've been sitting on yours too. The passing mark was worth a pay raise, but the real advance came from promoting into an open position. It wasn't uncommon to wait 3 years. Jessica nodded into the car space, glad that everyone had phones hooked up and no one would think she was bonkers. Jones continued, I want our promotions to be inevitable. I want everyone to say, of course it was Jones that got that spot. Who else even came close? And I want them to say the same about you. Are you with me? Yes, ma'am, Jessica felt it in her chest. She'd been sitting on that aced sergeant's exam for 11 months. They had time to make this happen, but Jessica found she very much appreciated Jones's forward momentum. Call me Lupe. Not in the office, but Lupe will be fine elsewhere.
5. Alex slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Even that hurt. He'd hoped that with the oxygen mask on his face, and having been in a hospital bed for a while, he'd be feeling better. Nope. He felt worse. His eyes glanced around the room to see Detective Jessica Valverde sitting in an incredibly uncomfortable-looking hospital chair reading a fashion magazine. He had no idea she read those. She didn't seem like the type to care what Princess Kate was wearing these days, or whether Caroline Kenner stayed with her current man. Had he discovered a Jessica Valverde's secret? Alex tucked the information away and involuntarily took another breath. Big mistake. He almost coughed but managed to suppress it. It would hurt worse if he let that take its course. Jess still hadn't looked up. She'd been ushered into the hospital room despite her protests. He'd been just awake enough to hear it all, and drowsy as hell from some muscle relaxer they'd given him. The nurses had quickly realized she was a cop, and they'd quickly waived the no visitors rule, and put her in the room to sit with them while they slept. She hadn't watched TV or talked on the phone, though he'd occasionally caught her tapping out messages or playing games, and she'd snuck out into the hall once or twice. All of this had been caught by his lazy eyes and drug-addled brain. Jess seemed to think they'd been asleep the whole time. When he'd been loaded into the ambulance here, he'd heard Jones tell her to stay with them. "These are our guys," the sergeant had said. "Then, Valverde, you and me, we're gonna make this happen." Of course, Jessica had replied quickly, and Alex still had no clue what kind of conspiracy his apartment fire had caused. But as he lay there and thought about it, he realized paranoia was probably a side effect of the drugs. It was for many street drugs, something he'd learned as a cop. So, he shouldn't make any assumptions right now. Had her sergeant wanted Jessica at the hospital? They were playing Good Samaritan. Jessica's phone rang again, and she quickly jumped up and stepped out of the door, but didn't close it behind her. Somehow, she still hadn't caught on that he was awake. Just as he thought that, Alex caught a snore from Rex's side of the room. Well, at least his roomie was sleeping like a baby. Still, it looked as though Jessica Valverde was not sitting in his hospital room worried about his health and pining for him. Bummer. But beyond the door, he caught her voice. "Yeah, they are. I mean, I don't know either of them all that well, but they've got solid reputations around the station." She told Jones her opinion. "What I've seen, they're both great officers." There'd been a silence, as she must have been listening to her sergeant. It was followed by an almost stunned, "I'm sorry." "What?" And Alex was so curious what that call was about. He'd hoped it was about him until that last line. But he could definitely feel his thoughts sliding just a little bit sideways. He was okay, but if he pulled himself over for driving like this, he'd be getting a fat ticket. Another pause, then the voice. "I'm on it." Followed by, "Thank you." And then she said, "Inevitable." Whatever that meant. His brain looped around. He wanted to be inevitable. His crush on Jessica Valverde was proving to be evitable, though. Was that even a word? His dad had taught him 3 big things: punch up, never down. Character is who you are when no one is watching. And swing for the ones that are out of your league. Jess was definitely out of his league. And he'd been swinging. No hits so far, though. She brushed him off like he was of no consequence. He tried to let the rejections roll off his back. Maybe his dad had been wrong on this one. Jessica was gunning for Jones' job. Pretty much everyone had figured that out. Hell, she'd be running the whole commercial crimes division in no time. At least that's what Alex figured. Valverde was driven. She just needed to maybe look up and see that he was there. Or maybe she didn't. He didn't know. And being stoned in a hospital room with smoke inhalation and minor burns was not the time to figure anything out. Except, wait, he didn't have a house anymore. Did he have clothes? Any clothes? His uniforms? His laptop? Oh no, his laptop. Cell phone too. He started cataloging what he'd lost until he was sure he'd listed his laptop before. Crap. He had to get off these drugs. He sighed, sucking down the clean oxygen from the stupid mask. And the extra motion felt like it stretched and tore his angry lungs. Son of a bitch. He went back to breathing shallowly, and trying to think shallowly too. Rex ripped a snore just as Jess came back into the room. He would have laughed, but his brain was slipping, and the edges of the room pushed in. Alex felt his head lolling to the side. Oh, sexy. He thought. Way to hit out of your league. When he woke again, it was slowly. His eyes didn't want to open. So he listened to the room for a bit. He could hear someone turning pages and tapping on their phone. He didn't know how he knew it was still Jessica, but he did. The soft cotton of his hospital gown ushered in the disturbing thought that their smoky, dirty clothes had been taken. He was buck naked under the sheets and light blankets, save for a hospital gown. He would need to stay alert and make sure he didn't flash Jessica or any of his colleagues that might stop by. His eyes slowly peeled open. If he was going to ever ask Valverde out again, he needed to get rid of her here. Erasing her memory of seeing him like this was not going to be easy. He managed to croak out some words. "It's okay, you can go." Clearly his voice startled her. She looked up to catch him trying to sit up in bed, and solidly failing at it. Her smile was sweet. God, he hated that. "They gave you a muscle relaxer. Mostly so you don't tighten up and damage anything else," she explained. She seemed to be trying to be quiet, but he couldn't figure out why. "I do feel good." He grinned. He wasn't sure where that had come from, but he blamed the drugs again. "Probably." She laughed. Her smile was infectious, even though he was in pain. Then he remembered. "Where's my clothes?" Oh good, he was also bad at basic grammar when he was high. "Dead and gone most likely." Jessica tilted her head at him. "You know, you're kinda upset about clothes for a man who wore plastic flip-flops and ran around with his jeans unbuttoned the whole time this afternoon." He nodded slowly. "I was getting in the shower." He searched his brain through the haze of muscle relaxers to find what he needed. "I'd brought home my kit from the station to refill everything. So I was buck naked when the alarm went off. Those were my shower shoes." He paused, then whispered again. "We're all lucky I had any pants on at all." She laughed at him. Unfortunately, that woke Rex up. And suddenly, he didn't have Valverde's attention all to himself anymore. Oh well. Rex didn't sound quite as bad as Alex did. But he'd somehow managed to sustain a second-degree burn on his arm. Given that the two were both on muscle relaxers, Alex already knew the hospital was keeping them overnight for observation. With both of them awake, Jessica began presenting them with the news she'd gathered. "It would seem that your apartment is not habitable. The place that started the fire was directly under your unit. Told you I smelled smoke." Alex looked aside at Rex, who put his hands up in defeat. It wasn't an easy gesture with an IV running into his arm. Jessica went on. "The whole building's out for 2 to 3 days, and there are about 5 units that aren't going to be ready for maybe as long as a month." She paused. "Did you realize your apartment was right over the source?" Alex nodded. "Damn, but talking hurt. That apartment is completely burned out. Older woman. Lived alone. Curtains were on fire before she even realized. You two got her out, didn't you?" He nodded, and Rex did too. "Well, you did good work. We've got you covered. We'll get you places to stay if you need them. Free." There was a pause as she let Rex and him take that information in. It was too much, and not enough all at the same time. He wanted to ask where they would go, but she just said they were covered. Would there be clothes? He needed a toothbrush, comb, everything. Her voice snagged his attention back from the downward spiral he'd been riding. "I'm headed home here in a bit, but I've got Petty coming by to sit with you guys." "We don't need a babysitter, Jessica." It hurt, but he tried to sound like an adult. "You want me to tell him not to come?" "No point. I'm a grown-ass man." "Okay." She drew the words out. "But I told him to bring In-N-Out burgers and milkshakes. You know, for your sore throats." Yeah. I need a babysitter," Rex volunteered, almost laughing, his non-tethered hand in the air. Alex hopped on board and nodded along. Jess was smiling. "Thought so. Plus, you two are on muscle relaxers. We can't have you posting to social media or anything." He hadn't even thought of that. Well, he'd need his phone. Oh God, he had to call his mom. Too much to do. And once again his brain slipped. Things started going by a little slow. "Either Jones or I will be here tomorrow when you're released. Petty's going to help you decide where to go. I have a room and can fit one of you, if you don't have somewhere else you're already thinking about." "What? One of them got to stay with Valverde?" She watched them process that, and she'd probably seen the expression on his face. He did not care what Rex thought or wanted. Then he figured he was probably hearing things because he really was high as a kite. When Petty arrived about 20 minutes later, Alex and Rex were trying to hold a conversation. It was much easier to speak to his roommate. They'd lived together long enough, they almost had a shorthand. Clearly, Jessica didn't fully understand. They were also trying not to speak, which added to her confusion. By the time Petty finally found the room, Jessica had given up being part of the conversation, and Alex still hadn't found a way to let Rex know that if one of them got to stay with Jessica, it was Alex. But Petty was there, and the room bloomed with the smells coming from the white bags with classic red lines across them. Jessica let the hospitalized heroes pick their milkshake flavors before taking one of the leftover ones. Alex liked the sound of hero, though it was way off base. "This is a lot," Rex had croaked out. "Jones told Petty to get enough for himself and me as well. She's covering it. Enjoy." There was a pause as Jessica peered down into the bag with the combo meal. Then she looked up. For a moment she seemed to debate whether or not to say it, but then she spoke. "Jones already started a fund for you two with her own chunk of change. And she wanted to be sure you weren't stuck with hospital food." The smell hit him, and Alex realized he was starving. The only thing he'd eaten since early this morning was a pack of crackers from the snack drawer in their pantry. Ah. Snacks. Also gone. Jessica was standing to go, her own bag of burger and fries clutched in her hand. But Alex's muddled mind didn't want her to leave. "Here. Share." Alex pushed his little rolling bed table to where it would fit both of them. The command sounded caveman-like, but he was being an idiot. He was probably making moon eyes at her, even though he didn't mean to. Alex and Rex had the only tables in the room, with trays that extended across the beds. She could share with him. His stomach growled in, as though to add to the conversation. "Oh yes. This was how you wooed a woman." Well, he wasn't going to win over Jessica Valverde. But at least there was a spot for her to eat. She'd been here babysitting him all day. Rex and Petty were already digging in when she seemed to make her decision. Setting her bag on the space Alex had cleared for her, Jessica pulled up the last empty chair and sucked down the first taste of her milkshake. "Oh, that's so good." Alex told himself to eat and not stare. She unwrapped the burger and took a huge bite. Right then, Alex decided to talk to her. "Thank you for this." She was opening her mouth to say something else when his brain slipped away again. Jessica Valverde was having dinner with him. "Is this a date? I think I might be in love with you." Jessica laughed. "Well, damn."
6. Opening the front door of her apartment, Jessica wondered how it must look to Alex. He was standing right behind her, but almost swaying on his feet. The hospital wouldn't let him come home until the more serious muscle relaxers wore off, and though he was still medicated, now he was feeling the effects. After all, he'd carried an entire family of kids up the stairs, into smoke, then carried 2 families of kids back down. Jessica now knew that for his efforts he'd wrenched his back, inhaled smoke, and had to get a scope put down his throat. The muscle relaxers had probably been the high point of it all. Jessica didn't begrudge him the strained look he wore all the way here. But what she saw was that her doorknob was a faded brass, and had been that way when she first moved in several years ago. The plate behind it had been replaced, probably several times. It was smaller than the original piece had been, and there was a line where the old plate had been painted around, likely several times if the thickness of the ridge could be judged. She pushed the door all the way open and held her hand out to usher him inside. He only nodded. He'd learned in the past 24 hours that it was better not to speak at all. It seemed strange that Alex Copeland wasn't speaking or even flirting in any way, shape, or form. Her fresh eyes saw cheap carpeting, a dull everyman beige that would wear as well as possible. But above that, she'd painted the walls. Well, Zoe and Bree and Kara had painted the walls. Jessica had helped pick out colors. The beautiful couch was handed down from Kara, and Zoe had picked a pretty but not overly fluffy russet color, and they'd painted the walls to match. Bree provided an armchair. Zoe helped her hunt down an overstock store for a coffee table. Jess had gotten the dining room table then, too. At the time, she'd handed hers down to Zoe. So what she had now was decent, but not at all designer, and not planned decor like Kara and Walker's home. She was grateful for the weekend her friends had pitched in, and painted the whole place something other than that monochrome apartment beige. Jessica, true to her personality, had chosen a lower-end unit with more floor space than class. She could have had a nicer countertop than the outdated tile. There were dents and bumps in the paint where things had simply been given another layer of beige between tenants. She could see that swinging doors had once graced the arched pass-through from the dining area to the small kitchen. But she liked having space. And now she was sharing it. Though she was examining everything with a fresh look, it appeared Alex barely had his eyes open. He more than a little resembled a refugee, and Jessica thought that was maybe an apt description. She'd had to bring him a bag for his things, so he was carrying a cloth grocery bag, labeled with a police convention logo. In it were his dirty jeans and tank that the hospital returned. Apparently they hadn't incinerated them. He was wearing scrubs, and as far as Jessica knew, that was about all he had. "This is your room. It's just a futon, but it's better than the floor." She swept her arm inside with a gesture far grander than the space warranted. "The bathroom across the hall is yours." Hers was tucked into the back of the master bedroom, though master was a strong term for either the bedroom or the bath. He now had control over her full tub, and she was reduced to the tiny shower stall. His nod in response to her tour was absent at best. She pulled the bag from his fingers with disturbing ease. "Why don't you lay down and take a nap? When you wake up, we'll get you to the store for some clothes." He was on the futon and dead asleep in seconds. Jessica was pretty sure that if she hadn't already folded it out into a bed, he wouldn't have bothered with it himself. Good thing she'd set it up, he barely fit crossways as it was. Closing the door, she headed out to the main room. Though she usually had her work laid out on the dining table, she picked it up now and headed to the coffee table to spread out and be closer to the sunshine. Jones had given her the day off, part of their merry-go-round of good deeds, but that wasn't going to close her cases. Being visible and a leader was good. It was necessary. But if she wanted Jones' job, Jessica still needed to keep her numbers up. She pulled out files and her tablet and dove in. The system was at constant war with itself and her morals. She was in desperate need of cases she could close as quickly as possible. Yet the underlying theory of her very work was that she find the truth, that no innocent man be put away, ever. No problem there. Though she was on babysitting duty, almost officially, she was trying to keep up with the office as well. She called Lee, put him on speakerphone and stayed on for over an hour. They hashed their way through an embezzlement case, hunted a guy passing bad checks, and worked through a serial con artist case the PD had been building for several years. She was determined not to pass that one to the next person. When she'd finished with Lee, she returned witness calls, and was just wrapping that up when her phone chimed. "Jones?" Jessica called back, and found out Jones actually wanted to talk to Alex. "He's not awake yet." "Then start writing. I already have to call Roma to say the same thing. I don't have time to wait for Sleeping Beauty to come around." Jessica snorted at the moniker but said, "Ready." "He and Rex are fully covered for medical. We declared them on duty at the time of the fire." Jessica grinned. That was a good thing, it could have gone either way. It wasn't uncommon for the PD to sometimes retroactively put an officer on duty if certain type scenarios came up during off-duty hours. Officers needed to be covered when acting as officers. We have about $1,000 so far for each of them. Another good thing. Officers didn't have a lot of spare money, but the Blue Line worked a darn lot of the time. Jessica added, "I'll cover the gap. I haven't donated yet. I'm still hitting people up. More will come in." "You donated a home." "Yeah, but no cash." "I can do it." She shuddered. Alex had a grocery bag with one dirty and unwearable set of clothing. Whatever might remain in his apartment was off limits to anyone but the fire inspector right now. So he didn't even know if anything had survived. What was left that wasn't destroyed most likely smelled like smoke and would need serious cleaning. The bill could easily be bigger than simply replacing the items. She took a few more notes. Alex had 5 more days off, longer if he needed it. Jessica doubted he'd take it. The station was about good PR these days. California was mostly on top of things, but LAPD had a bad representative from a long time ago. Alex Copeland was a perfect poster boy. Jones calling him Sleeping Beauty was apartment. By the time she'd hung up from that and gone online and donated to the funds for both guys, she heard her stomach growl and realized she was starving. Is that? The raspy voice sounded too pained to finish the sentence, but Alex Copeland stood at the edge of her living room, still half asleep, pointing to her stomach. His hair stood on end but only to one side. His eyes weren't opening all the way, and his mouth was scrunched up as though he smelled something bad. Jessica smiled up at him, and wished she looked half as good in rumpled scrubs. Yes. It's my stomach. I'm starving. His voice was the barest of sounds, whispering its way across the room and up her arm. Mostly she read his lips. You didn't have to wait for me. It's fine. I only just realized I was hungry. We need to get you to a store. There's a fund for both you and Rex. And dinner is on Jones again. Whenever you're ready, we can go. He motioned to her for paper and pen. He frowned and whispered, need a list. Toothbrush. Ah, that was why he was making the face. Made sense. Especially after Hero Boy had sucked down all that smoke. I have a spare. He frowned again. Jessica felt her eyes roll. He was at least 5 years younger than her. Maybe more. She saw it in that expression. It's still in the wrapper. I'm not offering you a used toothbrush. She didn't add, despite the crappy apartment, I'm an adult. He nodded and pointed toward the bathroom, and Jessica hopped up to pull the spare out from under the sink where she had extras of everything. She even had trial-sized toothpaste. He raised an eyebrow at her. Probably because there had been tampons in the guest bin too. You gonna complain about the free toothbrush? He shook his head and held out his hand. This time he didn't try to speak, maybe concerned about his breath now that he thought about it. Jessica left the poor guy alone to brush in peace, and headed off to fetch him clean towels. She'd thought about having him here. She'd thought about her space being invaded, and having to share her kitchen and be polite 24/7. She had not really considered what it would be like sharing the place with Alex Copeland, hot guy, flirt extraordinaire, and all-around eye candy. She'd known both he and Rex were flirts, but neither was sexist, something she'd definitely encountered in Good Old Boy Cops. That was a solid point in his favor, in Jessica's book. She wouldn't have felt threatened, or like she had to be on guard with either of them. She'd once seen Rex put off a hot blonde, hitting on him on the street corner while he helped an old man across the street. The blonde had disappeared. Rex hadn't batted an eye. She'd witnessed Alex step in front of an a-hole harassing Billy at the front desk, calling the woman stupid because the jerk wanted something the police department didn't offer. Not only had Alex asked Billy if he should step in, he'd then simply said, "You don't treat any of our employees that way." He'd never acted as though he'd fixed anything for her either. So while she was okay with having him here, she just wasn't really prepared to have anyone here. Jess just hoped he was a decent conversationalist. She hadn't talked to him much in the past, aside from turning down offhanded requests for a date, and he wasn't talking much now. Shrugging to herself, she returned with the towels. As she rounded the corner, she heard him sigh in relief or ecstasy. She couldn't tell. That toothbrush must have made him feel much better. She watched as he set it on the sink. When he turned to face her, he gave her his probably patented 20,000-watt Alex Copeland smile. Her heart flipped, and she told it to go stuff itself. Despite what the smile said, she was nothing special. He gave that one out like candy on Halloween. The way she figured it, everyone got that smile, probably even the people he pulled over for speeding. Pasting on her best hostess face, she said, "Shall we get some food? Somewhere you can eat in those scrubs?"
7. "I'll just be a minute," Alex had told Jessica when she pulled up in front of Target the first night. He'd insisted she wait in the car, and had bolted through the checkout as fast as he could. But when he climbed back in, she seemed concerned. "That's all you got?" He now had 2 pairs of pajama pants, shampoo, a razor, God he'd missed his razor, a pair of slip-on sneakers, 2 t-shirts and 2 paperbacks. What? This is plenty. He'd spent more than he wanted. Jessica frowned at him. "How are you going to survive on just that? I know there's several grand in a fund for you." The money was good, more than good, amazing, and he owed the officers who had his back. But he'd have to budget it out before he decided what to buy. Even though he'd been taking his medication and drinking almost nothing but milkshakes, his voice wasn't coming back. "I'm fine. Just take me to my car." Once again, Jessica had refused to get his car. The garage under his building was cleared. The fire chief had declared it open. The problem, Jessica reminded him, was Alex wasn't safe yet. The nurses at the hospital sent him home with 24 hours of some medication that was still making him a bit loopy. He'd been told it was 24 hours after the last one before he could operate large machinery. "My car isn't large machinery." "What?" Jessica had protested, in her full "are you dumb?" voice, that an officer getting pulled over for driving under the influence was not the PR the Hollywood PD wanted. Especially not the hot officer who had saved all the cute kids. That sounded good at least, and his filter was not working its best. He grinned. "So I'm hot." "Shut up, Alex." He hadn't been able to shake the comment. He also hadn't been able to leave the apartment for 2 whole days. Not without Jessica as his escort. She'd gone back to work the next day, leaving him alone with all her things. She'd given one instruction. "Don't rifle through my underwear drawer. Otherwise the place is all yours." She came in the door much earlier than he expected her. She clearly hadn't expected to find him sitting on her couch, reading a paperback. No shirt. She'd stared for a minute. It made him think maybe he stood a chance. Or maybe the medication was making him see things and that was her offended face. Note to self, this is not your home. Keep a shirt on. He bolted back to the guest room and threw on one of his 2 t-shirts. Back in the living room, when she didn't say anything, he opted to come clean. "Also, sorry about going in your room." Her mouth opened, probably to ask if he had gone through her underwear drawer, but he held up the book and said, it was in plain sight. "You are such a Leo." He didn't quite know if she meant law enforcement officer, or if she'd guessed his zodiac sign. But the next statement cleared it up. "You executed a plain sight search on my room." He whispered and almost laughed. "Didn't seem right to open drawers, but I read both my books and I was staring at the walls. Your room's a nice color." Trying for one more smile from her, he shrugged. "I figured you read from the top of the pile, so I pulled from the bottom." She raised her eyebrows at him. "So, are you enjoying the Duke's lady?"
Jessica was not prepared for Alex's answer. "Very much. It's much better written than I expected." That whisper still concerned her. Not just that it knotted her stomach, but that it had been 2 days and his voice still wasn't returning. She analyzed the man on her couch. He'd invaded her house, not his fault, but still, he was standing around in only a t-shirt and cotton pajama pants, reading her bodice ripper romances and being polite. He complimented her wall color, her book, and thanked her for her help. He'd even done the dishes after she'd fed him her abuelita's tamales. And her counters looked cleaner. She wasn't a slob, but enjoy it. "Rex is coming to get me, and we'll get my car. Where should I park it?" "I have 2 spots." Was it sad that she used the second spot for friends? No one else had ever lived here with her. No one had ever managed to become that important to her. She gave him directions and watched as he gathered his things and texted on his phone. Probably texting was easier on his vocal cords. Let me know if you need anything. He gave her a thumbs up and headed out the door. She'd almost asked if he meant to go out in his pajama pants, but what else did he have besides scrubs? Alex Copeland set loose on the world in scrubs would inspire some woman to have a heart attack. Then Alex would do his best to save her, even though he was about as far from a doctor as he could be. Jessica tried not to watch his ass, and hoped he considered coming back with some real pants. Then she checked in with Zoe, set up pedicures for Saturday afternoon, and invited Kara and Bree along. Maybe she should invite Alex. She snickered to herself as she headed back into her bedroom. Her to-be-read pile did look noticeably shorter. But as she looked around, the rest appeared untouched. She pulled her blackout blinds, a necessity for someone with her hours, and promptly passed out. 8. Jessica woke into the dark hours of the night. She felt great, she'd needed the rest. Sleeping from 5 p.m. until 2 a.m. wasn't uncommon for her or other officers. It was just part of the job. However, as she threw her comforter back, she realized she couldn't just go traipsing through her place like she used to. She'd slept in her clothes, not her best move, but nothing she hadn't done before. Changing into pajamas seemed pointless at this stage though. She could not walk around in her underwear. While she was sometimes prone to that when she was alone, and she didn't doubt Alex would have no problem with it, she was not ready to flaunt her 30-plus-year-old ass to the 20-something golden boy staying down her hall. In her tiny bathroom, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, then figured out what to change into. No shorty shorts. That was as bad as underwear. She didn't want him to think she was flirting, but it was too hot for her sweats. In LA, it usually was. Yoga pants it would be then. If he didn't like her ass, he could keep it to himself or find another free house to live in. She slid into a t-shirt and granted herself a soft sport bra. The fact that she was wearing a bra at all was an affront to a woman used to living alone. A moment later, when she emerged into the living room, she was glad for the decision. Alex lay sprawled on her couch, remote in hand, glazed eyes aimed at the TV. When he spotted her, he jolted upright, set the remote down and apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to wake you." She shrugged, something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "You're here. You should feel free to watch the TV. Anything good?" "No, it's pretty much crap. I think all I'm doing is ruining your recorder's algorithm for what you would like. It's not gonna be pretty next time you log in." "Porn?" "God, no." He looked at her like she was nuts. Maybe she was. He really was being a good house guest. It was supposed to be a romantic comedy, but it was neither romantic nor a comedy. She laughed. "No worries, my DVR and streaming accounts decided a long time ago that I must really enjoy crap TV. That's why that movie was on the list in the first place." He was nodding his head at her when she put the pieces together and asked, "Romantic comedy?" "I was trying to get the taste of that book out of my mouth." She shrugged. "Sorry, I haven't read it yet, but I do feel you should have known what you were in for with the cover." He shook his head again. "No, it was that it got pretty rapey about at the middle of it. The writing was good and I liked the characters, then boom, dude starts saying yes when she says no and she likes it." Somehow his expression scrunched up even more. "Do women like that?" "Oh God, no. I would have thrown it across the room. If that's where the story goes, you can just toss it." He picked the offending paperback up off the end table and dumped it into the trash with a small ceremony. "Good riddance. I was hard-pressed to see how another cop, and a female one at that, would be okay with that." "Not I." She noticed the second book on the end table. "You're into another one already?" "Nope. Too scared." She laughed at him. "That's a contemporary. It should be better. I've read a lot from that author and she never pulls that mixed signal abusive crap. But I've got to warn you, the women can be real ball-busters in her books." His expression was appreciative as he dramatically tucked the book into the back of his jeans. Jessica was laughing again, but interrupted herself. Hey, you have jeans. And a new shirt and real shoes. Rex and I went shopping. I don't think you have ever seen two men more unhappy in your life. Getting your man card refilled after losing points on the romance novel? He'd been walking toward the kitchen when he turned back and looked at her oddly. Is it the job? That I'm an officer? Is it the other guys in the job that makes you think that? My man card is non-revocable. I'll wear pink and read romance novels, and I have been known to cry. I just happen to hate shopping. I really hate spending money to replace things I already bought once before. So Rex and I were not pleased. Noted. Maybe she'd offended him? It wouldn't seem she could. He normally came across as such a flirt, such a man's man at the station. And the station was already full of macho cops. So naturally, after she found him watching, apparently bad, romantic comedies, he went straight to her oven. Suddenly, she smelled it. Lasagna. You cook? No. He said as he pulled the pan out of the oven. That was her baking dish. So who had made it? She was getting ready to ask when he clarified. I can make about 3 main courses well. I can open a bag of salad. He ate salad? She'd find out, wouldn't she? Alex was a walking mess of contradictions and great abs. I know how to make 2 desserts, and I can brew a pot of coffee. After that, I'm out. So no, I would not say I can cook. He set the pan across the burners on her stovetop, as there wasn't much room elsewhere. So, is the lasagna good? It's fabulous, sweetheart. He said it with accent and flair, and she had to blink. Ricky, next door to me, taught me how to make it. He calls it lasagna bitches. And I have to agree. His husband, Rob, is a pastry chef. Let me guess, he taught you how to make the 2 desserts. Yes, ma'am. Are they fabulous? She had to ask. Anything from Ricky and or Rob is inherently fabulous. He pulled down plates as though he knew exactly where they were and grabbed wine glasses. Well, hell. He was pulling the cork out of a Chianti and opening a bag of salad. I'm impressed. He looked serious. Opening your apartment rent-free to a coworker is generous. In LA, where real estate is a premium, it's beyond magnanimous. The least I can do is feed you. I will accept. She said it graciously, but inside she felt guilty. She hadn't pushed back when Jones strongly suggested this, but she hadn't opened her doors from the sheer goodness of her heart either. A few moments later she was seated at her own table, served layers of steaming pasta on the plates Kara had handed down. It was why they matched the sofa. It smelled amazing, but Jessica didn't comment. Not until she had a few bites. Wow, this is really good. It's the cheese. You have to add feta and cheddar into it. Really? It sounded odd but tasted so good. One does not question Ricky when it comes to food. Well, amen, Ricky. Jessica dug in. She was another 5 bites in when she figured out what was different. You got your voice back.
9. A week later, Alex had settled into a routine of sorts. He and Jess worked in tandem, but around each other. It was difficult, being a disturbingly polite house guest. And honestly, it wasn't working. Well, that depended on how he defined working. As far as having a roof over his head, a futon to sleep on, and his own door that closed, it was working great. But for making any headway with the great Jessica Valverde, not so much. She was speaking to him. They'd had more wonderful conversations than he could imagine. The trouble was that he liked her even better now. And she'd not once seemed like she was even contemplating kissing him. Shame that. In the end, he'd missed about 5 days of work total. His injuries weren't too severe, but in this job they were serious enough to keep him off shift. He couldn't be on the street if he wasn't able to outrun a perp or carry his colleague to shelter. During his time off, he'd blaze through the books Jess had scattered around the place. She often came home and found him with a different romance novel. Something in her tone made him think she doubted he was actually reading them. He made a conscious decision not to be offended, but he made comments so she'd know he was serious. I liked that contemporary one you recommended. And the other historical was very solid. Can I trust the information in it as a history lesson? Jessica's mouth quirked up on one side. So abs, lasagna, bag salad, and search warrants are your forte, not world history. He said no, before he fully realized she was making fun of him. And what should he do with that? Be glad she'd noticed his abs. Or be upset that she saw him as a superficial fool? Alex felt both contradictory things at the same time and missed his chance to say anything. Instead, Jessica wound up starting a rather deep conversation about the amount of research most historical romance authors put into getting the details correct. I don't read the ones who don't, but at the same time, I'm no historian, so I'm at the mercy of what sounds good. Good point. He'd conceded over another dinner he'd made for her. This time, it was marinated tilapia with green beans and baked potatoes. He was running low on the few things he could make. It would be sandwiches tomorrow. Oh wow. Is this another Rob recipe? You know it. Thank you to Rob. He saluted with a piece of fish on his fork before taking a bite. Yes, but thank you to you too. I'm guessing Rob didn't show up and make it for me. He'd smiled at that. It was all he could do. He was so confused about where he stood with her. He knew what he wanted, but it was impossible to make any headway when he didn't know where he was. He was about to ask her point blank when she spoke again and steered the conversation in an entirely different direction. So are you just reading your way through my romance novels? All the non-fiction had bookmarks in it. I didn't want to grab something you were partway through. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm partway through all of the non-fiction because I don't seem to be able to finish it. You don't have to finish books, you know. I feel like I should. Like I'm not a good person if I don't at least try to learn something new now and then. A lot of them are very dry reading. He'd cleaned his plate and was standing up for more. As he headed back into the kitchen, he wondered if she was looking at his ass. He had no idea. You can read any of them. Trust me, I wasn't making enough headway for you to get stuck reading all the romance novels. He was about to respond when she shifted topics again. Have you heard anything about your apartment? Need me out? He smiled as he set his refilled plate on the table, but he needed to know. No. At least she offered that up very fast. Maybe it was a good thing he hadn't asked her point blank how she felt about him and if he stood a chance with her. She would have kicked him out if the answer was no. I was really just curious. Can you get to any of your things? Not yet. The other residents are getting their stuff. Ricky and Rob have managed to get a tour of their own home via the fire marshal and get some of theirs removed for cleaning. Next week they have a service coming to steam the furniture and carpets. They'd both finished eating but stayed at the table. Then again, they had renter's insurance that's covering it, and they had things worth insuring. Rex and I really didn't. But they did turn me on to a great place down the street that's offering discount dry cleaning to those of us in the building. But you can't yet get to your things. Some of the first and second floor units are moved back in. But no one above that. Our apartment can't even be walked through yet. The fire was directly below us, so the floor isn't safe. We have the worst smoke damage of anyone except Magda downstairs. The one who lit the place up. Magda. You have a Magda in your building? Alex knew he looked at her as though she were woefully behind the times. You saw where I live. It's in the heart of West Hollywood. I'm practically on the gay pride parade route. I think it's a requirement that every building have a Magda.
Jessica had laughed her way through dinner, and later they'd done the dishes together. Things had gone on that way comfortably for a little while. But having him in her house was making her squirrely. She needed something to distract her from the man who kept walking across the hallway in a towel after he showered, who was always sprawled on her couch in jeans that made his ass look fine, with a romance novel in his hand. Jessica decided she was becoming a lecherous older woman. She outranked Alex. She earned more. The pay scale at the precinct was relatively transparent. She had seniority at the station and in life. She had to be a good 5 years older than him. So when she'd glimpsed his waist, as he reached up into the cabinets to put something away, it felt a bit off color. She was trying to keep her head up for a potential date. Jessica had gone so far as to tell Zoe and Bree during their pedicure. Her friends would do a good job finding her the right guy. They knew her well and they'd managed to find good men themselves. Clearly, they knew something about where to look that she didn't. At work the next day she was still distracted. So when her phone rang she grabbed it, hoping to stop reminiscing about her roommate's backside. It was her grandmother, asking if she still had tamales. Typical abuelita. Jessica spoke Portuguese on the phone. She kept her voice low because she was in the open office and didn't want to disturb anyone. And she reminded herself that while Lee might not understand what she was saying, she could throw a stone and hit someone who would. No, abuelita. I have a house guest. We ate them all. Her grandmother was half blind, but still a damn good cook. Perhaps because she was half blind, she thought everyone was too skinny. The perfect response was to cook for them. All the time. It had taken Jessica a while to get the woman down to 1 pan a week, which was about as much as she could reasonably eat of the old-world food her grandmother preferred. But now with Alex, she was going through it faster. Abuelita insisted on making more. You come by this afternoon or evening. I'll have another pan ready. See, did Adora. Her grandmother didn't mind being called a dictator. Is your grandmother cooking for you again? Lee looked up. He might not understand the words, but he understood the conversation. Always. Want some? He wanted to say yes, but he wouldn't. She could see it. I'll put some aside for you. You are a goddess. He grinned, but then his phone rang. So did hers. It hadn't taken them long to stop doing the thing where they looked at each other first. Instead, they headed for the door, checking the incoming message and working in perfect concert. They were in the car on the way to the hotel before they spoke. It had taken 3 weeks to figure out the connection between the money laundering they suspected and the nightclub it was happening at. She and Lee had put in a massive amount of legwork that led to a check cashing service that was cleaning even more money for the same shell corporation. Then they'd followed that to a hotel. The judge had just signed the warrant for the offices at the hotel that morning. Jessica had been waiting for a team. That call had been the coordinating officer giving them a go signal. Everything was in place. Jones was out for this one too. When they arrived, she was handing copies of the warrant to every officer. Any hotel employee could push back saying they wanted to see the warrant. They'd be ready. No one was getting in their way. Parking the unmarked car, Lee pulled up into one of the clusters the vehicles were making along the side of the road. It would have been illegal if they weren't police officers, and walked into the lobby. Swarmed in was more like it. Jessica led the storm, Lee right beside her. Badge on her hip, warrant in her hand, Jones was behind her at the big glassy lobby doors, and she'd rarely felt like more of a badass. Jessica served the warrant herself. A bevy of uniformed officers standing behind her, hands clasped in front of them, ready to turn over every rock. The hotel was running drugs. There was more than enough evidence pointing to that. Jessica also had inklings of illegal gambling. She was going to find that out today too, she hoped. The desk clerk was clueless, which worked in their favor. Though Jessica had her gun visible on her hip, she didn't expect to even have to reach for it. The clerk stepped back and let them move in. Jessica had been prepared for the job to be much harder than that. 2 of the uniforms went behind the desk and logged into the computer systems. Jessica and Lee headed back into the offices. This was where they expected to find more information. Sure enough, it was the executives sitting in their offices who pushed back on the warrant. They first claimed rights they didn't have. Then one of them claimed rights that didn't exist. Jessica sighed. There is no 42nd Amendment to the Constitution, sir. If you're dyslexic and referring to the 24th, that one allows you to retain voting rights even if you don't pay your taxes. So no worries, your voting rights remain safe. Please step aside. He refused, and she almost rolled her eyes at him. It took another 3 minutes, during which she suspected he was buying time for someone, before he finally gave up. She hated that her hands were tied, and that she couldn't search him personally for some kind of device. His reaction very strongly suggested that he knew exactly what was going on. He wasn't shocked by the warrant at all, and he spouted nonsense until he simply stopped one moment to the next and waved them in. He had to have gotten some kind of signal. Crap. She hated knowing something was going on and not having the authority to follow it. Still, Jessica went about her job as best she could. They searched every office and janitorial supply closet. They checked drawers, read files, and opened computer documents. 5 hours later, one of the uniforms came and got her attention. Unlike the movies, he didn't yell, "You gotta see this." Instead, he tapped her 3 times on the left shoulder, a prearranged signal. They had their tricks too. Office guy was watching her, but didn't seem to catch on to anything other than that she'd needed a bathroom break. Good. It turned out 3 uniforms had found the door. At the back of a room, it led to another hallway. Too elegant to be for service people, they checked those too. It was darkly decorated and bore signs of authorized guests only. Weird. Beneath the hotel, 3 small rooms with no windows boasted gaming tables. Yes, Jessica whispered it to herself. Her badass feeling kicked up a notch. None of this was hidden, though the door itself had been disguised as a wall panel. Very cloak and dagger. Probably exciting for the guests who bought their way down here. The team collected gaming supplies, documents from the tiny office, and simply took the computers they found. All part and parcel of the warrant, which was why it had taken so long to get it. She'd been in the gaming section for over an hour, when one of the uniformed officers began frowning. Jessica finally asked, "Gentry, what's bothering you?" "I hear something. Are there guest rooms beyond here?" "No, it's all basement, between the parking and offices. Besides, any guests staying on this level would report the noise," Jessica reasoned. They all listened for a moment, and when they didn't hear anything, they went back to searching. Almost 30 minutes later, Gentry came back. "Valverde, I still hear something. Not often, not loud. But I think it's people." "Damn." Jessica nodded, and soon had everyone following Gentry. They would all stop, be quiet, and listen. Then several officers would point at one direction, and they'd all try to figure out how to get back there. Eventually, they found another hallway, narrow and dark, but it led to space behind the wall Gentry had initially pointed to. Jessica hadn't expected to find anything. Finding people would be very concerning. They had their guns out and ready, in case the people found weren't friendly. They were clearly trying to stay quiet. Were they illegal immigrants? Afraid of getting deported? No. Jessica didn't like any of this. When she opened the door, she'd thought she was ready. She wasn't. A small lobby held 7 children. Each elegantly dressed. Each quietly playing. The children looked up at her with blank faces. 10. Jessica sat on her couch, staring at the TV. The comedienne walked the stage making sharp jokes, trailing the cord from her mic behind her, yet Jessica didn't laugh. She was pretty sure she would have on any other day. Today, however, had twisted her heart into a tiny dense brick. It wasn't the gambling or the money laundering that wrapped itself around Jessica. She was going to prosecute the hell out of that. She'd been planning that anyway. It's that they were trafficking kids. They were entertaining the backdoor guests with kids. If she let herself think about it, she burst into tears. Her case had spread from commercial crimes into special victims and juvenile, all in one swoop. The worst part was that the children hadn't even scrambled to be rescued. They'd simply stared at her, probably wondering if more customers had shown up, or if they were going to be punished for making noise. The police had been on the other side of the wall, and the kids had tried so hard to stay quiet and not be found. They'd been fighting their own rescue. The children were now in the hands of DHS childcare. Social services and NAMIS.org and DOE Network were trying to identify them. On the TV, words filtered through Jessica's thick thoughts. So I told my boss, no means no. The comedian swung the mic like a baseball bat, and the crowd burst into raucous laughter. Jessica had missed the whole lead-up. She didn't get it. Her brain was stuck in the back room of that hotel. She switched channels. Stopped. Switched again. Stared dead-eyed at the TV for a while longer, before figuring she should eat something. She just couldn't seem to get off the couch. When her doorknob turned, Jessica jumped and reached for her gun, still holstered at her side. She was ready to pull her weapon when she saw Alex come in. Not seeing her, he looped his keys on a little hook on the wall, just as she'd told him to do. The keys were the only open evidence of him in the main room, though there were more signs of his presence in other parts of the apartment. She was standing in the middle of the room, though she didn't remember going fully upright. Her shin hurt, and she found she did somewhat remember bumping it on the coffee table. Jessica? Alex was staring at her, concerned. Unable to process her own thoughts, she took inventory of him instead. Jeans. T-shirt. Sneakers. Small ridge in his hair by his ears from wearing his Ray-Bans through the whole shift. Officers needed good eye protection, and Ray-Bans gave all first responders a great discount. But it left them all looking like carbon-copied RoboCops. Except Alex, it seemed. Are you crying? Reaching up, she touched her face and found that she just hadn't realized it. She sniffed in a breath and said, "Normally I do this by myself." She sat back down on the couch, the TV still blaring whatever channel she'd left it on. She truly didn't know. The couch dented beside her from Alex's weight. Why? Why am I crying? If you want. But I meant, why do you usually do this by yourself? He almost paused before adding, you do this a lot? Not often. When I have crap days at work. Was someone at the station? She held her hand up and shook her head. She whispered, a case. Tell me. He'd folded one of her hands in his, and she almost pulled it back. Almost refused to tell him. Why spread the horror? But he knew. He'd seen some of the worst, too. Maybe worse than she did, because he'd stayed on the street. By the time a detective was called, it was over. Jessica no longer stepped into active situations as much. Kids. Oh. Unable to make full sentences, she gave him short phrases. Sex trafficking. Young kids. 7 of them. 2 boys and 5 girls. DHS has only managed to ID 2 of them so far. She paused, hearing the rasp in her own torn voice, thinking she sounded like him after the fire. Only the kids he'd saved had clung to him. Called him their hero. They fought us. I don't know how brainwashed they are, but they tried to not be found, and when we found them, they fought us taking them away. She was crying full force again. I thought you were in commercial crimes. I am, she practically wailed it. I'm not supposed to deal with this. We served the warrant, we found an illegal gaming room, and then Gentry heard something. It's the only reason we found them. Gentry's got good ears. Gentry was patrol too. Alex would know her, might have partnered with her some. Good thing she was there. They didn't smile. Just looked dead behind the eyes. She was trying to stop crying, but it wasn't working. It wasn't pretty. She was staring up at her ceiling, which she was now seeing was in no better shape than the rest of her apartment, and tears were running down her face. They stayed silent for a minute. Then Alex said, I pulled over a kid tonight. Back taillight was out. Figured I'd write him a 30-day warning to get it fixed. He was a teenager. Petrified of me. Hyperventilating, by the time I had him roll down the window. Oh no. I don't think I look threatening. But I think he thought I was going to shoot him. Alex sighed, and she rolled her head to look at him. His eyes had drifted closed. He looked upset. Understandably. I told him I was just going to write a warning, and he had 30 days to get the taillight fixed. If anyone else pulled him over, they shouldn't ticket him because he already had the warning. He still couldn't pull out his license, his hands were shaking so bad. I had him hand me his whole wallet. By the time I got his insurance out, he was bawling. Do you think he was playing you?
I know it's Hollywood, Alex sighed again, knowing that it sounded beleaguered but unable to stop it. But if he was playing me, he should be collecting his Oscar next February. I didn't even write the warning. I just told him that we weren't all bad, and we were working on getting rid of the bad ones. He took a deep breath in. He'd been almost as nervy as the kid, afraid to make the boy jump. Afraid of saying anything that made him more scared. Just seeing a cop terrified him. I scared a kid today. I don't consider myself scary, but I'm surprised he didn't have a heart attack. I just want to believe I'm one of the good guys. His hand twitched in hers, holding hers just a little tighter for a moment. It doesn't compete with your bad day. I'm not trying to outdo you. It shook me. This time she squeezed his hand back on purpose and it felt far too good. Something in his chest released. Why did you become a cop? She asked, as though searching for safer territory. At least she'd stopped actively crying. He almost laughed, she sure would in a moment. I grew up in a small town in Georgia. Breathless. Never heard of it. Of course not. It's small. The Copelands don't run the town, we aren't the Mayfairs or the Zemps, but we're well known. My mom and dad are respected. I didn't realize it until I was older, that the cops were always nice to me. Helped me out when I got caught drinking underage. Told me not to, sent me home with a warning. He paused. No, actually they drove me home when I was drunk underage. Plus, there was little crime that I was aware of. Unless the police were the local heroes, it didn't make the paper. Different time, different perspective, different place. Do you regret becoming a cop? In LA. It's not what you thought. He shook his head. My folks insisted I get a degree. So I went to school only as long as I had to. Did the standard criminal justice degree, and came out here thinking I'd work as an officer, but make it big as an actor. Hoped maybe I had the smile for it. She laughed. Finally. It was a good sound. You do. I signed up with the West Hollywood PD because they were looking for officers. I figured eventually I'd pull some rich casting director over and he'd see my potential, and that would be the end of the blue for me. It seriously didn't happen, she asked. Nope. And now? Would you still run off to pursue the movies if it did? Oh no. I wouldn't leave it. I did 4 years in West Hollywood. Great area, nice people, good businesses. The hate crimes are horrid, but I felt like I was helping. I'll bet you got hit on all the time, she said. Less than in Hollywood PD. You'd be surprised. People are more respectful in WeHo. The perception is all wrong. Then my roommate moved out. My boss suggested a move up, but that meant changing districts. And the rest you know about. He'd noticed her the first day he'd come into the HPD. He'd been asking her out pretty regularly since. She'd never said yes, but she'd never said no either. It only then occurred to him that maybe she was trained to never say no, and her string of non-yeses should have been good enough. He hadn't been pushy. It was just occasional, when he worked up the courage to bat out of his league, like his dad had always told him to do. He considered apologizing, but didn't even know how to work his minor epiphany into the conversation. Instead he asked, "Why did you become a cop?" She told him about growing up in mid-city. About worrying about her brother getting sucked into gang life. My abuela, who made the tamales we cleaned out last week, she lived with us the whole time I was growing up. It wasn't uncommon in my neighborhood. We had a lot of different colors and religions. Yeah, that part was a surprise to me. I think we had maybe 3 Jewish families in Breathless. There was an Irish family, the Malloys, and they were the immigrants. Just about everyone was Baptist. Did you get culture shock out here? Yeah, but it was good for me. I'd been very sheltered. Sighing softly, he squeezed her hand again. Feel better? She nodded. She looked less red in the face. She wasn't actively crying anymore. And he hated that he wasn't going to ask her out again. He turned the conversation one more time. I'm starving. Do we have anything to eat? Oh. Jessica sat upright in a snap. I wasn't expecting that. I was supposed to go pick up a dish from my abuelita this evening. She was checking to make sure I still had tamales, and when I said I ran out, she said she'd make us something else. She's always concerned that I'm not eating enough. I'll text Mama and tell her that I'll swing by tomorrow to get it. I like the way you say that, Mama. It's the same in Spanish and Portuguese. Mama sounds weird to me still. He grinned and spoke with a thick accent. In the South, it's Mama. He said it with about 4 syllables. You don't have an accent. What happened to it? Got rid of it fast when I got out here. People decided I was dumb and naive. Since that was a pretty accurate description, it wasn't worth advertising it. He stood up from the couch and pulled her to her feet. Back to food. I doubt that was accurate. He wanted to appreciate the compliment, but she kept talking. Let's see what we've got. We do not have the ingredients for any of the 3 things I know how to make. He peered into her fridge. He'd been honest. He did know how to make exactly 3 meals. And cereal. He had no clue what to do with a chicken breast. Or a stew, or even a steak. Jessica shoved him over and looked for herself. She pulled ingredients out of the fridge one by one and held them as if she were thinking. We have leftover bagged salad. Just enough, but we should eat it before it goes bad. We have chorizo, eggs, black beans, and rice in the pantry. What are we making? She stared at him. Chorizo with eggs and frijoles over rice. That's a thing. Yes. I'm in charge. They cooked side by side, Alex needing relatively explicit instructions, which he hoped he followed fairly well. It felt weird cooking beside her, but in a good way. They fit together. He'd always known they would, but now he could see it. And that stupid realization meant that he'd never get to be with her.
11. Tuesday had been nice. Nicer than Jessica had expected. Nice enough to think that maybe roommates weren't bad, just that she'd had a bad run of them at first and gotten turned off. Alex drove her to Mid-City to see her abuela and apologize for missing the food pickup the day before. Her grandmother, upon seeing Alex, decided they needed another pan of food. Though her mama threw her hands up in the air behind Abuelita's back, she didn't stop the woman from handing Alex what had probably been their dinner. Jessica protested, Abuelita? We can feed ourselves. Clearly you can't. In the background, Alex frowned. Abuelita continued, he's as skinny as you are. You have to eat more. This is enough, Abuelita. I'll come back next week. I'm sure Alex will have a new home by then. With one arm, Jessica hugged the woman. It was difficult, as she was balancing a heavy 9x13 pan on her other arm. As Jessica moved to hug her parents, she whispered to her mother, I'm sorry. I don't know what you'll eat for dinner. She'll make something. Best not to argue. Though Mrs. Valverde sighed heavily, Jessica knew the 2 women loved each other dearly. Still, it might be part of why she hadn't set up her own household. This drama had been too much for her when she'd been a teenager. She hugged her father quick and hard, and heard the words he always said. Stay safe, pequeña. Siempre. She replied. Always. She didn't tell them about her horrible day before. She just turned to leave, only to find Abuelita hugging Alex and trying to pinch his waist. His hands were full of the second tray her grandmother had pushed on them, and there was nothing he could do. Poor guy. Abuelita. Stop. I'll feed him. Alex managed to look both charmed and bewildered. No wonder, he probably hadn't understood most of what was said. When she climbed back in the passenger seat, she began apologizing. No need? What language was that? It's not. Abuelita speaks her own language. Thank God. He put the car in gear and pulled out. Because I thought I understood enough Spanish that I'd be able to speak with them. Nope. It's only part Spanish in deference to my dad, but it's also got a lot of Portuguese, which is her native tongue. I knew you were Mexican, so are you also Brazilian? Or African? There are a few African nations that speak Portuguese. I'm American, but my family history is Peruvian. Still, she was impressed. There are some Peruvians who speak Portuguese as a primary language. Ah? He looked over at her. Maybe she'd said something odd? His next words cleared it up. I'm not as dumb as I look. Jessica only nodded. A mistake clearly, as Alex then replied, thanks. I apologize. She shrugged. You're the officer who gets the most requests at the front desk. You know that, right? You flirt with everyone. You let crying teenagers out of tickets that you were only going to write a warning for anyway, and you majored in criminal justice just like the rest of us non-academics. I'm sorry that I didn't expect you to know all languages of the world off the top of your head. He gave one big nod as concession. Besides, she continued, you're what? 25? Oh my God. Jessica, I'm 29. You're what? 28? Ha. She barked the laugh out so harshly, she was surprised he didn't have an accident. 34. Well, I will be in 3 months. Well then, I bow down before your clearly superior extra 4 years of life experience, officer. That's detective to you. She was grinning though. Yes, ma'am. After waiting a beat, Jessica conceded. I didn't know there were African nations that spoke Portuguese. He shrugged. I didn't know any Peruvians did. They stayed silent for most of the drive back to Hollywood, but Jessica's brain churned. He was smarter than she'd given him credit for. And he'd been kind when he called her on it, even if it was by way of humor and sarcasm. He'd been shaken by a terrified teenager too. She was in so much trouble. She'd wanted to believe him immature, but she couldn't say she'd seen any evidence of it. He wasn't working on his thesis or reading Thoreau during his downtime, but he wasn't crushing beer cans on his head either. He cleaned up after himself. Probably better than she did, she admitted. Though maybe that was because he was her guest. She knew she was neater when she was at someone else's house. The problem was, she could fall for him just that way. The fact that Alex was hot did not help. Great ass. Great abs. Killer smile, just enough off-kilter to not be perfect. Jessica had seen those men, so symmetrical, so classically handsome, that she couldn't actually be attracted to them. She could stare in awe, but they didn't make her stomach drop. Alex, on the other hand, was real. One front tooth was just a little crooked. His nose was straight, but with something about it that told her it had been broken. But those eyes were a problem for her. That smile was starting to twist her heart each time it was aimed her way. If she didn't get out of this soon, she was going to be in trouble. Do you need me to move out? Am I getting in your way? He started that conversation out of the blue. Or maybe he'd plucked it from the thoughts that had been swirling in her head. Please be honest. I can clear out if you need me to. He was still looking at the road, but something about the way he held the wheel told her he was braced for her answer. No. Why did you ask? I was wondering. You haven't gone out with anyone but your friends, and only the once since I arrived. You come in and find me sitting on your couch drinking your sodas, and I come in and find you on the couch crying, and you said you'd rather be alone. And? Wait. She took a deep breath, wondering where to start. I'm not set up for a roommate, but you've been great. There's no need for you to leave. I was glad when you talked to me the other night. I do usually wallow alone, but you kept me from wallowing all night. It was better. I actually like having you around. A small grin crept across his face, though she couldn't tell why. Her mouth kept going, and she found she couldn't do much to stop it. I'd love to say you were interrupting my dating life, but you know how it is. I work weird shifts, and then I work all the time as a detective. I've been seeing my friends about as much as I can. Zoe's got a new job. Kara and Walker have a baby. It's hard to get us all together. She felt small for a moment. The group was breaking up, or at least changing. Once again, Alex broke through her thoughts. Because back at your house, I thought you told your grandmother I was moving out next week. Oh, damn, she had said that. You caught that? He nodded and she laughed. I said that so she wouldn't make 3 times as much food. My folks pay for all the food and she makes it into meals, and then half the time she gives it to me. It's fine as is, but she'll send 10 dishes next week if she knows there's a hungry young man to eat it. A too skinny young man. Oh, you caught that too? Yes. My ass is apparently too skinny too. So take what she says with a grain of salt. I like your ass. He said it casually, as he parked in his newly designated spot under her apartment building. He got out and motioned for her to hand him the pans, as though he hadn't just said anything about her ass. So Jessica ignored it. Or she tried to. She told her heart to stop fluttering. Jessica went back into work the next day. If she hadn't gotten her heart to stop fluttering over Alex Copeland before, this did it. Jones called her into the office, and it all went downhill from there. We have a press conference today. I need you on it. Oh, I don't do. You do today. You're the officer who found the children. The city wants to hear from you. Well, crap. At least Jessica felt she could say that in front of Lupe. Ready for it to get worse? No. Jessica was adamant. Though she looked sympathetic to Jessica's feelings, Lupe kept going. I'm going to sound like a sociopath, but we have to do this. Jesus. She didn't say it out loud, but she wasn't sure it wasn't written all over her face. Shoot? How do you feel about finding the kids? I cried myself to sleep that night. This is why I don't work in juvenile crimes anymore. I'm glad I had a day off, before I have to speak in public. You can't say either of those things. Lupe folded her hands together and set them on the desk. We're still women, and we're in a field that's still male-dominated. We can't be seen as weak. You can, however, and should express how torn up you were. Just not that you cried. Not unless directly asked, and then it's a how could I not kind of answer. Got me? Jessica nodded. Her emotions were getting used for display. She didn't like it. You can say the last part. About needing a day to get it together. This is tough. You're allowed to be human. Lupe stared at her, and Jessica assumed she was waiting for a nod or something. Lupe continued, You know what you legally can and can't say about the victims? Jessica was nodding to that too, when Lupe self-corrected. Sorry, children? Not victims. This was getting out of hand. She had things she had to say, things she couldn't, and approved vocabulary. It took another 15 minutes to hear the full list of what could and couldn't be repeated during the press conference. How she had to say it. What emotions she needed to display. Which ones she absolutely could not. She left Lupe's office and headed out into the main room. Grabbing Lee's hand, she pulled him up and away from whatever he was working on. I need you. She explained how she had to come across. I need you to listen to me read this statement they gave me to work with. I'm supposed to put my own words in. But only certain words. She made it through once. As soon as she finished, Lee raised his hand. What? Did you expect there to be children? Did you know the children would be both male and female? Are the children being returned to their parents or put into our already faulty foster care system? He rattled the questions off rapidly, and by the second one she caught on that he was playing reporter. She should have been ready for that. She wasn't. She wound up stumbling through several answers. They were on round 2, acting as though he was a reporter with Jessica calling on him when his phone went off. His wife. He was out the door and she was standing there alone, trying to figure out how to come off as sympathetic, caring, tough, intelligent, and relatable all at the same time. Jessica was looking up at the ceiling and sighing to herself when the door opened. But it wasn't Lee. It was Alex. Need help? Only a week before, she would have said no. But she could do this. He would be helpful. She trusted him now. Just seeing him there settled something. She felt less thrown around, less torn, more confident. That was bad. But right now she could take advantage of it. Yes. I do. 12. Despite practicing ahead of time with Lee and then Alex, Jessica couldn't say the press conference had gone well. It hadn't gone badly per se, she just wasn't sure how it could have gone well. There were kids that had been trafficked. Abused in probably unspeakable ways. The reporters had a job, which was making sure the public had information. Jessica respected that. What she couldn't abide was the dirty laundry. They asked her for a specific list of abuses the kids had suffered. Thankfully, Jessica didn't know. Instead of just saying that though, she'd replied with, I don't know. But if I did, I wouldn't tell you. My job is to protect the rights of citizens. And what these minor citizens don't need is to suffer again at the hands of a press concerned with spreading their pain for gossip fodder. Jones had been too far away. She stood at the end of the line of officers, flanking either side of the podium. Out of the corner of her eye, Jessica could see Lupe Jones' skin tighten while she spoke. On her other side, Lee fought a grin. Of course the reporter shot back at her. Are they in fact citizens, Officer Valverde? That's detective, and thank you. Jessica fought the anger and snark that bubbled up with a responsive fake smile. Not entirely, though. They were clearly minors, and clearly in trouble. I didn't stop to ask for their papers. She was ushered off the podium after that. Jones let her eyes fall shut as soon as they were out of sight, and Jessica felt both like a child who'd disappointed a parent and like a kid who'd finally stood up to a bully. So be it. That is not what I told you to say. Jones didn't say it with anger though. I answered the question she asked. It was her only defense. Unless someone suggests that I violate the right to privacy of any citizen, especially a child, or that I ask children in danger for immigration papers before I help them, then I'm going to keep doing that. Jones shook her head and sighed. I have to tell you though, the reporters ate it up. Still, they could see you fighting your anger, and that's what you don't want. It becomes more important when you get to this position. Jessica nodded. She understood. It wasn't so much about what she said as how she said it. Lupe Jones wasn't in front of the mic all the time, but definitely more than Jessica had been. Well, I guess my inexperience showed. I'll try to fix it for next time. She didn't add if there is a next time. That's all any of us can do. The good news is that they loved you. Jessica tried not to visibly startle. Her jacket was constricting, dress blues were not the most comfortable thing. What? The reporters seemed to eat up your fire, and the public on hand loved that you were defending kids. So it didn't hurt. Lupe patted her on the back, and Jessica finally took a breath. She was going to need ice cream tonight. She'd headed back to her desk and buried her brain in her paperwork until her phone went off. Zoe. Thank God. Jessica needed a friend. She'd barely picked up the phone when Zoe said, Tonight. Rory's. Appetizers on me. Scoop on you. You are on. That sounded amazing. Zoe had been trying to pick up the tab more often, now that she was no longer a starving student. Jessica was trying not to let her. The balance between them had shifted. They'd both been single, both on fixed budgets, both working their butts off, but Zoe had graduated. Her income went way up with that master's degree in hand. Jessica had one too, but hers didn't count for much in the PD. It was nice, almost necessary, but she was not in a field like chemical engineering. Zoe was practically writing her own ticket. And she had Noah. Aside from the fact that it was Noah, and Jessica adored him personally, Noah was a rising star and loaded. They'd all started out lower on the totem pole. Bree was an EMT. Kara had been just getting out of law school, very tiny fish in the pond at a big firm and buried under student loans. Zoe was still in school. Jessica was a cop. No one was making it big. Then Kara unburied herself and married Walker. They weren't rich, but they had a nice house, which Walker owned outright from his parents. In LA, that made a ton of difference in their lifestyle. Bree's husband, Kevin, had been hired to write for one of the ongoing medical shows, and they'd had a nice change in lifestyle. Zoe and Noah had both come into their own in the past couple years. Jessica, on the other hand, plodded along with promotions in both position and rank. Each was nice, each made her life a little easier, but nothing was big. She was still living in an apartment in Hollywood, where she still had to choose between size and decent carpeting. She was also having to face that she was never going to get rich at this job. "How soon can you leave?" Zoe asked her. 10 minutes. Jessica was true to her word. That was how long it would take to close out this one file and make her way to the door. She'd still be in her work clothing, but at least she'd changed out of her dress blues immediately. Sadly, she knew she wasn't going to meet the love of her life in a wrinkle-free white button-down and sensible low-heeled shoes. It was closer to 30 minutes later that Zoe finally walked through the doors at Rory's Grill. "Did you already start ordering?" "Only the margaritas." Zoe liked them like she did, on the rocks with salt. Jessica handed Zoe's over, so she no longer looked like a two-fisting drunk. "It's a patron kind of day. Don't throw that back." "Oh yes, I always throw back a margarita." Zoe almost snorted through her sarcasm, but immediately launched into, "You kicked serious ass at that press conference. I saw the brass was trying to get you off stage, but damn, people liked what you had to say. Most everyone in my office watched. It was a big case and a big break." Jessica wasn't surprised. She smiled. "Thank you. I wasn't supposed to say that, or say it that way." "Well, you did the LA police nothing but favors. The people sure like you. They should promote you." Jessica laughed and let Zoe in on all the backstory with Lupe Jones. Zoe listened, fascinated and attentive, then promptly changed the subject. "Tell me about this guy in your apartment." "Alex Copeland. Beat cop. All around decent guy," Jessica started in. "Hot guy," Zoe prodded, even as she multitasked her way through ordering chips, chicken wings, and another round of margaritas. "Sadly, yes." Leave it to Zoe to go right for the jugular. "Sadly? What if I fall for him, Zoe?" "Sounds like a waste if you don't fall for him." That was Zoe. "Nah. He's not chasing me. And even if he did, I don't know that would be a wise move. He's a bit of a player." "You? Is he dating around under your roof?" "Nope." Jessica could at least say that. "I don't think he has a girlfriend right now. If he's seeing someone, he's at least being discreet about it." She thought about it for a minute. What if he was seeing someone? It wouldn't be hard for him to find time with his mystery woman. Jessica's and his schedules were often at cross purposes. He could easily go spend the night at someone else's house, and Jessica might never know. Zoe was shaking her head. "You'd know it. Plus, if he had this amazing girl, why isn't he staying with her? Too close to a relationship?" Jessica ventured, and gratefully accepted the second margarita. "This means it will be a while before I can drive. Are you going to stay here with me? You're no better off than I am." "Oh God, no. I'm calling Noah to come pick my drunk ass up." She signaled the waiter for another round, even as Jessica's mouth popped open in surprise. You should call Alex. I can't. Sure you can. If he can't pick you up, Noah and I will drop you off. Zoe grinned. But you have to call him first. It's out of the way. Bull? We are almost directly between the station and your place. Zoe raised an eyebrow. When does he get off shift? 7. I like that you know that. It's 6 now. We'll stay and eat. Call him. Ask him to pick you up after shift. Zoe? It's not junior high. Jessica realized as she said it that she was a little loud. She put her hand on her hip to be sure she wasn't being stupid and still wearing her badge. Nope. That was habit. Take it off before you leave the station. That she'd even wondered was a sign that she wasn't safe to drive. Or to do much of anything. No. It's not junior high. It's high school at best. Zoe took another drink. Call him. I'm not taking you home unless he says no. Jessica rolled her eyes but dialed him. He didn't answer. Text him. Jesus, Zoe. Jessica protested, but felt her heart start giving a kick as she texted. It did feel like high school. Maybe she should just enjoy having a crush. She held the finished message up to show Zoe. There. Good? Zoe nodded. Drink up. They didn't have to wait more than a few minutes before Alex texted back a laughing, crying face. He followed it with, "Oh, I am in for this. I'll be there." Drink up. Zoe repeated, holding her glass up for a toast. Though Jessica tried to eat enough to counteract the effects of 3 margaritas in under 2 hours, she didn't make it. By the time Zoe was leading them out the front door, she'd been surprised it was already time to go. Zoe paid the bill, escorted Jessica out and waited curbside. Noah showed up first. Jessica turned on Zoe, eyeing her with suspicion. You seem remarkably sober. Nope. I'm just enjoying the crap out of this. She offered a huge grin, and Jessica couldn't fight a giggle. Noah popped out of the car and waited with them. Alex was only a few minutes behind. Noah offered a nice handshake, thanked him for driving Jessica home, and put Zoe into his car. They drove off in the wrong direction. Probably so Alex didn't realize he'd been played. Jessica didn't comment. She was ready for him to ask her about drinking. Instead, he put her in the passenger seat of his car and climbed in, but immediately leaned over and asked. He said his name was Noah. Was that Noah Preston? Jessica looked at him. Yes. She didn't follow. You're friends with a movie star? Like a bona fide star. He was shaking his head, but Jessica didn't follow. It was just Noah. Yeah. He took a breath. Put your seatbelt on, detective. The words were shot through with a sigh of exasperation. But Jessica yelped as she realized she'd forgotten to buckle up, and tried to get the obnoxious little tab in the click. You need a hand with that? He was grinning again. I got it. But she didn't. His hands covered hers, and she sucked in a breath at the feeling that shot up her arm. She might be drunk, but she still knew she shouldn't feel that way. He guided the seatbelt tab into the slot until it clicked, and she would swear to her dying day that it was somehow erotic. Oh no. She was sitting in a car with a younger man who was her house guest, whom she had a bad crush on. She'd said so to Zoe, making it real for the first time. He was grinning at her, and she was drunk. His voice didn't make her feel any better. She could hear the smile behind his words. Oh, you're so not sober. This is gonna be fun.
13. As Alex watched her meander into her own apartment, Jessica hit her shin on the coffee table on the way to the couch. She swore, but luckily it didn't seem to really hurt her. You're adorable when you're drunk. He could say that, she wouldn't likely remember later. Screw yourself. She wrapped a hand towel around her small carton of ice cream and clutched her spoon too tightly. Potty-mouthed too. He sat on the couch watching her like she was an exhibit at the zoo. She frowned. So I had too many margaritas? It was Zoe's fault. Then she closed her eyes and enjoyed her dessert. Do I get a spoon? He interrupted her ice cream dream. She only growled a little and stood up, presumably to get him that spoon. Oh no. He pushed her gently back to the couch. I've got this. You're maybe a little dangerous. Yeah, she was dangerous. This had been much easier when the beautiful Jessica Valverde was a pipe dream he kept in his back pocket. She sighed, and he wondered just how sober she wasn't. Jessica turned her focus back to her ice cream. He had a spoon now, but had to do a sneak attack to actually get a bite of ice cream away from her. Jessica narrowed her eyes. I earned this ice cream. I had a crap day. Yeah, how? His spoon dove into the carton again. Well, there was the press conference. Did you see it? No, I was out on patrol again. He tried for another bite, but she turned away and thwarted him. Well, I didn't keep it together very well, and then the reporters asked me questions and I got snarky. She took another bite. Wow. And this was before you hit the bar and started pounding back the beers. Jessica breathed in through her nose. It's a grill too. Though why that made any difference, she had no idea. And it was margaritas. She'd already said that. So he laughed. Classy. She looked as if she were thinking something very important, or at least trying to. Alex waited and was sneaking another bite when she blurted out, and my friend grilled me too. About what? She paused, drama rolling off in waves before she evaded. Stuff. Then she went for an adorably inept conversation change. So what did you do to earn ice cream? How did my day suck? Well, he sighed. Are you sober enough to remember me telling you about that kid I pulled over? The one who was terrified. Yeah. He took another bite of her precious ice cream. His bites were about 3 times as big as hers. More things he was learning about the inimitable Jessica. Well, the sergeant called me out at shift meeting this afternoon. Asked why I'd let the kid off. I guess he has actually been reviewing all our stops. Wow. Yeah. I told him I didn't think much of it. Then he said I should have written the ticket. That the kid deserved it, and that I hadn't done anyone a favor letting him off. He even suggested I should have searched the car. That the kid being terrified meant he had something to hide. Alex was visibly upset just retelling it. Jessica held out the carton toward him for the first time. He guessed that meant he'd earned it. Getting called out in meeting happens to everyone sooner or later. What did you do? Oh, it's awesome. Instead of saying yes, sir, I climbed on a high horse and started spouting off. Whoa. I gotta hear this. Taking a deep breath in, he let it out before he started. I said we were there to uphold the law, but that we were given a tool, and that tool was mercy. Judges get it. They can lessen sentences because of extenuating circumstances and more. And we can choose not to write tickets, or to be easy on arrest. It's an important tool. That's very philosophical for a... He tried so hard not to laugh. Had she just said philosophical? She tried again. Philosophical for a guy getting called out. Yeah, not my finest moment. That was it. She took another bite and waited, seemingly proud of herself for sticking to small words this time. Oh no. I said that mercy was a good thing, until we started applying it unevenly. Oh, he'd stepped in it today. But if he wasn't going to date her, then they could at least be real friends. So he told her exactly how much of an idiot he was. Then I took a poll. She stopped eating. Oh no, you didn't. Oh, I did. He took another bite, for fortitude. I asked everyone on shift to raise their hands if they'd ever let some pretty woman or a teenaged girl out of a ticket for the same thing. Everyone raised their hand except Wilcox. Of course. Wilcox is a douche canoe. Then she whispered a proud yes as though pleased she'd said it correctly. He tried not to laugh again and continued, "Right? So you know what I did." "Oh no." It was like a soap opera, starring police offers, and it was happening on the couch. She'd be opening another ice cream for him once he told her. I reminded Wilcox that I'd been in the car with him on more than one occasion where he'd done just that. Which is more than true, but he didn't like being reminded of that, I'll bet. She took another bite, and he heard the spoon scrape the bottom of the far too tiny carton. She looked disappointed. He likes to believe he's fair and balanced, but he's so far from it. He worries me. Me too. And worse now that I called him out on it. Jessica held the carton out toward him, letting Alex scrape the corners clean. Her tone wasn't hopeful. "Hopefully, it will blow over." "What did the sergeant say?" "He just looked at me." "That was the end of it." "Then it sounds like you won round one as best you could." She stood up to put the carton in the trash, looking much more sober until she banged her shin on the coffee table again. At least she didn't swear. "Be careful." She tried to walk casually to the trash and then the sink. Alex trailed along in case she tipped over. She was probably okay, but... She went to put the spoon in the dishwasher, but couldn't get it into one of the silverware slots, and dropped it in the sink. Turning around, she ran smack into Alex. Her face smushed against his chest, and every part of her managed to hit every part of him. He sucked in a breath as his hands came up automatically and grasped at her shoulders. Her hand went to her nose, and she sighed as though she were being stupid. "That was my fault. I'm fine." "Yeah, you're actually still tipsy." "Yup." She nodded, her eyes still closed. If she opened them, would she see that he was crazy about her? Would he see anything in return? It was a fun crush to have, but she'd never said yes when she was sober. And even with a handful of margaritas in her, she still didn't seem to want to make any bad decisions with him. "I'm going to bed." "Oh no, you're not." He grabbed her hand and pulled her back out to the couch. He didn't even bother to look back over his shoulder at her to see if she was frowning at him. She'd resisted getting tugged along, but not by too much. He headed into the kitchen and heard her call out, "I have to get to bed," as though it were a war. "Here." He stepped back over to the couch where he'd left her and handed her 2 Tylenol and a glass of ice water and picked up the remote. "We'll watch a movie. You can go to bed after the movie, or you've had 3 of those." "What? 3? That's too much water." "1 glass of water, or 1 hour for each drink of hard liquor. I'm pretty sure that tequila qualifies." She was clearly irritated with him. He'd never seen someone be so grumpy while actually doing what they were supposed to. I don't know what you are, Alex Copeland." She slurred her words a little and dropped the endings. He felt his heart slur a little too, and it definitely dropped.
When she woke up, Jessica was relieved to not feel hungover. In her mind, there were few things worse than a hungover cop. A detective asking families questions about painful experiences while hungover was just an asshole. Still, she wasn't perky by any measure. She was halfway ready and thinking she'd stop somewhere for coffee when she remembered she didn't have her car. Sighing, she knocked on Alex's door. Her face squinched up even as she did it. He'd been nice to her last night, and to repay him she was waking him up early. The door swung inward, a sleepy Alex leaning on it, scratching his bare chest with one hand. She tried not to stare. She tried to remember if she'd gone crazy cougar on him last night and done anything embarrassing. Finally, she swung her eyes up to his face to see he wasn't looking at her with any expression other than to question why she was waking him. "Is there any chance you can take me to my car?" She didn't want to be late, and this seemed like the fastest option. "Sure." 5 minutes later, he was disturbingly well put together and taking her out the door. 10 minutes after that, he dropped her at her car, refusing her offer to buy him a thank-you coffee. He turned around and headed back. Probably going back to sleep. She felt bad waking him up, but at least she wouldn't be late. He'd even gotten her here faster than she planned. So she headed to a bakery she liked. Delilah's Cake and Cauldron served hands down the best breakfast cupcakes and coffee. The cauldron part made Jessica wonder if Delilah was witching the brew. Jessica's old partner Luke Salzone was practically married into Delilah's family, and said they had some skills in that arena. Jessica didn't know what she believed, and she didn't know Delilah personally, but if that's what made the food so good, she'd take it. She was waiting in line, reading the board with the daily specials, when the voice next to her said, "So what's good here?" Jessica laughed. "Everything." "Seriously? And you have to get the coffee." He looked up at the board. "Which is brew? The double-double? Catchy, huh? I recommend the Hecate or the Samantha Stevens. Those are frothy. What about the Sarah Good? That's strong if you like it that way." She needed something other than black bold brew, but she'd heard nothing but good things about any of the coffees here. "And the cakes? They don't have witchy names. Still just as excellent." She smiled up at him for the first time, and saw that he was really good looking. Dark hair, dark eyes, a smile that said he'd been waiting for her to look up. While they waited for their coffees, he asked if she'd join him. "I can't. I'm about to be late to work. I'm hoping that batch of muffins will help pave my day smoothly with my coworkers." She smiled. Nice guy. No itchy vibes coming off him, and she counted on those. He asked what she did, and then sounded duly impressed. By the time her coffee arrived, he'd asked if she'd join him here tomorrow. "Yes." Jessica smiled and tried not to look overjoyed. A real nice guy. Older than her. Suit and tie. Stable. Handed her his card, even after knowing she was a cop. She was going to run his info and he didn't care. That sounds great. 14. Jessica brought home Chinese takeout that evening. She owed Alex big time. Her day had gone plenty fine. She hadn't been called upon to do any more press conferences, though maybe that was as much because of the way she'd handled the last one as anything else. She didn't care, she was just happy she didn't have to do it again. She closed a case officially, which always felt good. Lee's daughter was turning 2 on Saturday, and there was a big party. Jessica had her schedule arranged so she could go. Despite having to buy a present for a 2-year-old, she was happy. She knew who to ask about the present, so she'd show up with something awesome. She had eaten breakfast cupcakes from Delilah's. She hoarded 2, and very generously shared the rest. So everyone who got one loved her. And she had a date. A date. With exactly the kind of guy she'd been hoping would ask her out. Her heart pitter-patted all day. Things were coming together. She and Jones were on track to get their promotions. Despite her alternating snark and feeling like she was going to barf during the press conference, people had liked her. The police department liked it when people liked the officers. That was good juju all the way around. At home, in front of her own door, she balanced the bags in one hand and tried to get her key in the lock without passing out from the delicious smells wafting up. By the time she made it inside, she realized Alex wasn't around. He would have come and grabbed the door for her if he'd heard it. Her heart dropped a little, and she reminded herself that was stupid. His car had been in the garage. He'd gotten home before her, and probably passed out. Maybe early shift the next day? Well, she'd chosen Chinese food because he liked it and it would keep. So she set about getting herself a plate, picking and choosing a little from each container, making sure to leave plenty behind. She didn't know what his favorites were, or what he might not eat. She hadn't gotten anything that contained foods she already knew he didn't like, but there wasn't much in that category. She made her dinner, leaving the hot containers out on the counter for seconds, or at least until they could be put away. Without any cases brought home, she'd been planning on eating with Alex. She found herself setting up shop on the coffee table. By herself. One of her favorite shows had recorded the night before, and she queued it up to watch. Only it didn't feel right. Jessica looked around the room, but nothing was wrong. Aside from the sheer quantity of food she'd brought home, this was normal. Old normal. For a moment, she entertained the depressing thought that she actually needed a cat. Maybe she should just get 3 and do the crazy cat lady starter kit. What was the difference between 1 and 3 anyway? She'd been fostering them as she found them. She'd had a kitten about a year ago. It now lived with the older woman across the hall, who'd fallen in love with the little fluffball. Maybe next time she should just keep the cat. Vet bills, she reminded herself and tried to watch the show. For whatever reason, it wasn't as funny as usual. At least she told herself she didn't know the reason, but she was pretty sure she actually did. He was sleeping down the hall, instead of sitting beside her. She'd had no clue how isolated her days were until he'd moved in. Jessica pushed her thoughts to her date tomorrow. You never knew, her mother always said. Sometimes one day changes everything. Jessica had always smiled at her and nodded as though she agreed. But she tended to think more like Zoe, that one day that changed everything. It was graduation day. Promotion day. Even excellent outcome in a street showdown day. It wasn't random. It was a day you'd been prepping for all along. Jessica lived for those days, she worked for those days. So did Zoe. That stopped Jessica cold. Zoe had her degree in hand after years of sacrifice. That degree made her content, satisfied, and proud. All good things. Zoe not only had the peace she'd needed, she also had the knowledge that she could achieve what she set her mind to. Zoe's degree was a glorious thing. But what really made Zoe happy was Noah. For a moment, Jessica had to wonder if she'd ever find anything like that. Then she reminded herself that she had a date the next day. Maybe one day could change everything. She slouched back on the couch and told herself she'd done a good job eating vegetables. She neglected to account for them being covered in sauce, but that was okay. Vegetables always counted. Stuffed, she sat still and surfed her recordings list until she found something to watch. She curled up on the couch behind the remains of her wonderful dinner and watched TV. She was almost zoned out by the time Alex walked across the hall from his bedroom into the hall bath. Less than 3 minutes later, he was back, looking awake, and Jessica was sitting upright, excited that she would finally get some company. Yes, she grinned at him, you do smell Chinese food. He served himself, nuked the piled high plate, and came to join her. He made it about 5 bites in before asking, "What are we watching?" She had no good answer and turned the remote over to him. Within minutes, she was in the middle of an action movie. A much more engaging choice than she would have made. When he finished the massive plate of food, he sat back to watch the remainder of the film. At the end, he turned to her and said, "What's got you all excited today?" She couldn't fight the grin. "I got asked out today." He blinked, stared at her like she was dumb, and asked, "How is that different from any other day?" "What? I don't get asked out every day." He was still looking at her, as though her elevator didn't go to the top floor. "Yeah, you do. I'm there for it. They ask you out in front of me. The guy at the sub shop the other day did. Eddie in security at the courthouse asks you out every time you go in. Hell, I've asked you out more times than I can count." She frowned at him, finally understanding. "Those don't count. They aren't real." His mouth fell open, and she finally realized she may have stepped into something. "It's not real? Explain." She took a breath, wondering how to describe something as obvious as air. "The guy in the sub shop asks everyone who comes through his store. He's just a flirt, casting lines to see what he catches. So when I asked you out, it wasn't real?" Oh God, this was getting sticky, and she didn't like it. "Well," he asked. "Come on, Alex. You ask everyone out. You're a flirt, and you have to know it." He didn't answer that, just leaned back on the couch, lacing his fingers behind his head, almost as though he was about to get arrested. "So this guy today? What was different?" "It was real. He talked to me, asked me questions. He was really nice, and he asked me to meet him for coffee and muffins tomorrow morning. No big deal. She wasn't sure what had compelled her to tack on that last part. It did feel like a big deal. She hadn't been dating for a while. Alex wasn't taking it. Or was it that he was, what? In a suit? Professional? Older? Distinguished looking or something? Jessica pressed her lips together. That wasn't it, but she couldn't deny he'd described the guy to a T. Alex continued, "You know the guy who makes your sub comes out from the back to make your sub. Right? He thinks it's hot that you're a cop. He asks me about you. I try not to tell him. He's the owner, you know." She hadn't known. He had a young-looking face. She'd thought he just worked behind the counter. She took a deep breath, and so did Alex. A few moments later, she realized a silence had settled over them, and there was a pit forming in her heart. She'd started this conversation happy and light. This was not where she wanted to go. Alex let out a breath, and she realized he'd been holding it. "If you'd known that I was actually asking you out," he paused, started over. "I don't ask out everyone from work. In fact, I haven't asked out anyone at the station. Even some of the women that I technically don't work with. So there's that." He paused again. "If you had known I was really asking you out, would you have said yes?" Well, crap. She wasn't a liar. She hadn't been raised that way. "I don't know. At least you're honest." She could hear the sigh he buried. Had she hurt him? By suggesting he was as much of a flirt as he was? "Look, Alex, you're younger than me. I'm higher ranked. I'm pretty sure I out-earn you." She was quite sure, actually. "And I don't know that a workplace romance is a good idea. The last one is the only one that's even close to legit. You know that, right?" He turned around and was looking at her now. Blue-gray eyes boring into her soul. Or at least it felt that way. "The rest is just sexist. I didn't take you for sexist." That was a punch to the gut. It hurt worse because he was right. Women had been dating older men who out-earned and outranked them for eons. She nodded at him. "Okay, only the last one stands." He nodded back at her and the silence returned, somehow heavier this time. The TV played whatever movie was on after the one Alex had picked, and Jessica couldn't have named it to save her life. "So," he started, and her brain scrambled with the new information. He'd really been asking her out? He didn't let her contemplate it for long. "Knowing what you know now, if I asked you out, what would you say?" Oh, that was hard. She wanted to just say yes. She'd been crushing so hard on this guy. She'd been so afraid she really was going to fall for him, and he'd break her heart when he moved out. And that was when it was all one-sided. Holy crap. It wasn't all one-sided. He was sitting on her couch, telling her it wasn't all one-sided. She fought the sudden physical urge to hyperventilate, just because she had no idea where this was all going. Getting asked out this morning had been so easy. This was hard. Scary. Alex stood up, took his plate and hers, and said, "I get it. Have fun tomorrow." He was in the kitchen before she found her voice. Why the hell not? She really liked him. So she threw herself over the cliff. Yes. There was a pause in the noise from the kitchen, but then it resumed. Maybe he hadn't heard her. She'd probably squeaked. Jessica Valverde never squeaked. She took a deep breath and nearly yelled it. Yes. He was standing in the doorway to the kitchen then, his arms crossed. "I heard you." Oh, good. He'd heard her, and he hadn't done anything. Maybe it was just some petty revenge for saying such cavalier no-s to him for so long. He stayed standing where he was. "There's something I have to tell you first." That couldn't be good. In the hospital, when you said you could take one of us, Rex said he'd come. When you left, I told him he needed to find somewhere else to stay. She felt her eyebrows lift. Oh. He couldn't have orchestrated the fire, nothing like that. She'd offered her room. But he told Rex Roma, his best friend, to stay away? Yeah. He came back and sat on the couch beside her. It felt as though he was swamping her, he was so close. But he wasn't even touching her. It still changed every cell in her body. She wanted to speak, to say something witty, kind, enlightening, anything, but her vocal cords weren't working. Alex spoke instead. I've been trying to make a move on you for almost 4 years, but it seems you thought it was all nothing. So for the record, this is me making a move. Before she could close her still open mouth, he moved in. His hand slid up her neck to the back of her head. Soft and steady, he held her there, giving her every chance to back out. But she didn't. She couldn't move. Alex Copeland was about to kiss her, and he was moving too slow. Jessica leaned forward and closed the space between them.
15. Alex kissed her until his insides melted. He kissed her until his breathing slowed to long, deep drags of the air she breathed with him. He kissed her until his eyelids were heavy. When she pulled back, because surely he hadn't, he simply looked at her. One hand reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear. He watched his own hand, and then traced his finger along her jaw reverently. It felt far too good to touch her like this. Something in him sang, finally. Her eyes flickered to his mouth, and he simultaneously thought both that he'd known it would be good, and that he'd had no clue it would be that good. I've wanted to do that for some time. He heard the roughness in his voice, telling him the kiss had affected him more than he'd thought. Me too. Her voice wrapped around him in a sexy whisper. Good. He didn't make another move on her, other than to stay where he was, tracing his finger along her lips. There was something about being that close that simply felt good. Was he waiting for her to make the next move? He didn't know. His brain was fuzzy with too many new things. But he didn't move away. He waited to see if she'd move or reject him. Jessica's fingers clenched and he felt it through his jeans, but the sensation spiked and he felt it in more than just his thighs. Now she reached up and placed them on either side of his jaw. When she pulled him closer and proceeded to kiss him as senseless as he'd kissed her, Alex didn't fight it. It might have been minutes or hours later that they pulled away. He didn't know. What he did know was that they were making out with the passion of teenagers. He was touching her like an adult, though. This time, when they broke apart, Alex rested his forehead against hers, his breath coming deep and heavy. As if they'd done far more than just kiss. Jesus, she got to him. He found her fingers intertwined with his, and felt the slow bloom of a satisfied grin. So, will you go out with me tomorrow night? She grinned too, and looked as if it was difficult to get her thoughts in order. Good. At least he thought so, until she visibly stalled. Oh no. He pulled back sharply, but didn't let go of her hands. I asked you what you would say if I asked you out. I'm working tomorrow night. She didn't normally work overnights anymore. She quickly filled in an explanation. Homicide is borrowing me again. Again. At least she wasn't saying no. He aimed for sympathy. He knew she wasn't all that fond of dead bodies. They like me. I like you. He grinned. Well, I like you liking me better than I like them liking me. But if I want Joan's job one of these days, I need to play nice. She shrugged, and he realized it was the first time he'd heard her say she wanted the promotion. He tried again. Wednesday. She shook her head. Homicide again. That's getting ugly. Plus, I'm not sure I want to go out with you after you work overnights in Hollywood. Homicide. Thanks. She was still smiling, understanding he was joking with her. It turned out they were on opposite schedules for the next 3 days straight. Not only would they not get their date, he was hardly going to see her. Finally he tried, Friday night. Put it in your calendar. She shrugged, as though she didn't mind the wait. Friday makes it like a real date. Seriously, go, put it in your calendar. And you. I'm not going to forget. Trust me. Jessica didn't budge. Neither will I. Movie. Dinner. What am I looking forward to? He shook his head, then thought for a moment. Dinner. Dancing. Dessert. Dancing. Like a club? Was she nuts? No. Not for a real date. I'm not trying to get you drunk and hook up. Real dancing. I don't dance. I mean, I got you covered. I think you'll like it. He pulled her closer but tipped away as he did, making her follow him over onto the couch. He was on his back with her braced over him, before he sealed the deal and kissed her again. She didn't last long, holding her weight on her arms. Strong as she was, she quickly gave in and draped herself across him. God help him if that wasn't the best feeling in the world. Needing to touch her, loving the feel of her mouth on his, ignoring the fear that he'd leave her with stubble rash that was going to give her away to everyone tomorrow, he leaned into it. He didn't know how long they made out. Only that Jess was wedged between him and the back of the couch. He was so warm he was nearly hot to the touch. And it felt so good to be pressed against her that way. She sighed into him. The smell of Jess and the desire for her swamped him, and he tried to pull her under again. Sue. He drew it out, noticing just a little bit of that southern boy she'd recently learned about was seeping through the vowels. It did that when he was drinking, or horny. You'd better call that guy from tomorrow and tell him you aren't coming. She grinned at him. He'd done it. He'd finally successfully wrangled a date and a full-blown couch make-out session from Jess. She twisted up and away from him, climbing over him awkwardly to get to her phone. But as she picked it up, she turned back to him. I can't call him. It's too late. He was lying on the couch, trying not to be an ass, and stare at her ass in those jeans he'd just been feeling up. Then text him. It's too late. What if it wakes him up? Better that than ditching him. He was sitting up now, telling his heart that the clenching feeling was unnecessary. I wouldn't ditch someone. He shouldn't be worried. What are you going to do? Show up. She said it, as though there was no other polite option. Are you serious? Alex found he was standing now, his eye gazing blankly out the sliding glass door. You're going. After that. He looked at her then, pointed at the couch as though it still held the two of them making out like high schoolers. His heart froze as she frowned at him. I'm not going to just stand him up. He could feel his face go strangely blank again, and he shook his head as though he could get rid of this conversation. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I just assumed we'd be exclusive. I should have said something sooner. But how much sooner could he have said it? It wasn't like they'd been talking on the couch for the past hour. Alex, I don't. He brushed past her, his heart cold and tight, his jaw about to shatter. He was clenching it so tightly. After all that, she was going on a date with some other guy. He couldn't even make it make sense. Alex, let me explain. I do not want to talk about this. I just want to be alone. He didn't even turn around. Before he knew what he was doing, he was in the spare room, staring at the stupid uncomfortable damn futon that he'd slept on for weeks hoping for tonight. And look what it had earned him. He closed the door behind him before she could follow.
Jessica had followed him down the hallway, stunned. What the hell had just happened? He'd gone off like a firecracker, now he'd snapped shut faster than a bear trap. Still not understanding, she knocked on his door. No means no, Jessica. Good night. Her mouth was hanging open. Jesus. Was he so immature that he wouldn't let her explain? She was pretty sure she could clear this all up in a minute. Jessica took 2 steps back, until she was leaning against the wall opposite his door. She didn't know if she was waiting for him to wise up and come out, or just figuring if she sat there long enough, he'd find the maturity to listen for a minute. She put her hands in her hair out of frustration. It hardly felt as good as his hands in her hair had felt, but she did it anyway. She didn't know what else to do. Had she really landed Alex Copeland, and then it was over as the clock struck midnight? Did she go on the date tomorrow, now that Alex had dumped her unceremoniously? She listened, wondering if he was throwing his things into a suitcase, getting ready to head out the front door. But she didn't hear anything. It was quieter than church in her apartment. Jessica didn't know how long she sat there. She wasn't going to ask him to let her explain again. She was just going to say it. But if this was his MO, then what was the point? Telling herself it was better to find this out now rather than 3 months from now, Jessica finally stood up and went to check the locks before bed. She wasn't quiet about it, but Alex didn't come out. She puttered around the kitchen, ignoring the way her heart suddenly hated her, and she found that he'd put all the food away earlier. She turned off the TV from where Alex had paused it before. On screen, someone was running, his silhouette outlined by the car exploding behind him. Jessica no longer cared and shut the whole thing down. Then she dragged herself off to her bedroom, where she repeatedly tried to convince herself she was not the victim of both the hottest and shortest affair she'd ever had. The whole time she was brushing her teeth and washing her face, she kept an ear open for Alex but heard nothing. There was no opportunity to ambush him, tell him what he should have listened to in the first place, and berate him for being an asshat. When she crawled under the covers, she fought tooth and nail not to cry, but found tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. She wasn't going out to meet that nice guy tomorrow with red, puffy eyes. Jessica fell asleep, reminding herself that Alex was almost 5 years younger than she was. Maybe there was a reason she'd initially thought of him as immature. Maybe he simply was, and the mistake hadn't been in not being a douche-canoe herself, and calling this guy at midnight when she didn't really know him. Maybe the mistake was thinking Alex was adult enough to be in this. 16. Jessica stood at the door of her apartment, but she didn't move. The hallway was empty, and she took the moment to think. Alex's car had been in the garage downstairs. He hadn't yet left for work. She'd thought he'd be gone by now. Closing her eyes for a minute didn't help her get herself together any better, and if she stood here until he did leave for his shift, it would be embarrassing when he found her standing in her own hallway. Pushing the key slowly into the lock, she turned it and let herself in. Alex sat on her couch watching TV. He was dressed in nice pants and a short-sleeved button-down white shirt. It was his standard going-to-work outfit. He would change into his uniform at the station. It was a common thing, to get dressed one way to drive to work and then get dressed again in uniform when you arrived. A lot of officers didn't do it, but it wasn't uncommon. Hollywood PD preferred it, so his clothing didn't surprise her. While she'd been looking him up and down, he'd been checking her out too. Only his assessment wasn't as kind, if she judged by the look on his face. Did you screw him? Her eyes snapped open wide. What? Come on, Jessica. You met him at 10? It's almost 1 and you've clearly showered. He looked at her with an expression that managed to be both blank and yet very accusing. Holy crap. The words fell out of her mouth before she could stop them. Again, she closed her eyes and tried to think. She told herself last night that she wasn't going to ask again for a chance to explain. But good God, asking if she'd slept with the guy on a coffee date? She sucked in a breath and started talking. I showed up to tell him I couldn't date him. I just didn't think it was polite to cancel on someone in the middle of the night or with less than 10 hours notice. But it wasn't a date at all. It was me, buying him a coffee instead, and telling him that it wasn't going to happen. She took another deep breath as she watched Alex's expression start to change. He looked like he was about to speak. She didn't let him. She was furious. He asked what had changed, and I told him about you. That I'd had this stupid crush on you. That when I told you he'd ask me out, you set me straight that I hadn't been paying attention well enough all this time. Shut up, Alex. She heard herself say the words. So it wasn't a date. And no, I did not sleep with him. I went to the gym afterwards and spent an hour beating the crap out of the heavy bag because you were being such a prick last night. Oh, I'm not done. She held her hand up and watched as his mouth snapped shut. I didn't consider dating you before because I assumed you were too immature. That was what the age issue was, not the number. Then early last night you had me convinced I was wrong. You're a great house guest. You clean up, you cook for me sometimes, You don't even leave your toothpaste out, but you're not mature about relationships at all. So I just went and bought this great guy a coffee and told him I couldn't date him because of you, but instead you've just gone and proved me completely right, and now I don't have any dates at all." When she finally closed her mouth, she saw that he'd shrunk back on the couch, no longer angry but seeming to realize his mistake. She, however, was still mad, and she wanted to rub it in. "At least he gave me his card so I could call him if I changed my mind." She shouldn't have said that, it was mean. But damn, if he was going to be immature, why shouldn't she? Alex looked up at her, paused in case she was going to shut him down again, then finally spoke. "I'm sorry." She only found it in herself to sigh. She was so over this day. Alex was being a pain in her butt, and the nice guy was going to have another date long before she got her crap together. Jessica looked Alex in the eye. No matter how hot the couch party had been last night, she needed a man. Not a hot-headed bad boy. It wasn't attractive. "I don't care." When he didn't move, she pointed to the clock on her wall. "You're going to be late for work. You'd better leave." Then she turned and walked down the hall to her room. Behind her, she heard Alex let himself out the front door. She heard the key click as he turned the bolt, locking her in. She wanted to scream. He was kind, thoughtful, and considerate. Then he asked her if she'd screwed the guy from the coffee shop. She was supposed to be going to sleep. She had to go in for a shift on homicide tonight. But she had no idea how she was going to get any rest the way she felt right now. The bathtub. It was in the hall bathroom. Her pile of to-be-read books taunted her from the side of her bed, and her brain thought, damn it. In less than 30 minutes, she was in the tub, hair piled onto her head, mountains of bubbles around her. The water was steaming, and a glass of chilled white wine sat on the small side table she'd bought for exactly that purpose. It sat next to her fluffy purple hand towel, which she used to dry her bubbly fingers and try to keep her paperback relatively unsoaked. She wasn't much for girly things. Jessica was okay with shopping. She didn't drink Fro Club mixers. She didn't go goo-goo over babies. But she could do up a bubble bath that would put most to shame. The suds smelled like lavender with a hint of candy. She had peppermint for the holidays, because she liked it. She had a bath bomb that would reveal some action figure of some buff guy with abs when she used it. She'd collected 2 of the set so far. And she'd locked the door. She might be reading a romance novel, but she wasn't about to get into any, "oops, he caught me in the shower and now we're in love," scenarios. She might be surrounded by bubbles, but she was still mad. She was even a little pissy that she recognized the cover of the book as one that Alex had read and put back on her bedside table. He'd read the story before her. She turned a page. It was still good. Half an hour later, the water wasn't hot anymore and her eyelids were starting to droop. Mission accomplished. She decided to get out before she drifted off and dropped the book into the bath or tipped the now empty wine glass. She dried off and didn't even clean most of it up. Let him come back and find her mess. It was her damned apartment. She held the towel around her as she fell onto the bed. She unclipped her hair and crawled under the covers. Her eyes were drifting shut, but they snapped back open. Reaching out, Jessica pushed the button to set her alarm. Even though she was still angry with Alex, she finally fell asleep. Jessica stood facing her apartment door, for the second time in just over 12 hours. But it was going on 6 a.m. now. The sun was peeking up over Pasadena as she'd driven home. She was beat. The overnight shift had netted them 2 bodies and 2 arrests. Both cases were domestic abuse cases. In one, the man had shot his wife, killing her instantly. By that point it had almost been a mercy. He'd already beaten her beyond recognition and function. Jessica had talked to the neighbors and gotten statements. That sucked. The neighbors had heard all of it for years. When she and Rhymes loaded their info into the computer in the car, report after report had pulled up. Initially, the woman refused to press charges. They could see the dates where the law had changed, and charges were pressed with or without the victim's consent. The wife had never stood up to him. Jessica had a hard time letting that one roll off her back. She consoled herself that at least the couple had no kids. The second case was the opposite. They arrived to find the woman with her hands in the air, yelling that the shotgun was on the floor. Two small children cowered in the corner while an older boy stood nearby looking shell-shocked. The wife could not confess fast enough. The dead man's knuckles matched the bloody mess of her face. Unless the staging was beyond elaborate, he'd been beating her and he'd taken a shotgun blast dead center for it. Though they didn't have nearly as many reports as the first couple did, there were more than enough to establish a pattern. She'd felt bad about cuffing the woman and putting her in the back of the car, and did it as politely as she could. The woman was babbling on and on about how she killed her husband, about how he aimed the gun at her and she just cracked, how she grabbed it from him, turned it on him and just pulled the trigger. That was when Jessica noticed the woman had blood on the palms of her hands. Looked like transfer, not her own. And she kept telling the story over and over. Jessica finally looked at her in the back of the car and whispered harshly, "Shut up." It didn't make a difference. Jessica could have played dumb. Rhymes wouldn't have suspected her. But when he pointed out where the kids were, where the gun was, and when he asked Jessica point blank, she could only agree. She was the one who had to tell the crime tech to do an initial swab for gun residue on the woman. They wouldn't find it. Jessica knew before the tech looked up and said, positive, that it would be the 12-year-old. It had been an awful night. She couldn't stand out here forever. Luckily, Alex would still be asleep. Only she pushed the door open and found light pouring out of the hall bathroom door. Alex's head peeked around the corner, mouth rabid-looking with toothpaste foam. His eyes looked more deer caught in the headlights than anything else. He ducked back in and was out, cleaned up, before she got the front door bolted behind her. He took a deep breath when she didn't say anything. "I was getting up. I was going to make you breakfast, but I expected you to get in closer to 7. They sent me home early." Tough night? If he couldn't see it on her face, it was a miracle. She nodded, but there was nothing left to do. She was heading past him when he spoke again. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jessica. I was an ass. And you were right." He paused. She stopped. But she didn't turn back around. "If you can find it in you to forgive me, I..." This time she turned, but she found her face in her hands. "Alex, I can't deal with this right now." He must have caught the edge in her voice, because she felt his arms around her, holding her, supporting her, and she sank into it. She stayed there in his embrace for far too long. When she started to pull away, he slipped a hand down her arm and grabbed her hand. He tugged her the other way, over to the couch where he sat down and offered her a spot on his lap. God, it was tempting. But she couldn't do this without something. She didn't know. Her mouth went about it without her fried brain. "You can't do that again, Alex. You can't just shut me out and not let me explain." He nodded. "I could have saved you a whole night of being upset. And me too. You can't just accuse me of things because you're unhappy. You know, if you'd asked, I would have taken you to the cake and cauldron with me. You'd have met him, and I would have bought you the best breakfast cupcake ever." Her shoulders slumped. He blinked and nodded. "I promise. I won't do it again. No matter what. I'll let you explain." She nodded, though she wasn't sure if it was because she really believed that, or if it was because she wanted to. She wanted to curl up in his arms and let him hold her. She wanted to cry and forget that she'd helped arrest a 12-year-old who'd probably saved his mother's life, and was going to pay for that too. Alex reached up and she sank into his embrace. She let him hold her, felt him rearranging the cushions on the couch, then leaned back with her still in his arms. Neither of them said anything, and eventually she fell asleep. 17. Friday night could not come around fast enough for Jessica. She told Zoe about it. About the scorching make-out session, their impending date, that Alex expected her to dance. She didn't comment on his outburst. How would she say that? Besides, he'd apologized again. Said it was no excuse, but that he'd been jealous. That the feeling was new to him, and he'd had no clue how to deal with it. Still, he maintained his promise that he wouldn't shut her out in the future, and Jessica was confident she was imperfect herself. She didn't give out many passes, but she gave this one. Her week had not been fun. Homicide overnight shift twice was just more than she wanted to do again. Not only did it tax her far more emotionally than the commercial crimes division did, but it reminded her of when she'd worked cases more like that. They were gummy, they clung like aftertaste, and when she thought she'd clean them off, they would come back. An actual date with Alex Copeland was a good reward at the end of the too-long week. Even so, Jessica spent half her time asking herself what she was doing. The only answer was that she didn't know. He was younger, he was a street cop, he was all those things. He was the guy with whom she had some explosive chemistry. He was also the guy who lived in her guest room. She'd come home and walked right past his closed bedroom door. Then she'd begun to get ready. She thumbed through her dresses, pulling out one Bree had pretty much forced her to buy. Jessica had worn it twice. It was both modest and clingy, with a wide skirt that managed to hang just so. She could practically hear Bree's voice. When you find a dress that looks like that on you, you buy it. Followed closely by, I don't care if you don't have anywhere to wear it. You will. As usual, Bree was right. Jessica hung it in the bathroom while she showered, then she dried her hair, which took forever and a day because it was long and thick. She wore it down sometimes, but if she actually styled it, her hair tended to steal the show. Most of the time she just pulled it into a ponytail or a stayed knot. Her work wasn't about her hair or her face or her at all. So getting ready for a date was even further out of her routine than for most women who dressed up for their jobs. Bree had commiserated on that one. She wore a jumpsuit to work. At least Jessica never had a uniform as bad as that. Pulling the dress on, she contemplated the right amount of makeup and decided on relatively minimal. It wasn't like Alex hadn't seen her when she woke up already. She wasn't fooling anyone here. Besides, her hair was speaking for itself. Still, by the time she got finished, she was wondering if maybe she'd overdone it a little. A knock came on her bedroom door, and she decided to stop second-guessing herself over a man who picked her up inside her own home. She didn't even stop to take a deep breath, told herself she simply didn't need it, and swung her bedroom door open wide to see one Alex Copeland. Somehow he looked the same, yet he took her breath away. The shirt he wore brought out the blue in his eyes and the broad in his shoulders. Maybe it was the khakis. She wasn't sure she'd ever seen him in them before. But maybe it was the shy way he looked at her, as though this was a moment for him too. Then she realized neither of them had said anything, and that the shy look he wore had been replaced by a deer-in-the-headlights look. She was opening her mouth to ask what was wrong when he said, "Wow. I'm going to leave it at that." He followed it with that heart-stopping smile he had, the one that went all the way to his eyes. "Shall we?" She nodded as though she was ready, but she'd never been less sure of a date in her entire life. Still, she followed him down the hallway, down the elevator, out to his car. "I'm sorry," he said as he handed her into the passenger seat. "My car isn't as cool as your car." She'd bought an antique Ford Falcon convertible with her most recent promotion money. She did have the cooler car. Still. "My top was down, we would have had to put it up and we'd be late." "It's a bitchin' ride though," he told her as he pulled out into traffic. "Will you eat Italian food?" "You've fed me Italian food before." She frowned at him. "I meant tonight. Is that good?" "I have a backup, but Italian means one stop." He wasn't looking at her, just turning the wheel, hand over hand, paying attention to traffic. Maybe paying attention a little too closely. Jessica watched him. "Italian is great. You'll never have to twist my arm for that." He grinned but still didn't look at her, and the car fell strangely silent. Just when she thought the slight awkwardness of the elevator ride had been banished, it returned worse. They made it to the restaurant, without any further words between them. Alex handed the car off to the valet, and came around to pull her out of the passenger side. Taking her hand, he asked, "Ready?" She nodded, but what was she agreeing to? The table was reserved, so they hardly waited more than a few minutes. After menus were handed out, Jessica spent her time perusing the drinks and wondering what she'd gotten herself into. Aside from commenting on her dress and her car, he'd said almost nothing else. Was the rest of the night going to be like this? Finally he spoke, and it wasn't what she'd expected. "Is it okay with you if I get a drink? It should be several hours before I'm driving again." Sure. She probably was going to need something strong herself to get through this. When the server came back a handful of very long minutes later, she ordered a margarita and listened while Alex ordered a Jack and Coke. Him too, she thought, and wondered again what she was doing. "Will you share an appetizer with me?" She said a polite yes, but thought about taking the knife beside her napkin and trying to find an artery. She checked out the mid-priced items on the menu. She didn't want to insult him by going cheap, but cops didn't earn much, and he'd just lost his apartment and probably everything in it. Jessica could hear a clock ticking in the distance, though there was nothing she could see that could account for the sound. She was breathing out, screwing up the courage to ask why he'd asked her out, when his fingers curled over the top of her menu and pulled it down. "What are we doing?" he asked. "This isn't like us." "I don't know." It was the first thing she'd said all evening that felt like she was just saying it. "I don't have any idea what to do." "Me either." "I mean," she was rambling and couldn't stop. "I can't ask you what you do for a living, or even if you like it. Asking you where you live is beyond pointless. I could ask if you have any pets, but I'm practically positive that you don't, and if you did, you probably lost them in the fire, and that's tragic." She shouldn't have said the last part. What if he had lost a pet? "No pets." This time his grin bordered on laughter. "I was thinking the same thing." Then he frowned. "But you have cat litter." "No cat. The only thing I could think of was that we always used to keep a bag in case we got any snow." She frowned back at him. "What does cat litter have to do with snow?" "You put it on the driveway to grip your tires." "That's both smart and disturbing, but no." She shook her head and accepted the margarita the server quietly set down in front of her. "I tend to foster cats, I find. The last one was this adorable little kitten." She shredded part of the back of the couch. "That's why it's against the wall now. Then my neighbor fell in love with her, and I wound up giving her the kitten." "But you kept the cat litter?" "And the food. You never know." She shrugged and took a sip. "That was a good margarita. I think I want a cat." "I want a dog." He'd said almost at the same time she did. "Well then, why are we even here?" she asked him, raising the margarita glass in a mock toast and taking another drink. "Lots of people have both." He smiled that Alex Copeland smile, as though he could see their future. "Are you planning pets for us? Because that is way ahead of where I am." "Oh yeah." He said it in a mock serious tone. "Picket fence, a dog, a cat, 2.4 kids." "That .4 kid is gonna need a lot of medical care," she quipped back. "So we'll round up to 3. Or down to 0. She was shaking her head. "Don't want kids?" He tilted his head at her. "I don't know. But I'm leaning toward not." She got serious for a minute. "I think it's hard to be a parent and a cop." "That's the truth." "I mean, there's no money. So you can't even think you're going to give your kid a better life when they are older." She'd thought about it, but never in the context of her own reality. "And I can't imagine I'd be a calm parent, not with what we see all the time." He seemed to take that thought in. "That's true. I guess I always had the two visions separated in my head. Work in one file and family in another, and never the twain shall meet. I guess I haven't really thought about it." She sipped at her margarita and found it was only ice. I have friends with kids. I may be content to be Aunt Jessica and leave it at that. He laughed at her, but it wasn't mean. I have to admit that my visions are rosy and lacking any input from reality at all. It was Jessica's turn to laugh at him. He signaled the server and ordered her another one at her nod. I'm cutting you off after that one. I've seen you after 3 margaritas. Yeah, 2 is plenty for me. She was smiling, her heart singing a little despite the fact that her brain told it to stay in its place. It was just a first date after all. He ordered a second Jack and Coke and told her, I'm out after this too. For a moment, she thought she didn't need him to say that, she'd already told him it was okay. Then the thought took a little turn. He was telling her she was in good hands. He was showing her he was trustworthy, and he wasn't showing it off. It was just embedded into who he was. She told herself not to talk about work, not on their date, but now, why not? It was part of who they were. Maybe it was the margarita helping her make a bad decision, but she did it anyway. He asked her about an appetizer, and ordered that too. Then she opened her big mouth. Did anything fall out with your whole letting the kid out of the ticket thing? He shrugged. Not really. I mean, Wilcox was never a friend of mine, and I think he may be giving me a cold shoulder, but with Wilcox, it's hard to tell. She finished for him. Yeah. Wilcox was just an ass in general, so who knew if he was being a bigger one on any given day. The appetizer arrived, and the server asked if they were ready to order. It turned out they weren't. They'd been too busy talking. Her heart did a slow, steady roll in her chest. 18. Come on. Alex stood from the table and held out his hand to her, palm up. An invitation to fall head over heels if there ever was one. We have to go work off that food so we can have dessert. Oh no. He really wanted her to dance. I'm not much for the dance floor. She wasn't half bad in a club, but this wasn't that. Their booth was held, the table bearing the small placard he'd turned around that read Gone Dancing. On the far side of the restaurant there was a wooden floor, and all night she'd been sneaking glances at couples, many of them older, swaying to classics. Let me be the judge of that. Please? She shook her head even as she stood up, muttering under her breath, You're going to regret this. Petrified she would step on his toes, she followed him out to the floor. He found them a small spot in the corner, and pulled her into his arms. Inside 15 seconds, he was laughing. You have to let me lead. You lead a lot of the time, but this time it's me. I'm trying. You're stiff as a board, except a board would be easier to swing around. I don't swing. I'm going to step on your toes and hurt you. He looked down at his foot and shook one shoe at her. Look at these. They're tough. You said you didn't dance, so I wore these. My toes are no longer a worry. You can't hurt me. She was tempted to step on them to prove him wrong, but he looked at her with that I call fake it expression he did so well. Do it. She shook her head. If he said so, but she looked over his shoulder and once again saw several couples who were clearly ballroom trained. No. He put his hands on either side of her face. You look at me, not them. We're not them. No shit, Sherlock. She sighed. He laughed. We can do this. Put your toes on mine. Go ahead. Now loosen up. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her until she was giggling. As soon as she let go, Alex took advantage and pulled her in close. With her feet on his, she was suddenly in perfect step. Fly Me to the Moon was going to be her new favorite song. When it ended, he let her step off his toes, but it only lasted a minute and the band struck up another song. Ready? Sure. This time he tried turns. He couldn't spin her out and back like some of the other couples were doing, but he made good use of the swish of her skirt. When she looked at his face, she was almost eye to eye with him given the boost from standing on his feet. He was grinning at her. Then the music turned slower, and he naturally pulled her in closer. Her breath sighed out of her. Jessica quit looking at the other couples over his shoulder and closed her eyes. He couldn't see her face, he wouldn't know. She inhaled and smelled whatever faint cologne he'd worn. For her, Jesus, he smelled amazing. She was so far over her head. She considered panicking, but he spoke then, his mouth right next to her ear, the words and his warm breath both calming her and scaring her a little. Jessica? I'm in so much trouble here. She nodded ever so slightly, but wasn't sure that he could see her. Me too. It was barely a whisper, but she felt the change in his grip. Felt that he pulled her just a little closer, if that even was possible. Felt his mouth move near her hair, as though he was thinking the things about her that she was about him. Another silence fell over their night, but this one wasn't awkward. It felt far, far more perfect than any first date had the right to. If she let her mind go, she could imagine she was in a warm lake, and she'd simply stopped holding on as she sank under the perfect, clear water, her dress billowing around her as she noticed for the first time a world she hadn't really known existed. The song was almost over when Alex whispered in her ear again. Jess, we have to get off the dance floor. I'm about to be in the kind of trouble that will be obvious. What? Oh. Her breath hitched and she felt that he'd stopped moving, so she stepped down off his toes, feeling an immediate change at the loss of his body heat. This time she led him back to the booth and tried to normalize things again. She needed her world upright. Waiting as he slid in across from her, she picked up the dessert menu. Are you up for this? Absolutely. He nodded, but the grin was gone, lost somewhere under the exchange of heat in his eyes and the touch of worry that maybe things had changed. Things had definitely changed. She was just going to have to ride it out, to see how. They ordered, and Jessica prepped to keep them from falling into another odd silence. She pointed out to the dance floor, are they professionals? I don't think so. Seriously? They're so good. She was staring at him now. Well, I don't think they're paid. But my guess is that they're hobbyists, and they've entered a ballroom competition or two in their time. He shrugged. Damn. Jessica watched the fluid movements, so precise and coordinated, there was no way they'd just walked out on the floor tonight and done that. Do you want to go to ballroom classes with me? Come back in 6 months and give them a run for their money? He was grinning, his eyebrow cocked in a way that suggested he knew she'd say no. It made her want to say yes, but she wasn't crazy. Jessica just shook her head. Before she was really ready, he was paying the bill and sliding out of the booth. Once again, he held out his hand, but this time they were headed home. Headed back to reality. She was tucked into his car, and he was pulling out when he asked her. So, do we get to do this again? Another date? He nodded. She thought for a minute, until he sighed. It shouldn't be that difficult a decision, Jess. The easy answer is yes, she told him. The hard answer is, how do we do this? You live inside my apartment. We work together. What happens when you make detective, and we're in the same division? She shouldn't have said that last one. It was a huge presumption they might even be together long enough for that to happen. She didn't even know if he'd taken his detective's test yet. Wow. That's a lot. First, my apartment should be ready for me to move back into in 2 weeks. So I won't live in your house much longer. He stopped at the light and looked at her with neither anticipation or anger. Her heart shocked her and stuttered at the thought. She didn't want him to move out. But his staying there wouldn't work either, not if they were really dating. Alex spoke again. As for working in the same department, it's not going to happen. I have no desire to be a detective. It's not the holy grail for all of us, Jess. I like being on the street. I like the uniform. She hadn't considered that. He was right to knock her for presuming he'd want the same path she did. So she nodded. She was still processing that when he spoke again. I think how we do this is we go out again. That is, if that's what you want. You can say no. No. That sounded bad. Jessica clarified, "No, I mean, I'm not going to say no. But..." "Oh goody, a but." "Put your sarcasm away," she scolded him. "But I get to choose. The next one's on me." "Oh. That's a good but. What are we doing?" "I don't know yet. I have to admit that was not planned." He laughed at her and she loved the sound. She was laughing too, and it felt light and right and heavy and deep all at the same time. "You can bet I'm not taking you dancing." "Fair enough." He was parking the car in the garage, and she was ready to admit she wasn't ready for the night to end quite yet. "Are you going to walk me to my door?" She said it facetiously, having no idea how this was even going to work. Of course. A gentleman always sees a lady in. She was going to rebut his calling her a lady, but they were in the elevator, and he was holding her hand like it was high school. He turned the key and opened the apartment door for her. Jessica blinked. He hadn't kissed her good night. Her hand still in his, he turned and bolted the door behind him. Then he headed down the hall. "You missed the door." It was out of her mouth before she'd really meant to say it. "No, ma'am. I'm aiming for that door." He pointed at her bedroom door, until she raised her eyebrows, wondering what he was expecting on this first date. "That's where I drop you off." She nodded and let him tug her along. Despite the bland carpet and layers of paint, her apartment had a few cool features. Arches into the kitchen, a balcony, and the small double French doors that led to the master bedroom. Her room. Alex was standing in front of them now. His hand came out for hers again, and she held hers out, frowning, confused, until he kissed the back of her hand. "Madam? That's it?" "Oh hell no." He rose up like a storm, and she stood still in the face of it, breathing in the charged ions in the air. His hands plunged into her hair, holding her steady, though she was steady already, and he was pressed against her full body even before his mouth met hers. Her breath sucked in at the feel of him. Somehow it was always shocking just how good it was. Always even better than she remembered it. Jessica fought herself to not climb him like a tree, though she wanted to. They breathed in sync, heads turning together, mouths fused, tongues seeking something beyond what they were already feeling. Her lungs filled with him, strong and even. Then she felt the wall at her back, though she didn't know when she'd moved. Alex pushed against her. The feel of him fully ready for her made her mouth open. He moved his hips against hers, not pushy, not harshly, but enough so she had no doubt what he was thinking. She was definitely thinking the same thing. Then he pulled back. Not on a first date, she thought. Okay, he was breathing heavily. I have to stop now, or I won't want to stop. She nodded. Waited. He didn't head off down the hall. You? He motioned for her to go into her room. You first. I may be walking a little funny. She laughed a little at that. Shut up. He proceeded to shut her up with another kiss, this one not quite as greedy. This one held more promise for next time though. Good night, she told him, not sure where she found her own voice or why it had turned so husky. Then she opened one of the doors to her bedroom, closed it behind her and leaned back against it. The door was made of multiple glass panes. She had fabric over them, so he could probably tell exactly what she was doing. Jessica didn't care. She had to catch her breath. She had to wonder what the hell she'd started, and if it could possibly be as good as it seemed.
19. Alex had woken on Saturday morning and crept out before Jessica was up. She'd be working a later shift the same day, still picking up extra work, still aiming toward the ultimate goal with Lupe Jones. So he didn't see her. Several hours later, though, he got a text. Tonight. Santa Monica Pier. It was beyond ridiculous how those 4 little words bloomed inside him. Brought back all the sensations of pushing her up against the wall and feeling her whole body aligned with his. He took a breath and went back to typing up the warrant he needed. He was a crappy typist to start with. Thinking about Jess didn't make him any better. Besides, Rex was standing next to him. This one computer had a secured line to the courthouse, and from there, to individual judges if he so chose. But it meant sometimes a line formed. "That a message from your girlfriend?" Rex grinned at him. Alex had shrugged, but God, he'd wanted to say yes. Would Jess ever tell people about him, or were they a secret? He had no idea. It was well over an hour later before he managed to text back, but she'd probably expected nothing else while he was on shift. She didn't reply immediately either. Cops. What was he going to do? His chest squeezed as that thought struck him, and he was grateful his partner was driving. Leah pointed out a guy down the street. "Does he look like our arrest? Can we get close enough to tell without being the asshole cops who just run people down in this neighborhood?" Probably not. It's a petty crime, anyway. Not murder one or anything. Sure enough, by the time she'd taken the turn and passed the point where she'd seen the possible perp, he'd disappeared. But Alex's thoughts had not. It was hard being with a cop, never knowing if they were going to come back from shift. He'd always been the cop in the relationship. Dating one was new for him. He was the one who went out the door into dangerous situations. Arrests were dangerous a lot of the time, but at least Jess's threat of being killed or injured on the job had dropped significantly when she became a detective. For the first time, Alex found he truly worried about someone as a significant other, not just as a fellow cop. He didn't like it. Luckily, just when he started thinking, shouldn't she have responded by now? A message pinged. He'd asked if this was date number 2. He grinned at her response. "Yes. What do you think?" "I'm in." He was smiling when another message pinged in. "Do you have rollerblades?" "What are you grinning at your phone about?" Leah asked him, and all he could do was say, "Sorry," as he pocketed the thing. It was much later before Leah was distracted again, usually a quality he liked about her. He snuck his phone out and messaged back. "Do I live in Los Angeles?" But he'd barely sent it when he realized. "Oh crap, not anymore. Do we have time for me to buy?" "Sure, see you tonight." He'd lost the skates in the fire. Along with everything else. Less than 2 weeks and he'd be moving out. The problem was the futon sucked, but he liked living with Jess. He'd missed Rex, missed hanging with his friend, but there was something about Jess that he knew he'd miss more.
Jess had arrived home after a few hours, but not having anything more productive to do, she was alternately sighing at her phone and having some rough thoughts. Alex was giving her emotional whiplash. She melted when he kissed her, and froze when she thought of him doing traffic stops. She smiled at the thought of him coming in the door that night, and fought the clench in her chest at him moving out in 10 days. And she was petrified of it all blowing up. The only steady thing had been work. They didn't touch each other, or act familiar other than how they had been. No one seemed to think anything of it, because just about everyone and his brother knew that Alex was staying with her after his apartment fire. They were considered roommates the same way Alex and Rex had been. She'd worried about work for apparently no reason at all. It was the rest that was twisting her up. Jessica tried to back-calculate when Alex's shift would have started, thus when she might expect him home. She checked the sunset time to see if they'd have enough time to let him buy a new set of blades and get down the path a ways. Then she checked hours for restaurants and eventually found herself on the shelter websites. She'd liked having the little kitten. It had been a pain in the butt too, but when Alex left, she was afraid the place was going to feel completely barren. If she limited herself to one cat, she shouldn't go too crazy. Jessica had been in a lot of people's houses. She wasn't sure what other job let someone see into so many other people's lives beside hers. Even maids only went into the homes of people who could afford them. Jessica had seen hoarders and people who were so neat their homes didn't look lived in. She always wanted to get a black light and luminol in each kind of house. She'd seen her share of crazy cat ladies too. She would not become one, but one cat should be fine. Shelter or online ad? Free or with shots? She didn't know, but found herself calling Kara about lunch and got lucky. She headed out the door less than 30 minutes later. Kara grinned at her across the diner table. "This one's different." "Yes, he is," Jessica was exasperated. She dipped a fry into her puddle of ketchup and figured eating out twice in one day wasn't going to be good for her, but she was going to enjoy it. "He's different because he exists. I haven't even had a boyfriend of any kind for over a year. I remember Paul. He did not do this to you. And neither did Martin. I'm impressed you even remember their names. I almost don't." Jessica had to laugh. "Okay, you've got me there. He's like the best of high school with the best of adulthood." "That's a pretty damn good recommendation right there." Kara tried to probe more, but Jessica avoided all answers. She was highly trained in deflecting questions, and she found herself using those skills over lunch. Then again, Kara was a lawyer and could interrogate like no one's business. In the end, Kara won. It didn't take her long to make Jessica want to spill the beans. "I'm crazy about him and it scares me," she finally admitted. Jessica threw out all her fears about their ages, his job, that they work together. "It's not at all what I wanted." "True, but you got what you wanted. You had that date lined up with the nice guy from the coffee shop, right?" Jessica nodded. "You decided you didn't really want him. You picked Alex." That was true. Kara stopped eating, sat still, and folded her hands in front of her. "Can I tell you something?" Jessica nodded. "I didn't want Walker. He's not at all what I envisioned, and I even had a written list." "You did?" Jessica laughed at her. "Shut up and listen," Kara admonished like a mother hen. "I'm no believer in fate or the universe, but I do know this. I see me, I see Bree and Zoe and Noah, and I know love sends you what you need. It never sends what you expected, though." That made Jessica take a deep breath in. There was something to that. If anyone had asked Kara 5 years ago what she expected, it wouldn't have been Walker. Walker was so much better than what Kara had been banking on. "You've got to keep your eyes open," her friend warned. "I mean, what are his flaws? If he doesn't take out the trash, if that's his worst, you start up a hallelujah chorus. If he hits you, you get out. But everyone has flaws." Jessica nodded at that too. Kara was making a lot of sense. He did go off the rails over the guy at the coffee shop. She went on to explain for the first time what Alex had done. She almost felt like she was throwing him under the bus. Kara looked away for a minute. "That could be bad, but has he done it again?" Jessica shook her head. "Then I don't think there's much to worry about. He promised not to, right? That's the best anyone can do. You have to remember, we all want our relationships a different way, and he's doing what he did in the past. If you want something different, you have to teach each other what that is. Besides, no one comes in knowing how to have a good relationship." Jessica was absorbing that when Kara added, "Including me and including you." Well, crap. It was a lot to absorb over a lunch with fries and sandwiches. Kara had to get up and head out. She said something about Walker and getting the baby to the doctor that afternoon, but Jessica stayed in her seat, contemplating some of the insights Kara had handed her. Kara out-earned Walker by a fairly large margin. They had no trouble with Kara as the family breadwinner. Alex seemed to have no concerns about Jessica's age or rank. He acted like what he said, his man card wasn't tied to those things. She had to admit, for someone in his late 20s, he seemed to know who he was. What Kara and Walker demonstrated so well was that none of it mattered if it worked for them. A month ago, Jessica would have said she and Alex wouldn't work at all. But she was looking at it a little differently now. When the server came by and asked again if she needed a refill, Jessica decided it was time to vacate the table and head home. She had a date to plan. 20. 1 week. Alex would move back into his own apartment in 1 week. Jessica tried not to dwell on it, but she hadn't done the best job. He'd taken her to a movie this time. Date number 3. The pier had gone well, not that she'd expected anything otherwise. He was a speed demon on his rollerblades, which wasn't a surprise. She was more of a take-in-the-scenery skater, but it hadn't really been a problem. She'd felt light as air. The way he looked at her floored her sometimes. He acted as though she was the only one around. He was polite to other women, but acted around them the same as he acted around men. They were just people, not someone he might date. He listened to her, replied with thoughtful comments, told her about his day at work, and even sometimes asked her things they'd talked about weeks before. She could easily get used to this. He didn't do the standard romantic gestures. He hadn't once showed up with flowers, didn't mark a one-week anniversary, or even comment on what number date they were on. He seemed to think they simply were where they were. No pressure, just a lot of heat. Though she'd been the one on point for date number 2, he'd still left her at the end of the night, leaning against the inside of her bedroom door, breathless and wanting more. They came out of the theater hand in hand, and he asked where she wanted to eat. The places were mostly little walk-ups. Stand in line for a burger, or a little fast-food Indian place. He pointed to one option. "I see," she said. First it was Italian food and dancing. Now it's a movie and burritos. She regretted the words as soon as they were out of her mouth. She sounded ungrateful. He frowned at her. "You said you wanted to see that one." She had. "We don't have to have burritos, but it can't always be dinner and dancing." "I know, I thought I was being silly. It was dumb." She got that feeling like her heart had shrunk. The same one she'd gotten as a child when she'd done something bad. She'd not meant to hurt his feelings. He was still looking at her strangely. "Do you want to go to the opera, or something?" "Oh God, no." She shook her head. Unsure how to make things right, she tried. She stood on her toes and kissed him square on the mouth. "Take me to the burritos." They were seated with their food a short while later, and she could tell he was still a little wary. "You know, you shouldn't be guessing what I like. You should take me to something you love to do." "That's what I'll do next." Assuming there was a next time. He didn't really respond. Damn. They made stilted small talk through the meal, which worried her. It didn't feel like it usually did with him. There was a wall between them now, and it was her fault. Eventually, they finished the food and headed out to the car, where he finally looked at her. He sighed, never a good sign, and said, "I just want to get this out of the way." "Oh crap. I don't think I'm ever going to be rich. I moved out here thinking I'd get discovered as an actor, and I realize now that my 18-year-old self didn't know me very well. I like what I do, but there's not a lot of money in it. Trust me." She reached out and put her hand over his. It only lasted a second as he started the engine and pulled out of the parking spot. "I know. I can't come out with huge bouquets of flowers all the time, and I can't take you to Spago every week. I'm trying to be smart about my money. I want more than what I have, but I don't want to buy you." Her eyes started to prickle. She was about to cry, over a stupid thing she'd said about a bowl of chicken and rice and chips. "No, Jess, don't cry." "I don't cry." She said it, even though it clearly wasn't true. "I'm so sorry. I said something so dumb, and I did not mean to make you feel bad. You don't need to buy me. I can pay my own rent, I can afford my dream car, but I can't have both the car and the nicer apartment. I really do understand. I'm not going to get rich doing this either. You're so smart about it. I see the way you manage it, you're on your game. I appreciate that. I'm currently checking my budget to see if I can afford a cat." "You decided you want a cat?" She nodded, but it wasn't where she'd wanted the conversation to go. She shifted back a little. "Want to help me pick one out? Date number 4? Try out the new rock climbing place, then check the shelter?" "That sounds good." He reached over and took her hand now, the peace settling back between them. She still hadn't said everything she meant to. I don't need flowers. I like them every once in a blue moon, but I do really like that you don't try to buy me. I love that when I'm around, you act like I'm the only woman you see that's attractive. That truly is worth more than any expensive evening out. She was putting way too much out there for a third date. Oh. You haven't figured it out yet? What? You are the only woman I'm attracted to. I don't want anyone else. Oh, you are killing me here. She looked out the window but eventually found the courage to whisper, that goes both ways. When she looked at him, she changed the topic. He was parking the car, pulling her into the lobby and into the elevator. I like that you took me dancing and that you got me on the floor. They were alone in the elevator, and he was looking at her with the same heat he let loose when it was just them. I like that you made me like it. He was kissing her then, as though he couldn't not kiss her. She clung to him, all arms and mouth. The ding of the doors opening had them jumping apart, though no one was there. Following him calmly down the hall, Jessica pretended she was unconcerned with the camera in the elevator. Given the age of the building, it probably didn't work, but they might have given someone an eyeful. They were quiet as he unlocked the door to her apartment. She was used to him not kissing her at the front door, but he didn't head down the hall to her room either. Instead, he pushed at the coffee table until it was at the edge of the room. He headed into his room and emerged with his iPad and something round. She was confused until a moment later when the speaker filled the air with "Fly Me to the Moon." His hand was out, and she'd kicked off her shoes to stand on his feet. Then she was wrapped up in his arms, giddy, before she could count her blessings. He whispered in her ear, "We can dance any time we want to." Yes. Jessica set her head on his shoulder and took a deep breath. Alex kept talking. "Next time it's my turn, I'll take you kayaking." "You go kayaking?" She looked up. "Almost never. But I like floating down a river and watching the cliffs go by. We can take drinks and snacks and paddle our way from one end to the other." "That sounds really good." He started talking again, prattling almost about something with his car, his apartment, and more. She kissed his neck and felt the sharp intake of his breath. She did it again. "You're killing me, Jess." "Good." The song changed and he moved his head down, his mouth gentle on hers. Jessica reached up and held onto him. He reached down and pulled her closer, letting her feel what she did to him. Jessica took a deep breath, letting the movement slide her body along his, hoping he could feel what he did to her too. His kiss got bolder, hungrier, deeper. He breathed it out harshly, stepping back, leaving her with her own audible breathing. "I should go to my own room, or? Jesus, when had she gotten so bold? He was right. She nodded. He kissed her once more, a light kiss, not designed to start anything, yet it did. He kissed her again, then a third time before pulling away and saying a breathy, "Okay. I'm going to bed now." She nodded at him, watched him go and whispered, "Good night, Alex," into the dark room around her. Letting the heat slowly dissipate from her body, she checked the doors, the lights, her sanity. God, she was crazy about this guy. Was she ready for more? Because they seemed to have the heat to light the place up if they wanted. She wasn't sure yet. She was sure she wanted to, but was it the right move? Jessica went into her bathroom and washed her face. She told herself there was no right move. There was only the wrong one, and sometimes you didn't know until after the fact. But as she thought about it, she realized she wanted more with Alex. She peeled her clothes, folded them into her closet, and pulled on an old nightshirt. It was cotton, comfortable, clean, but nothing sexy. He'd gone to his own room. Climbing under the covers, Jessica thought about what it would be like to have Alex in here with her. For a while, her brain imagined steamy scenes starring her and her hot boyfriend. She threw off the covers, got a glass of water from her bathroom sink, went back to bed and tried to fall asleep. Jessica told herself to think about cases from work, and she really made an effort to distract herself, but her body still hummed from the way he'd touched her. He'd never once peeled her shirt off, or even tried to unbutton it. She'd definitely hit the stage where she wished he would. Sighing into the dark, she looked at her clock. Almost 2 hours since she'd come in here. She was still wide awake. Screw it, awake was awake. She was reaching for the light by her bed, figuring she'd grab a book and at least read about someone else getting it on, when she heard the noise. Her cop instincts kicked in. It was right outside her door. Footsteps. Her motor memory leapt, ready for a criminal, but the rest of her knew those steps. Alex? She couldn't see him, but she could hear him. He'd come to her bedroom and stopped just outside. He was standing quietly beyond the double doors. If she hadn't put the fabric up, or if she'd left a light on in the hallway, she'd be able to see him in silhouette. She could practically hear him thinking out there. If he had been thinking anything like she'd been thinking. One breath in, one breath out, and she let out the words. Come in. Both doors opened and he stood there, no shirt, faded cotton pajama bottoms. In the darkness, with only the faintest of light, that was all she could make out. She couldn't see his expression, but she could hear his breathing. He'd come to her door. Jessica scooted back, leaving the middle of the bed open. She sat up, wishing she'd worn something other than an old cotton sleep shirt. But it didn't seem to matter, she could hear his breathing pick up. She flipped the covers back, inviting him in.
21. Alex sucked in a deep breath, in the black and white world the darkness afforded them. This was Jess. He felt the carpet under his feet, heard the ticking of a clock somewhere, as he closed the distance to where he could faintly see she'd pulled back the covers for him. It was a miracle he could discern anything beyond the pounding of his own heart. He slid into the bed beside her. For a moment she stayed still, keeping a short distance between them, almost as though she were confused. He could smell her, like Jess and sex and unfulfilled fantasies. If she was uncertain of him, that at least he could fix. I have been lying in that bed, thinking about you. She reached out to him, and he almost gasped as her fingers traced his arm, his chest, then up his leg. Not the part of him he'd been touching, he thought, but didn't stop her. He was mesmerized by the warm touch that seemed to leave tracers behind, electric trails across his skin. His muscles twitched beneath her touch, his breathing responded changing rate. When she looked up, he realized his eyes had adjusted again to the dark, and he could see her watching him with an intensity he could feel. In the darkness he saw the shine of her eyes, almost black instead of their usual honeyed brown. A faint glow illuminated the ridge of her nose, the shell of her ear, the intense set of that lush mouth.
Afterward, when they relaxed again, and she lay her head back on the bed, she found it wasn't there. In fact, one shoulder was even partly off the bed, and the other almost entirely without support, indicating she'd passed the edge of the bed a while ago and hadn't noticed. A strong hand came up and cradled her head, saving her from some serious neck exercise. Oh God, we almost ran right off the bed, he whispered it in her ear even as they began scooting their way back into the center. It seemed he was as reluctant to separate as she was. I hadn't even noticed until just now. Back in the middle, he pulled her over far enough to offer a wicked grin that suggested he understood. She felt her mouth curling up more than she intended to smile, but she felt lithe, alive, sated, and content all at once. Jessica admitted to herself, if not out loud, that she could get used to this. She could get used to this man. Still, she fought the urge to tighten her hold on him. She didn't want to scare him away, and she truly had no idea how much she might have grabbed at him while they were making love, or maybe even yelled, "Never leave me," or something like that. She didn't think so, but the way she was wrapped around him still told her she was more invested than she'd been willing to let on even to herself. Eventually, he groaned out an and muttered, "Condom." Then he started to stand up, stealing the heat and comfort of him away. She tried to be mature. Not knowing what the next step was, she opted for information rather than any sort of emotional plea. "Trash can is in the bathroom." She pointed as though he couldn't find his way in there, or maybe that the trash wasn't supremely obvious in the tiny space. Once in the doorway, he turned and put his hands on the frame. "Do I get to come back, or should I go away and let you sleep?" She liked that he said "get to come back," and she grinned at him, but then realized he might not be able to see her in the darkness they just made love in. "You should come back." For a few moments, he was behind the door and she was almost alone. Jessica lay on the bed, trying not to calculate just how long it had been since she'd gotten laid. She tried not to wonder if she'd ever had it that good, or was she just making that feeling up because it had definitely been a while for her. Was it better because of his size? Or maybe it was something like fireworks going off because the two of them just fit together so well. Or maybe she was waxing poetic, and he'd simply had some regular sex with the woman he was dating. Maybe that's all it was. Then the door opened, though he hadn't turned on the light, and she moved around, once again flipping back the covers and inviting him into her bed. This time, he slid in beside her, warm and uninhibited, and curled up next to her. She would have to stop thinking about what it might be, and just enjoy it for what it was.
22. Though Alex had a shift later in the day, neither of them had to go into work in the morning. It was why they'd chosen the date for the night before. He was grateful for that as he woke up and stretched next to the warm, soft body that was Jess. They'd taken advantage of the time, waking up, making out, making love. She explained her panic when they started dating, how she'd cleaned out her underwear drawer after he'd read some of her romance novels. He shook his head at her. She was being ridiculous. But he liked that he'd flustered her. "I didn't go through your drawers. Not any of them. You came into my room and rifled my to-be-read pile." Plain sight laws applied. He put his hands up in a show of innocence. "Your door was wide open. I could see the books from the hallway. What was I supposed to do? You were lured in by romance novels." He shrugged. "That, and the chance to see the inside of your bedroom and imagine myself in it." She'd shaken her head at him. "All my condoms were expired. I was afraid you'd seen that. I never would have known if you hadn't told me." A moment later he added, "You know, I put 3 condoms in my pocket when I finally worked up the nerve to come knock." 3? That was wishful thinking, she'd mocked him. "Think again." It was an accurate accounting. He grinned and wiggled his eyebrows at her. "Unless you want to go another round and make a liar out of me." Dear God, with what energy! She threw her head back and mocked Scarlett O'Hara with the back of her hand to her forehead. "I may be too old to keep up with you." He'd laughed, but Jess shook her head at him as though he were wrong. "If I don't get food, you're going to have to take me to the hospital for an IV. Besides, I need extra energy for a guy built like you." She'd grinned and flipped the covers back, ready to roll out, but something about her expression stopped him. He felt the laughter in his chest roll to a sudden stop. A little tense now, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. He hated feeling this serious when they'd just been laughing. "What?" She was leaning her head to one side, trying to catch his eyes. He took a breath. "Don't tell your friends that we were together." "I'm sorry, did you expect me to just go gossip?" "Not me." Though he'd thought she'd likely tell Zoe and Kara and Bree some details, he'd heard them on the phone and wasn't sure anything was sacred. That wasn't what he'd meant. But Jess was still talking, still not understanding. "There's not going to be any way to hide it from my friends. They just know things like this. They saw I had feelings for you, back when I was just admitting it to myself, and they're going to see that we've been together. I don't know how to change that." He liked when she said things about having had feelings for him for a while, but this wasn't the time to savor the feeling. "It's not that we were together. It's about me packing heat, as you put it." "What?" She seemed confused but quickly caught on. "How is that an issue?" "It just—" He flopped back onto the bed, his hands going into his hair, his eyes darting to the ceiling as though the answer might be above him. "That kind of thing gets around." "Oh." Her tone and single syllable didn't tell him anything, and he had no clue how to explain.
Her stunned confusion had not been her best reply, but Jessica wasn't a detective for nothing. She'd been trained to read body language, and she had a natural feel for it anyway. The tension in Alex's jaw and around his eyes told her he'd been harassed about it before. Whether it was good-natured ribbing from the guys or maybe more, she didn't know. The look in his eye suggested maybe he'd been treated like meat. Any woman could understand not wanting that. He rolled to his side and looked at her with a question in his eyes. That was when she realized she hadn't yet responded. Of course not. Well, she probably would have said something at some point, but not now. Thanks? The word was far too somber for a morning after that didn't involve anyone sneaking off, or making excuses to bathe their dog, or that they had to go do a thing. This time she reached for him. Come out with me. Want to go get breakfast? That sounds really good. This time he smiled. I think I worked up an appetite last night. Jessica tugged at him and pulled him to his feet. For now he was hers. Jessica was disappointed, but she didn't know what else to do. I like having you here. There. She'd said it. Out loud. But she said it as she helped him pack up his things to move back into his finally livable apartment. He grinned at her. I can't live here. We haven't met the 4-season rule yet. What is that? I suspect it's a Southern thing. My mother and all my aunts used to say you couldn't agree to marry or move in with someone until you'd been together for 4 seasons. Okay. Jessica pulled the sheets off the futon, but she didn't get it. What if I'm a rabid football fan who can't function on fall Sundays? You would have no clue. Sure I do. You work a regular schedule. He nodded at her. I do? You paid enough attention to be sure I don't skip out and listen to the game in my car when I'm assigned? You know for certain that I don't blow my savings throwing the biggest football parties in West Hollywood? You don't. But she was less sure now than she had been before. I don't, but you didn't know that. Then he stopped folding his clothes and sighed at her. The thing is, if we move in together, I want it to be because we wanted to move in together. Not because I just didn't move out. There's a difference. Jessica could only nod in reply. He was right. She knew he was right. She'd gotten so used to having him there that she couldn't fathom him being gone. She couldn't fathom getting dropped off at the front door instead of her bedroom door, even though that wasn't a thing anymore. She'd wadded up the sheets and mattress cover and thrown them into the hallway to wash. Do you want to take the futon? He shook his head. I'm getting a real bed. I intend to have you in it, and it won't be a hand-me-down futon. That would be kind of sad, she had to admit. It sounded cool and edgy for a minute to think she'd stay over at his place. Then she remembered. You have a roommate. He's not always there. He closed the suitcase, a brand spanking new suitcase not quite full of brand spanking new clothes. He had more now than when he'd arrived, though that wasn't hard to accomplish. His burns were long since healed. His apartment was fixed, and she'd had some of the best sex of her life. It was not the way she'd thought this would go. She wanted to ask him to stay tonight, but she'd asked him that last night and here they were. Anything more and she'd be greedy. Besides, he had a point. He really did need to move out. Her heart felt a crunch, and she realized it was an acknowledgement that she was going to be so lonely. There was no need to bring his car around. There were no multiple trips to the car. She carried down one pot and one pan that he'd agreed to take with him, since he was going to be spending the rest of the day finding that bed he'd promised her. Before she knew what was really happening, she had closed the back door of his car and all his things were inside. Alex wasn't even coming back upstairs. He reached out and took her hand. Is it okay that I like your completely bummed out expression? I'm glad you're going to miss me. I'm going to miss you too. Yeah, well, who's going to read all my romance novels before I do now? Though honestly, that had been funny. Him asking her what she thought about something as off the charts as romance novels. He was kissing her before she knew it. Jessica had never considered her garage a romantic place before, but despite the concrete surroundings and the oil and water spots, she was transported. She always was with him, and she wondered how long it could last. Maybe longer now that he was farther away. Maybe shorter if he realized she'd simply been convenient. Another pinch bit into her heart as she considered the second possibility. She told herself there was nothing she could do but wait it out. When they tore themselves apart, it was barely late morning, and she headed up the stairs, the sole occupant of her apartment for the first time in too long. Jessica sat on the couch and flipped channels for a full 30 minutes before throwing the remote into the corner of the cushions and calling it quits. She thumbed through her movie collection, but didn't find anything she wanted to watch alone. She'd seen a handful of them recently, with Alex here. And she found a few that had gotten pushed into the back that she wanted to wait and watch when Alex came back over. She told herself that would happen. When her stomach growled, she looked at her kitchen only once before deciding she needed to get out. She walked down the street to a nearby sandwich shop and brought it and a soda home. She made it another 30 minutes before she gave in to the crushing silence and started searching the web. It only took another 30 minutes and 5 texts before she was out the door. Her brain was on over-convincing overdrive. She'd thought about getting a cat for a while. She had the supplies. She had kitten food for Mr. Flopsy, not the name she'd given the kitten, who now lived across the hall with Mrs. Dietrich. This time, though, Jessica was going to make it clear to the older woman that she would be keeping this kitten. She met the woman from the ad in the parking lot of the pet store. The big SUV had a huge plastic bin of tiny kittens in the back. The woman hauled them out and set it on the ground where Jessica could get a better look. She did it with the ease of someone who'd been hauling bins of kittens for a while. "They're 7 weeks old," the woman, Kathy, said, though she'd already said that in texts. "There were 8 of them. I'm down to 6. Jessica put her hand in the bin, touching little heads, seeing how they responded. She tended to go for the quieter ones, thinking they might tear up her furniture less. She had no idea if that was an accurate thought, but she embraced it. They were parked out away from the store, with few other cars around. The woman glanced about a bit, almost furtively, then commented, "It's like a drug deal but with kittens." Jessica offered a small laugh and refrained from saying, "I'm a cop." Didn't seem like that would go down well. The woman kept up a steady chatter of, "They've had their first shots, and don't you want more than one?" In the end, Jessica found she did want more than one. She was such a sucker. Then she handed over cash in exchange for the previous care of the kittens, and headed home with her cardboard box mewing as though it was being horribly abused. At 9 that night, when Alex texted her, he asked how she was doing. "We are just fine without you." Using the royal we now? She sent him a picture of her on the couch, somehow managing to hold 2 tiny unnamed kittens in one arm while the other held the camera. "Wow. It took 2 kittens to replace me?" "Nope. It only took 1. The lady who had them was a smooth talker, and I'm a pushover. The second is apparently a bonus kitten." She smiled as she sat in her living room, one tiny kitten perched on her shoulder while the other tried to kill the small paper bag she'd set out for them. She could handle being solo, Jessica told herself. She'd be fine. 23. Though her apartment felt empty and more like an apartment unit than ever, Jessica found she did like actually dating Alex. They'd agreed to keep things quiet at work. Rex Roma knew about them. Since he was Alex's roommate, there was no keeping it from him. Besides, he'd been the one Alex had told to find somewhere else to stay. He'd been bunking on a couch for a month, so Jessica had no issues with him knowing. Anything else made her feel guilty. Her friends all knew they were together. Zoe had seen the shine on her cheeks right away and had basically greeted her with, "You got laid last time they got together." So that wasn't a secret, but Jessica had truly expected nothing less. Besides, none of her friends had ties to the Hollywood PD, so who would they tell? She and Alex had a plan for if they were outed. There was another plan for if they weren't. And they said only a handful of hellos and how are you doings at work, as though they'd been roommates of a kind for a month. Still, her text messages pinged when she was on the job, and Jessica had to fight sometimes not to smile. He texted her some very dirty messages, while she was interviewing an older woman about the fraud that had wiped out her retirement account. That had been so very wrong. Jessica had talked to Jones about their ongoing efforts to move up. Jessica had done another press conference, but this one had been far more standard. Only a few reporters had shown up. The story wasn't huge, didn't involve children or celebrities, and no one really cared. The blogs didn't send anyone. The papers had assigned their staff reporters to it. They only asked questions if they needed one extra piece of info to make their 3 paragraphs. Jessica didn't lose it either. Jones had nodded politely as Jessica exited the staging area, and she knew she'd done a better job this time. So it would seem her life was on track. She had a boyfriend she was crazy about, a partner she loved working with, and 2 kittens she loved madly. She would have gotten 3, but 3 sets of vet bills was too much. And 3 cats when you were single meant you were a crazy cat lady. 2 was enough to sleep on her bed next to her and bonk her on the nose if she tried to sleep in instead of paying attention to them. Totally not the same as having Alex in her bed, but it beat the hell out of being alone in it. He'd stayed over 3 times since he'd moved out. Whole nights together weren't as easy to maneuver as she would have wished. Then the first night, he'd slept on his stomach and woken her up screaming. "Alex." She'd bolted upright, the sheets falling away as she heard him suck in a breath, suddenly wide-eyed and fully awake. "What happened?" "Cat." It was all he could manage. She watched as Rizzoli bolted through the doorway to join Isles out in the hallway. Confused, she turned back to Alex. He knew she had the kittens. "My back," he wheezed. When she looked, she felt the sympathy ooze out of her in an ooh. "No." He was speaking by then. "She walked up my back, and I wasn't expecting it. I jumped." She did not. Claw marks raked his shoulder blades, and tiny drops of blood were showing by then. Jessica felt horrid. Her cats. His pain. "I've got it." She managed to clean it, put ointment on it, and then add a series of crosswise bandages. She finished it up with, "I won't let them in when you're here. I'm so sorry." He sighed. "I startled her." "I know it. It's kind of my fault." "She startled you too," Jessica told him, but secretly she was glad that he'd not blamed the kitten for being a kitten. His back might be scratched, but her heart was dented. It had taken a while for him to coax Jessica into staying at his place. "I have a real bed and everything." "You also have a real roommate," she'd protested. Still, after 2 turns at her place, she'd caved and gone over. Bag in hand, she'd showed up to stay the night. They'd gone out to the observatory, had French food at a little cafe in Los Feliz for dinner, and come back to his place. There had been no kiss at the door, just a rush into his room where they'd put his bed to good use. Then, Jessica had run into Rex the next morning. She'd been wrapped in a fluffy robe of Alex's, but there was no mistaking what they'd been up to. Rex Roma had merely passed through the main room and said hello and goodbye as he headed out to work, but Jessica still found herself disconcerted. She ate cornflakes and wondered if she was eating Rex's food. Rex ate the tamales her abuelita was still forcing on her. No matter how many times she told her grandmother that Alex was no longer living with her, her abuelita still sent food for him. Jessica had not told her parents they were seeing each other, despite her mother's repeated "what a nice young man" comments. With all the extra in her fridge, Jessica wound up delivering a whole pan of tamales to Alex at one point. Then Rex had thanked her for the goodies. As she'd stood there in his kitchen by herself, she'd looked around and taken stock. The place was sparsely furnished with cheap pieces. Was that because they'd been burned out? Or was their decorating style what might be considered early dorm room? Zoe had decorated that way, but she'd actually been a student. Alex and Rex had been on the job for a while. Shouldn't they be grown-ups? Shouldn't Alex have his own place if he wanted to be with her? It was while she stood there eating cornflakes that she started to have second thoughts about Alex's maturity level. She'd believed it was higher when he was living at her place. She swallowed her bite and realized that maybe he'd been playing house. Maybe he'd been more adult, because she was more adult. Maybe now, on his own, his real level of maturity was showing through. Rex sure didn't impress her, and this was who Alex had chosen as his roommate. Her boyfriend slept down the hallway in his nearly empty bedroom. The paint remained apartment off-white, though the coat was fresh. And she really enjoyed being with him, but what exactly had she gotten herself into? Jessica smoothed her palms down her slacks. It was a nervous gesture. She wasn't sweating or anything. Her mind was just racing 1,000 miles a minute. 1 second she'd be fine, and the next, no matter how serious her job was at the moment, she'd be back in bed with Alex. She'd stayed at his place again last night. She understood now. She'd been glad that Rex wasn't there. She didn't like sharing her time with Alex. She didn't like having to face Rex in the morning. Though their paths didn't cross much, she worked with him. So she'd enjoyed that they had the apartment to themselves last night. No holding back. They'd bolted the door so Rex couldn't get in if he tried, and they'd put the couch to good use. Then later, they'd been lying in bed. Jessica had been drifting off to sleep, thinking about how to save for a house. She was tired of sharing walls. Whatever she got would be tiny. Expensive. Should she take a second job? Jess? Alex's voice had interrupted her. She should have known then that she was never really safe with Alex. Her body was. Always. There was never any physical threat. To an extent her heart was. He wouldn't hurt her, she didn't think that at all. But he pushed her. He would make her speak. He hadn't held back last night either. What? She admitted that she was still awake. Rolling into her, aligning himself along her side, he whispered, "What would you say if I told you I was falling in love with you?" She'd frozen. Not her finest moment. She relived it over and over today. She wished she hadn't done that, but she had not been prepared. At least he'd spared her blurting it out. There really wasn't much interpretation other than that, though. He was pulling away, turning cold at her lack of response when she got herself together. She wasn't a liar. She had worries about the two of them, but if he was going to be honest, she needed to be too. "I wouldn't even know what to say. I've been too busy tumbling down that rabbit hole myself." And she was. She'd said before that she was crazy about him, and she was head over heels. Her partner Lee had been getting an earful about new boyfriend but without a name. Lee said new boyfriend sounded like a keeper. He said Jessica sounded like he did when he'd first met his wife. Jessica had smiled and said that sounded nice. But she'd never said, even in her own middle-of-the-night thoughts, that she was in love. It had hovered at the edges for a while. She'd flirted with the idea that she might fall for him. Now here she was, inches away from the 3 words. She was thinking about saving for a down payment on a house. She was thinking he was immature for having a roommate. She was thinking he rocked her world in bed. That she missed having him in her home, and that she'd move him back into her apartment in a heartbeat, despite his very reasonable 4-season rule. That's why she kept rubbing her hands down her slacks, because she was considering it. 3 months, but they'd already lived together. It was practical. They could save for a house easier with both of them living together. Even if they went their separate ways, she would have more savings from the time he'd been paying into the rent. She found that without planning it out, she was considering offering him that deal as soon as he actually said the words. She was waiting to pass the what-if stage and be real about it, but the second bedroom could still be an office, because they'd be sharing her room. He didn't have a lot of furniture, so... Her head popped up. Yelling was coming from the other side of the precinct. Everyone was standing up, looking, almost like meerkats on the savannas. She'd missed something, but it seemed no one else had figured it out quite yet either. Then she heard it, what no one probably recognized, but she was attuned to it, Alex's voice.
24. No, that's not acceptable. That's exactly why we have cops like that in the first place. Alex was too loud, he knew it. But he hadn't been able to dial it back. He toned down and stepped back too many times already. Rex and Jeremy stood against him, but Alex knew he was right. Rex pushed back, adding to the sensation of pressure inside his chest. Alex didn't like fighting in general, and certainly not with his friends. Rex was just as loud as he was. If we don't stand up for ourselves, who will? You know what it's like out there, this will only fuel it. But his roommate was wrong. What happens when the public does find out? And they find out we hid it from them. Jeremy nodded along. Their argument had been private, or he'd thought it was. Clearly, he was wrong, and everyone had heard, because the back room began flooding with officers both in uniform and out. He faced the other two, feeling the anger in his expression and the fight brewing right there in the precinct. For a while, none of them said anything. Then Alex broke the stalemate. Everything is at stake. The words were barely out of his mouth when the crowd ushered Jessica in. Or at least it felt that way to him. Probably she'd simply heard the ruckus and come running, but this was mixing his two worlds together suddenly, and he feared violently. This wasn't going to be pretty. Other officers followed right behind her, crowding the space. He tried not to look at her, not to tip anyone off that he'd been in her home, in her, just last night. But when he turned his head the other way, he saw more of his fellow officers pouring in from the other side too. It looked like a few might have actually been heading to the break room for a break. Well, they weren't going to get one. One of the directors closed the door, blocking the noise. Clearly, they could be heard from much farther away than just this room. But no sooner was it closed than one of the captains came in, opening and closing the door behind her. From the corner of his eye he saw Jessica stand a little straighter, step back from the fray as the woman entered. But it wasn't just Jessica. Everyone else did too. The game had just changed. Captain. Alex said it with zero inflection. Not only was she one of the captains, she was his captain. Not just the sergeant running shift change, the captain of his whole department. It was about to hit the fan. She brooked no arguments, paid no attention to the other police gathered around who weren't part of her command, but Alex had no doubt she could name every single officer in uniform by name. Possibly also by their middle name if she needed it. She had that look. Explain. Alex looked at Rex, offering him the opportunity to lead this little rally. Jeremy huffed out a breath, but Rex floored Alex, spilling everything. I've had a suspicion for a while, but today it became blatant. Screw you. Wilcox had somehow made his way into the room, red-faced and furious. He was stalking toward the three men, ready for a fight. Though his odds were crap, his rage fueled him into stupid decisions. Alex tensed and fought the urge to shake out his hands and roll up onto his toes. If Wilcox wanted a fight, well, Alex was ready to give it to him.
25. Jessica admired both Alex and Rex. She didn't know the other officer well, except that he was Alex's friend. Despite the fact that they'd been at each other's throats a moment ago, they turned to Wilcox as a unit and managed to look bored. Alex's hands rested on his belt, one hand across the butt of his gun, the other on the case that held his spare clips. It was standard cop pose. They weren't going to let Wilcox bait them into anything. Rex looked so unperturbed by Wilcox's bullying that he turned back to the captain and began talking. Officer Wilcox has been planting evidence, ma'am. I suspected for a while, but today, I caught him cold. Jessica caught several things just then. Wilcox wasn't wearing his belt nor his vest. He had no weapon on him, nor badge. Something Rex or Jeremy maybe had already put into play. Had he already been stripped? Also, she noticed that Rex referred to him only as officer, no other title. A small, but handy belittling while he was at it. You have proof? Jessica was pulled back to the conversation by the captain's bell-clear voice. Yes, ma'am. His body camera and mine are in evidence already. The cocaine he planted will show his prints, despite the fact that I found it. Wilcox led me directly to it, ma'am. Also, I don't believe the victim's prints will be on the bag. Rex looked away, down at the corner of the room, then he sighed. What? The woman demanded. Pardon my French, but it was dumb as crap, ma'am. I started suspecting him when he kept finding high-grade coke on kids who could never afford it. Thank you. She managed to make it both final and dismissive, something Jessica wondered if she'd be trained in when she was promoted. Then she stilled, her heart pounding as the captain turned her attention to Alex and Jeremy. What's the argument? Alex nodded that he'd heard the question, but Jessica could see that he was thinking before he spoke. What was going on that he couldn't answer? Roma and Crane and I disagree about how it should be handled. It's not our decision, though. He turned then and glared at the other two. They glared back. Jessica hated that Alex was the one against two. Her heart shredded for him, but there was nothing she could do. Not here. Not now. This time the captain surprised Jessica, and maybe them all. Roma, how is it that you think we should handle it? In-house, ma'am. Hand him off to internal affairs. Let him resign. He was standing nearly at attention for her, looking over the captain's shoulder at nothing like a good soldier. Jessica understood that. She also understood when he broke that code and faced the woman square to make his case. We are getting shot in the street. We do not need this kind of publicity. If it gets out, every case he was a part of will fall apart, and everything we do will come under scrutiny. She turned to Jeremy Crane. You agree? Yes, ma'am. It's the only way to keep Wilcox from hurting all of us. The woman nodded and turned to Alex last. Jessica was anxious to hear this. Alex hadn't even looked at her since she entered the room. She was sure he knew she was there, but he hadn't made eye contact. She couldn't tell if that was because he was trying to keep their relationship under wraps, or if he just wasn't willing to face her. She wanted to know what he thought, though. He did not disappoint. I think we should hand him to IA, but we also have to hand him over to the district attorney and have him openly prosecuted. The captain raised her eyebrows at him. Why is that? You know he'll possibly die in prison. He's known that prison is no picnic for a cop for years. Hell, people who aren't cops know that. He still planted evidence. He sent innocent people to jail anyway. None of them were innocent. Wilcox burst into the conversation just then. The fact that he wasn't already in custody made Jessica sick. But if he just now handed in his body cam, and they had to lift and match prints, he might not be detained yet. Also, according to the argument unfolding before her, some people thought his crimes should be swept under the rug. Alex was turning to face him. If they were guilty, then why did you have to plant evidence? You know how hard it is to get these guys locked up. I was doing the city a service. I was doing my job. Yeah. Alex countered. I've partnered with you. Tell them who you locked up with your false evidence. Wilcox crooked his mouth. I'm not admitting to anything. Jessica had caught that too, though it wouldn't have held up in court. On that count, Wilcox was right. It was damn hard to get these guys locked up. Wilcox included. Who did you lock up? Alex demanded again. Gangbangers? Alex's eyes narrowed and Jessica understood. From the collective shift in the air, everyone did. While the captain just stood and watched the scene with an interested eye, Wilcox faced them all down like the cornered animal he was. These guys were criminals and we knew it. You all know it. I didn't lock up anyone who didn't deserve it. Someone in the back came forward. That's bull. I rode with you. We are getting shot at, and it's because of you. It's because of actions like yours that people don't trust us and want us dead. Wilcox shrugged his shoulders in a haphazard way. He didn't care. His skin was ruddy with his anger and more, but it was his righteousness that scared Jessica. It's not my fault the criminals look more like you than me. The officer accusing him was black, and Wilcox was never going to be mistaken for anything other than the good old boy he was. The gasp in the room was audible this time. The officer who'd spoken up first said, Yes, it's exactly your fault when you plant evidence. We've worked so hard, as a department, to become trustworthy to the people of this city, and you've been doing this behind our backs. Jeremy Crane spoke up again. Which is exactly why we need to keep this internal. Someone else jumped into the fray, and Jessica was considering getting in too. She just didn't want to out herself and Alex right now. The air was too charged. How do we keep it internal, and make sure this asshole never gets to work for the sheriff's office? How do we make sure he doesn't get to move and wear a badge in another state? Another voice popped up, and another. How do we set his victims free? How do we even find out who they were? Where was he getting the coke he planted? The room was in chaos, people were moving, the captain no longer had control. Despite the fact that officers kept order in the streets, unless they were officially in a meeting or in some clearly marked command chain, they were a mess. A room full of alpha males and the others who played with them, they could become their own melee. As the system broke down, everyone trying to talk over each other without actually shouting, Alex's eyes finally found hers. Then he was gone. Others passed in between them, blocks started forming. Groups that thought Wilcox should be handled quietly and internally formed on one side of the room. Jessica found herself shuffling to the other. She knew Wilcox. He was an asshole, that much was clear. What bothered her was that no one was arguing that he'd planted evidence. Even Wilcox himself. He'd not openly admitted to a crime, he was smarter than that, but he'd not denied it all either. It bothered her that she'd worked with a man who seemed to think that was okay. She had also seen who he brought in with handcuffs on. Wilcox was definitely racially profiling, something the LAPD could not have in their midst. Hell, the department was still known for the beating of Rodney King, despite the fact that almost no one from that era was even still employed with the PD at all. Damn. Jessica didn't see who said it, but like everyone else, she looked up. The room had divided. Jessica was clearly on one side. Wilcox had to go, and go publicly. Anything less, and innocent people would be left in jail because of Wilcox. Guilty people would be let out too, and that was on the head of the same man. Jessica was furious. But if they kept it quiet, or even just tried to, it would leak. Then the public would have a right to be livid. Every single case they'd tried for years would be questioned. Not just Wilcox's. The man had to be hung out to dry, and the Hollywood PD had to do it themselves if they wanted to salvage anything. She surveyed the faces around her. She wasn't surprised, probably no one was. Her group held all but a few of the women. Every single officer of color was on her side. Damn. The very last thing the PD needed was a racial divide inside their ranks. Rex Roma and Jeremy Crane stood on the other side of the room. Their ranks looked a lot like them. And they definitely included the powermongers, the ones who seemed to believe that the badge conferred some kind of godlike power rather than a chance to serve. A small cluster of people stood in the center of the room. One of them had said the word that made them all look up. It hadn't been Alex's voice that said it, but he stood there in the middle, looking back and forth between his roommate and his friend and the other group. Jessica's heart broke, both for him and his impossible choice, and for her and the fact that it was a choice to him. It wasn't to her. The way was clear. She stepped forward, into the tension for the first time. What bothers me most, Roma, is that Wilcox is firmly on your side. Why does the guy who planted the evidence side with you? For a moment, Rex didn't answer. Then he took a breath and looked up. Because it's a better deal for him. I know that, but I'm not protecting him. I'm protecting us. Okay. Jessica was standing near the center of the room, but she hadn't abandoned her side. She hated all of this, but she couldn't not speak. So let's hear your plan. He leaves. He signs paperwork that he'll never work in law enforcement again. Rex sounded reasonable, but Jessica had seen what happened when other departments had tried to sweep things under the rug. He shouldn't even be able to work mall security. He was quick to agree with her. Rex's fingers were looped into his belt, but the ease of his stance belied the frustration and anger they all felt. Are you going to follow him? Spend your whole life checking up on him until he's dead? You do understand that he gets off on this? He thinks he has some moral superiority that makes his decisions above the law. I do have a moral superiority. Wilcox lunged at her, but Jessica was ready. She stepped forward into his space and quietly said, "Do it. Add assaulting a fellow officer to your already very long list of transgressions." In that moment, she made an enemy. But her heart was broken. She'd lost an ally. Alex still stood in the middle of the room. 26. Jessica lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. She would have been alone except for 2 kittens curled beside her. They were a little bigger every day. They could jump higher, do some new trick, bait a sister into chasing her around the whole room because one had a feather toy. They made her happy. The rest of her life did not. The department was in a shitstorm over Wilcox. Alex had finally, reluctantly moved to her side of the room. But it was too little, too late as far as she was concerned. They'd only spoken a few words to each other since. He said he didn't want to alienate Rex and Jeremy. She understood it was hard to lose your friends over something like this. It still mattered though. As soon as Alex had moved, Crane went ballistic, yelling, "Go ahead. Side with your spick G." Alex had cut him off with a sharp, angry glare. He'd barely stopped his friend from saying she was his girlfriend, and outing the 2 of them right there in the middle of a departmental brouhaha, the likes of which she'd never seen before. The racial slur was one she'd heard before, and only made her roll her eyes. What was bothersome was that it had come from someone Alex called a friend. It had rolled easily off his tongue, showing colors she hadn't expected. Judging by his reaction, Alex hadn't either. With that shut down, the debate went on until the captain stepped in and ended it. "We'll be sending him to the DEA." Jessica's heart had cheered, until the other side of the room raised a protest. The captain explained, "We can't follow his career forever. We have too much work to do here. We can't spend our time cleaning up after someone who doesn't deserve it. Also, we're going to have our hands full reinvestigating every case he worked on." Groans came from both sides on that one. If she wanted the promotion, Jessica could probably kiss away every free night she might have had. When Jeremy Crane came forward then, he said, "Look, he didn't put away anyone who didn't deserve it. Not that I ever saw." The captain looked him right in the eyes, despite the fact that she was shorter than him, and said with an authority born of bone-weary anger, "How long have you known what he was doing and failed to report it to me?" Jessica winced. The stress on "to me" made it personal. It stretched to the case that Rex had withheld from his boss specifically, and to Jeremy Crane in general. Both men had fought to not flinch at the accusation. She hadn't seen either at the station since the blow-up. It had taken 3 days with all hands on deck to produce enough evidence to make sure Wilcox would be convicted. Then a press conference was held. This one drew a huge crowd. Jessica was not invited to speak, and thank God, because she would have barfed on someone. She thought about all of it. Thought about the sleep she wasn't getting. Thought about Alex, and how they'd seemed to be mutually avoiding each other. One night he'd asked what she'd do if he fell in love with her, and the next day they'd been staring at each other across a divided room with a criminal in their mix. A criminal who wore the same uniform that Alex did, the same one Jessica used to wear, and somehow they'd managed to disagree about what to do with something that seemed so clear to her. She knew about the blue line. But to her it had been about supporting the families of the fallen. About helping each other. About supporting each other until proven guilty. But this? Wilcox had never made it about his guilt. He'd said enough to practically admit what he'd done, then the evidence turned up to match. How was any part of the blue line even behind that? She talked to her father, something he could understand and that his stoic upbringing was good for. All he said was, "Mija, I told you, it's a boys' club." At least she got to come back with, "No, Papa, it's only half a boys' club now." That was progress, right? Still, her father was right. The low salary meant the job only attracted two kinds of people, the do-gooders and the power-hungry. She liked to believe she was one of the do-gooders. But the power-hungry? They were the worst. They were the ones who either couldn't find their power anywhere else, or would take the badge as Wilcox did, as a personal stamp from God that his own opinions were somehow superior to everyone else's, superior to his orders, superior to the laws he'd vowed to uphold. Isles walked up her leg, then her chest, and bopped her on the nose. It was a sure sign that the kittens were hungry and didn't want to lie in bed all day. That was a shame, because Jessica definitely did want to lie in bed all day. The sad thing was, it wasn't making her happier. Flipping the covers back, she padded into the kitchen, enjoying watching Rizzoli and Isles romp along behind her. She poured food into their not yet empty dish and gave them clean water. They didn't thank her, but stuck their heads down in. She was washing her hands when her phone rang. Though she'd hoped it was Alex, it wasn't. Even though it was Jones, she answered with, "Hey Lupe. What's going on? We have a lot to talk about. Want to meet for coffee?" Managing to get dressed and out of the house was harder than she'd thought it would be. Nothing was going according to plan. She was supposed to be up for promotion soon. She was supposed to have this amazing boyfriend. She was supposed to be further along than this now. She was driving into the heart of Hollywood, heading for the coffee shop, thinking about her choices. She'd bought this cool car, but it was a bit of a boat and a gas suck. Still, she loved it. She'd gotten not one but two kittens, taking on a load of vet bills. And while she'd wound up really enjoying having Alex in her apartment, she wasn't ready to take on a renter. So her nighttime musings of saving for a house were probably on hold. Her accounts were meager enough already. She considered cutting to the bone, or getting a second job. But how many years like that would it take? Should she move out of the area? Could she just buy a home, no money down? Could she live completely house poor and hope nothing went wrong for the next 5 years? Jessica tabled all of that. Several years ago, she'd abandoned the idea that by this point she'd be a happy detective, running her unit and having a family of her own. She'd always assumed she'd have a few kids, but lately she was thinking that was someone else's dream, probably her mother and father's. Hadn't she been told she'd get married and have a family? As though it was just what was. She didn't want a minivan or worries about which preschool she was zoned for. But she did want the special someone she'd thought would have happened naturally by now. And she missed that she'd briefly thought that person would be Alex. Jessica pulled into a spot across the street from the Cake and Cauldron, and spotted Lupe standing out front reading the menu board. They spoke about the specials and ordered as though they were friends just catching up. Jessica let it slide, thinking that Lupe Jones was going to lay something on her. Instead, the woman bit into the muffin she'd bought and almost moaned. "I know," Jessica told her, "they're that good. Remember Luke Salzone?" He'd been her partner for several years, so Jessica wasn't surprised that Lupe remembered him. She also wasn't surprised that the woman only nodded and kept eating the muffin. The woman who owns this place is basically his sister-in-law. It was a little more complicated than that, but Jessica wasn't about to explain it. When Lupe finished her muffin, she took a sip of her coffee and cut to the basics. "So tell me what you make of all this." Blinking, not ready to give an opinion, Jessica thought about it. She'd been ready to listen, not speak. But for the first time, Lupe had pulled her out of the office, treated her like an equal, and Jessica had to rise to the occasion. "I think it sucks." It was the best opener she could come up with. "I think we're no different than the rest of America. We thought we were better than that, but we really aren't." "That's depressing." Lupe sighed. "But I think you've hit the nail on the head. What do you think we should do? As a station, or as you and me and regarding our promotions?" "D, all of the above." Lupe looked into the white box of the half-dozen muffins she'd bought to take home on Jessica's recommendation. "Damn, I'm going to eat another one." "Talk." Talking was the only reason Jessica wasn't digging into her own spares. She tried to think before she spoke, but once she started, it poured out. I thought better of Jeremy Crane. And of Rex Roma. I'm glad he wasn't the one staying with me. If I'd known he had those suspicions about Wilcox and hadn't turned him into internal affairs, I would have called IA on Roma. You're very black and white, Lupe observed. I'm not that cut and dried on everything, but I am when it comes to the uniform. All we have is our own integrity, and I take Wilcox's abuse of the badge as a personal affront. Why? He doesn't even work in your department. Lupe was leaning forward, resting her elbows on the table. Her casual dress and deep questions made this very different from their other meetings. Jessica didn't know if she was being groomed or weeded, but she told the truth. It is personal. When I go out, I wear an LAPD badge too. When people look at me, they see Wilcox, and that's not right. It's hardly the offense he committed against others, but it's a personal affront to me. Jesus, a muffin was not going to soften this conversation. Her box was a full dozen, and had a mix of muffins and cupcakes, her own personal pity party. She didn't even have a family to claim she was sharing it with. She pulled out a cupcake. What about Copeland? Do you know where he stands? The truth was, Jessica didn't. I think he disagrees with Roma. He was pretty clear on that, but slow to actually stand with it. I'm not sure if he saw the boys' club on one side and wondered if he wanted to be in it. HMPH, Lupe almost snorted. I always pegged him to have more integrity than that. You did. It was out before Jessica could think. Girl, you need to learn to read people better. He's pretty serious about his job. I've never once heard the usual complaints, like flirting with a witness or even someone he pulled over. You listen next time. As much as he's a doll, he never calls anyone sweetheart or darling or any of that other crap that rolls off Wilcox's tongue like sugar but is actually just a candy coating on some serious crap. Jessica nodded, but Lupe spoke again. Unless you got some other insight while he was living in your apartment. Keeping her face still and not revealing the insight she had gotten, Jessica shook her head. No, that's what I found out. I was just surprised by it. I'm not sure if he'll come around. Don't be surprised. He'll be a good ally. What makes you say that? He already came around. He wrote to me, asking about Roma and what to do. Didn't want to write directly over his own head. His captain has too much on her plate anyway. He said you spoke well of me, and he asked my advice. Jessica only nodded. Lupe Jones was right. Jessica had always considered herself to be good at reading people, but she'd missed the mark numerous times on one Alex Copeland. 27. Hey, I'm on my way back to my apartment. Jessica was nervous as she spoke. She didn't like talking on her phone while she was driving. She'd seen too many accidents that happened that way. So she was leaving Alex a voicemail while she waited at the light. I have a nice assortment of muffins and cupcakes, and I was wondering if you'd come share them with me. She paused, not sure what else to say. Was he avoiding her? She would deserve it if he was. She'd certainly done the same to him, waiting until she was ready to talk. Would he make her wait now? I can serve them up with a side of apologies if you'd like. Another breath, another uncertainty. Anyway, you're welcome to come over and share them, though I'm not sure I'll have any of them left if you wait until tomorrow. Bye. I love you. It wanted to be said. She wasn't ready to say the words, but the words were ready to be spoken. Maybe now wasn't the time. Should she blurt out those three precious sounds for the first time, when she wasn't even sure if he was avoiding her or not? It seemed wiser to hold those cards close. Even so, Jessica could admit that was likely just her own fear talking. She parked her boat of a car and put the top up. She stood in the garage, pastry box in hand, realizing she'd been driving through a standard gorgeous LA day with the top down on her antique car, and she hadn't enjoyed or even noticed any of it. Bolting up the stairs, She wondered if Alex had maybe beaten her here. It was silly, but the spark of hope told her she was far more invested than she'd intended to become. She turned the key, unhappy to find the door still locked. She'd never reclaimed the key she'd given him, probably subconsciously wishing he'd just turn up. Oh, she was dead meat here. The apartment was empty except for Rizzoli and Isles, who were curled up atop the cat climber she'd bought them the weekend before. She hadn't thought they were big enough to get up to the top on their own, but both were vying for space in the upper cradle. Soon they'd be too big to both fit, but since they were cats it probably wouldn't change anything. As she closed the door, their little heads popped up, their eyes suddenly bright and awake. It figured she'd miss nap time. Sure enough, she'd barely set down the cupcake box before they were twining between her legs and mewing for food. She fed them, went to the couch and flipped on the TV. Jessica stared at the movie, not really taking it in, until one of the characters pulled a gun and shot the other. Shaking her head, she hit the button to see what she'd been watching. She'd thought it was a romance. Flipping the channel, she tried not to think about the box of delicious goodies on her counter. Then again, she'd warned Alex they might be gone if he took too long getting here. What if he didn't come? How was she supposed to have her own pity party with no cupcakes? Jessica sighed audibly into the still air of her apartment. She opened the balcony door and let the breeze in, and the kittens out. She worried about them, but didn't really think they'd jump. She set a timer for 1 hour. Then all bets were off, and she was gaming the goodies. Deciding to be useful, she spent the hour scoping out open positions at the entire LAPD. Though Jones wanted to promote her straight upward, and the department liked to keep people in the same chain when they could, there was every possibility she'd get shuffled to another precinct. She wanted to have an idea where she might land. That didn't eat up the whole hour, so she looked at her bank statements and thought about savings. She thought about other ways to save for a house, and came up remarkably shy. She wasn't living the high life. She didn't have the latest iPhone, and she wasn't ordering avocado toast every morning. Maybe she shouldn't have bought the cat condo. Well, live and learn. She was sighing over bad money decisions when the timer went off. Cupcake. She could have gone for a muffin, but a solo pity party with her boyfriend invited but not showing up really called for frosting and extra sugar. Jessica sunk her teeth into the frothy, cakey bit of heaven and closed her eyes. She was on her second bite when the doorknob turned. Alex stood at the threshold, watching her lick frosting from her upper lip. It should have been sexier. Instead, he stared at her blank expression, clearly wondering what was going on between them. Jessica felt so awful right then. Grabbing the box in one hand, still holding her half-eaten cupcake in the other, she looked at him and tried to smile. Close the door. Come join me on the couch and pick out a cupcake. He nodded silently, pushed the door shut behind him, and crossed to the couch without any indication of his feelings. Crap. This was gonna hurt. Jessica acknowledged that she probably deserved it. She was opening her mouth when he beat her to it. Why did you ghost on me the past few days? It was less question and more accusation. Because I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. No, you shouldn't have. But you still did it, and you still haven't answered why. He reached into the box and angrily snagged a cupcake. He bit into it harshly, then she watched as his shoulders relaxed. Sweet Jesus, that is good. The owner claims to be a witch. I think it's just that she sprinkles all the baked goods with heroin. He didn't laugh. The cupcake disappeared. He reached for another one, and she realized he was going to be able to eat the whole box before she finished the one she was on. Oh well. Another mark on the things she deserved column. I watched you stand in the middle of that room and not be able to decide where you belonged. That was hard. This is hard. To me, Wilcox is black and white. Well, he's a piece of crap and I don't have room for nuance on what he did. You said he needed to be hung out to dry, and then you stood there like you hadn't really decided. Like maybe you were going to back him and let him quietly resign and let all those innocent people he put in jail stay there. She was angry now. This was why she just disappeared on him. How was he possibly going to say anything that would leave their relationship intact? He was onto a muffin. He was going to eat it all, and they were going to break up. Her chest twisted, and her eyes watched the muffin disappear into his mouth faster than humanly possible. She tried to remember if the cake and cauldron would still be open. She might need another dozen if she got dumped. Alex didn't speak until he reached for a fourth thing in the box. Supplies were dwindling fast. Then he pulled his fingers back. If I eat another one of these, I'll be diabetic before the evening is up. Then he sighed. Jessica, I really get that you saw that, but why did it take 3 days for you to say something? She shrugged. She knew it was because she didn't want to break up, but she only saw the one road ahead. She ate the last bite of her cupcake and realized he was going to wait for a real answer. What else is there for us to do? How do we stay the way we are with this in between us? Well, for starters, you could ask me. Oh good, an angry breakup. She shouldn't have given him the cupcakes. She was going to need them when this pity party really got going in a little bit. He was still glaring at her. I wasn't trying to figure out what side I was on. I'd already stated that, if you'd bothered to listen. I was looking at my best friends, one of whom I live with, and trying to understand when they'd become racist assholes, and how I'd somehow completely missed it. Oh. Yeah, oh. He looked away. The neighbors, who always used to love us, are about to kick us out. Jeremy came over to plot with Rex, and they've been yelling at each other for 3 straight days. I think the only good thing is that now the whole apartment building knows what Wilcox did, and there's no way to sweep it under the rug anymore. The good news is that Rex changed his mind, but not before Jeremy said some horrible things about the LGBTQ community in the middle of my building in West Hollywood. Oh Lord. Yeah, so Rex is on our side now, but we may be about to be evicted. I'm really sorry. I thought I understood Crane. I thought he was in this job the same as me. And it's not just him. There were a lot of people on the other side of the room that I hadn't realized would be there. So are you sorry that someone I thought was my friend hates me, and that I hate him just as much? Or are you sorry that you were a bad girlfriend when I needed you the most? Her voice almost didn't work, but she forced it out. All of it. I should have asked. She sighed. You should have come to me too. Yeah. I was just up to my eyeballs in it. He nodded, rested his chin in his hand, and sighed. I want another one of those cupcakes. I think this is my 4th. In a row? He looked at her now, as though he was checking to see if her pupils looked like she'd done a brick of cocaine. Since noon? Jessica sucked in a breath. I'm sorry. I should have talked to you. I did avoid you, because I thought the only thing left to do was break up, and I didn't want to break up, but I didn't want you to be the guy who thought any part of what that asshole did was okay. He didn't cave. His expression stayed somber. It's insulting that you thought I really could be that guy. Don't you know me better? She nodded, but tilted her head. When his eyebrows went up, she jumped in to explain. I do. I really do. But if I'm being honest, I've always been afraid you wouldn't actually be as great as I hoped you were. So I've been looking for problems. I tell myself we aren't the real deal. That it's just a for now thing, and it'll be over soon, so I shouldn't get too attached. His expression had gone blank again. Why do you tell yourself that? Because I'm in love with you. He didn't say anything in response, and her mouth kept babbling, her mouth that probably had cream cheese frosting on it and little bits of pumpkin cupcake. I'm petrified that I'm in love with you, and you aren't real. You know, Jones told me today that I'd underestimated you, and she was right. You talked to Jones about us? No, we were talking about you and Rex and Crane, since you 3 were the ones who got this whole ball rolling. She sniffed. Jesus, she was actually crying. So I did something I never do, and I've apparently been subtly sabotaging things with us because I'm afraid. Not so subtle, actually. He didn't say anything else, and she finally cracked. Am I the only one here? Is this one-sided and I should shut up and go buy more cupcakes and eat myself into a diabetic coma? Her mouth would not stop babbling, and that was so much not like her. Jessica, you're an idiot. She didn't disagree. She did reach for another cupcake.
28. Is that seriously why you can't see what's in front of your own nose? Alex asked her, so frustrated. She was right, she was sabotaging them. She only shrugged. Maybe he should just go home so she could binge eat her cupcakes and cry in peace. Maybe he should take the remaining cupcakes and go home and binge and cry himself. But he wouldn't let her pick them apart. If you're such a good detective, then start detecting. He leaned in and kissed her full on the mouth. Jessica almost hiccuped, and in the moment that she startled, Alex took advantage and leaned her back onto the couch. Her arms wound around him as though she could keep him there. Her tongue worked magic, and the feel of her pressed against him lifted all the tension he'd been carrying for 3 days. She felt like coming home. She pulled back. I have to stop being an idiot. Her eyes squeezed shut. Tears leaked out the edges. His hand pushed her hair back. He'd been mad, but she'd been scared. He had too. Don't cry. I almost lost you. I was an idiot. She shook her head, but didn't look. Open your eyes, Jess. He waited while she sniffled once and slowly opened those glassy big brown eyes. He could see everything. Jesus, he loved her. Next time, he started, you don't ghost on me. You want to break up with me. You think I'm being an asshat or something. Even if you're scared, Jess, look at me. Her eyes had drifted closed. She opened them again. Promise me. She nodded. I promise. Good, because I love you too. This time her eyes flew wide. He huffed at her. I really had to say it for you to know. You're a pretty sucky detective then. She finally laughed. I'm not objective here. No shit, Sherlock. I've seen you work. You're usually pretty good, but I've been here waving flags at you and you keep missing them. So since you suck at detecting this, I love you. I missed you so bad these last couple days. I needed you, and you were gone. She was starting to open her mouth, but he wasn't done. Don't apologize. I'm just trying to make you understand. I needed you because I love you. Because you're the one I want to be with. You're the one I want to talk to when things go wrong. And when they go right. She slid her arms around him and pressed her face to his chest. Me too. He felt every bone in his body relax. Hers too. He could have stayed there forever. Until his stomach growled and she laughed again. Do you need another cupcake? Oh good God, no. I need actual food. I'm burning calories like a madman. Why? He was standing up, walking into her kitchen as though he still lived there. She didn't complain, so he checked the fridge. Only her refrigerator didn't yield anything. When Jeremy wasn't at our place picking fights, Rex and I have been arguing left and right. I didn't want to out him to Ricky and Rob. They're his friends as much as they are mine, but I can't imagine they'd be on his side. Anyway, it turns out he was never racist or bigoted. He had his reasons for wanting Wilcox to not blow back on everyone. His old station had the same problem, and he blew it up. Just like I did. Only there was serious backlash against him. It's why he transferred. Oh no. Jessica finally looked like she really understood. He closed the fridge door and turned back to face her. He unloaded everything, knowing she could handle it. We'd been yelling, and he'd been stomping around. At one point, he said I don't have a roommate anymore come Saturday. It was a threat made when he was still mad, but he may move out anyway. What? Yeah, I can't really afford that place on my own either. Somehow telling her lightened the load. He didn't expect her to solve anything, but then again, maybe she would have some brilliant idea. I mean, I can. My name's on the lease, and I made sure of that before I signed. She frowned at him. What? Yes, I'm fiscally responsible. I'm a damned adult, even when it's not fun. He sighed, and found it all poured out to the woman in front of him. I'm not sure he's leaving. He explained his reasons, and he's not wrong. But we aren't back on even footing. Not yet. If he does leave, it means my savings will go to hell. Having dumped it all out, he felt better and changed subjects fast enough to give her whiplash. Let's go get something to eat. She nodded, but grabbed his hand and changed the subject right back. So move in here. I want to save for a house. Any rent you can pay is a win for that. It'll cost you less. No. He seemed to catch her by surprise, but Jessica righted herself quickly. The 4-season rule. Maybe, he seemed unsure. But it's definitely that if we move in together, it shouldn't be because you want to save for a house. It should be because you want me here. I do want you here. No. I love you. I'm not ruining this by doing something dumb, because it looks like a good solution at the time. I seem to recall that we did pretty well together. So why is you moving in here dumb? I don't know. I just know you didn't say you couldn't stand another night away from me. You said you wanted to save for a house. And you just barely worked up the nerve to say you loved me. So let's give it a while. Fine. She huffed out a sigh. But maybe I could stay here Saturday. Rex may be moving out, and I want to give him as much space as possible. Oh, so you're ghosting him? Hell no. Alex looked at her, as though she was an entire can of nuts. I told him to his face first. Points to Alex. Wait. What if he moves out angry, and you're not staying to monitor things? What if he just decides something is his and takes it? What if he doesn't divide things properly? Detective Valverde, Alex tipped his head. What things? Fair argument. She grabbed her coat and followed him out the door.
29. It seemed her lover boy had decided he didn't have anything worth missing. It also seemed as angry as he was a bit hurt too. He and Rex had been nearly inseparable. Jessica couldn't fathom any of her crew winding up at odds like that. She didn't even like trying to imagine it. She was hoping Alex and Rex would patch things up, but there didn't seem to be much she could do about it except moral support. They grabbed a pizza. Jessica paid for it but thought about her wallet and her future house, and suggested they just take it back to the apartment. She mentally set aside the money she would have spent on drinks. She could do this. They talked about less pressing matters, and watched a comedy while they ate. It had taken several hours, but her heart rate had returned to normal. She hadn't realized it had been running high for the last few days. Stress seeped out of her shoulders and down the length of her spine. Lupe Jones was right. Jessica had severely underestimated this man. She'd sold herself out and him too, by not talking to him sooner. Lesson learned. The movie was one she'd seen before, and she let her mind wander. She didn't chatter. Alex seemed to need a break and he seemed caught up in the show. Jessica found herself doing something she hadn't really done before, daydreaming. She was the kind who made plans. Her future consisted of seeing herself getting the promotion. It wasn't a big dramatic storyline in her head. Just the announcement. She'd never made imaginary films in her head of her wonderful future life with a wonderful future man. But she found that she could see Alex 5, 10 or more years from now with ease. She'd age faster than him, and he'd probably look better doing it, but she could still see them together in another decade. Her thoughts wandered to a small house with a smaller yard, but it would be her own 4 walls. No roommates. Just her. And Alex? Are you falling asleep on me? She shook her head. It wasn't really a lie. Are you staying tonight? He nodded. It'll probably be the first good night's sleep I've gotten. Even after Rex and I sorted things out, I was worried about us. He wasn't blaming her. She got that now. Me too. I thought we were done for and I was a mess. He pulled her to her feet, planted a kiss on her mouth, then a second one. I'm sorry you thought I wasn't with you. I never meant to make anyone at the station think I believed that crap. I was just so stunned. We'd only been talking on the way in the door. I had no clue. I think everyone in the station learned what Crane thought at the same time I did. It's why we were yelling at each other. He kissed her again. As long as you and I keep coming back for each other, we're going to be okay. Come to bed with me. He walked backward down the hallway and she followed. They were tired. It wasn't the explosive passion of before, but it was what she needed. Quiet reassurance that they were still here, still together. They peeled each other's clothes without words and came together oh so slowly. Soft touches and low murmurs in the dark, letting them each know how good it was. He'd spoken the words again, directly into her ear when he was inside her, and she'd felt some kind of sea change between them. Some shift that locked them together, making them steadier, stronger. She said the words too. Maybe called them out when she came. Maybe held him a little tighter. Maybe believed a little more.
30. They fell asleep almost immediately, and Alex didn't wake up until hours later when Jessica made a choking sound that brought him from dead asleep to standing upright by the bed. What's wrong? She looked fine, though she made spitting BWAH sounds as she gently set one of the kittens on the floor. She didn't answer but headed into the bathroom, spitting the whole time. What's wrong? He pressed, still concerned. She held up one finger for him to wait while she brushed her teeth and rinsed about 10 times before she could explain. Isles has taken to putting her paw in my mouth to wake me up. Alex couldn't stop the extremely disgusted expression he made. At least Jess laughed. I agree. Apparently, it's not an abnormal thing for a cat to do. And I have to admit, it's extremely effective. Gets me out of bed every time. You could have told me this before I kissed you last night. He was still making the face. Ha. Ha. She rolled her eyes and pulled on a long shirt, then padded barefoot into the kitchen. He followed along, enjoying the view as she leaned down to discover that the kitten's food dish was actually empty for once. He'd quickly stepped into his pants, but hadn't gotten them zipped yet. He was entertaining fantasies about putting the kitchen counter to good use, but instead said, I have to give a deposition about Rex and what he might have known about Wilcox before he turned the man in. So, Rex might be in trouble too. And you have to give a deposition against your roommate. She seemed stunned. Why didn't you tell me? Just another thing to be upset about. I didn't want to throw it on the pile last night. It's the least of it. Still, Rex found out before I did, and it's one of the things he's mad about. He wants to know if I can refuse. You can't. And if he didn't do anything wrong, then what would it matter if they grill you for hours? That's what I said. He's been here before though, said we know it's a legal system and not a justice system. Alex was frustrated just talking about it. Yeah, he's right. Jess reached up to move her hair back out of her eyes. So casual, no makeup, hair still mussed from when they'd moved against the sheets last night. God, he loved that. Anyway, my depot is on Monday and Tuesday I'm leaving for Georgia. He could see that she suddenly went cold. You're moving back home. Wow, Jessica. You must really be crazy in love with me if your ability to jump to wildly terrible conclusions is any measure. It probably is. You're not moving back home. She was going to push. He smiled at her. No. I'm not. And I would have told you right away if I was. I didn't wake up in the middle of the night and plan to move cross-country. It's a good thing I love you, you might just be nuts. Remember that first night when I had a date the next morning, and you went crazy? You said you'd never been jealous like that before, and you didn't know how to handle it. Well, I have no freaking clue how to handle this. Touché. He put his arms around her. I'm going home to visit my family. To get away. Even when I'm not working, I live in this city and it's clogging my brain. I'll be back by Saturday. That's not so bad. I can deal. She probably heard and felt him get ready to take the leap. He sucked in a breath and asked, Any chance you want to go with me?
31. The week felt longer than any other she could remember. The tension in the office was thick enough to cut with a knife. Internal affairs had shown up, several officers, not just one, and they were interviewing everyone under the sun. A handful of the higher-ups were pushing for a more public arrest. Something in line with what would happen had Wilcox been caught doing this as an employee of any other organization besides the police department. Anyone else would have been cuffed, carted off, and already rotting in jail. As an additional issue, Alex and Rex hadn't fully patched things up. The situation at work was only making it worse. Rex decided to move out, and Jessica hoped he and Alex would remain friends. The more she heard about what had happened to Rex at his last station, the more she sympathized. Just not enough to change things. Her main concern was for Alex and the stress it was putting on him, the strain on his friendship, the loss of rent money, the general upheaval. As they decided, Jessica had put in her request for time off on Thursday, and on Friday Jones called her into the office. "Close the door." "Ma'am?" They were no longer in the coffee shop. Jessica didn't even know if they were discussing promotion plans or what. "Your time off is granted." "Thank you. I know it was a little last minute." Jessica's heart lifted. She needed to get in better touch with herself. She kept feeling the pushes down on her stress levels, but the lifts always surprised her that she didn't realize the burden she'd been carrying. Lupe folded her hands together on her desk, but she spoke before Jessica had a chance to get worried. "It was a little last minute. So I looked at other records, and your time off coincides with another leave request I saw." "Oh." That was pretty much all Jessica could say. "So it's not coincidental?" Maybe. Given that she'd watched Wilcox weasel out of saying anything self-incriminating about his illegal activities, Jessica felt like a heel doing the same thing now. But if she admitted that she and Alex were together, it would change a lot. Lupe Jones just laughed at her. "I'm not reporting anything, but thank you for not putting me in a position to know. It was a dumb question. I shouldn't have asked it." "It's okay. Do be careful though. I don't have any issues with it, and for both of you, your work has been at least as good if not better. But HR won't necessarily see it that way. It could blow up." Jessica nodded. She'd thought about it some, but she'd always dismissed it. No one seemed to have caught on, and she hadn't worried. "I'm not going to throw you under the bus. Honestly, I feel like I practically pushed him on you." Lupe shrugged. Jessica smiled. "You did. Thank you for that." With that, her boss laughed out loud and told her to get out. She'd gone back to work, but the seed of doubt had been planted. She hadn't brought it up to Alex on Saturday because he'd been worried about Rex and what his apartment would feel like without his friend there. It was all clearly hard on Alex. He plopped onto the couch and went to put his feet up on the coffee table. He looked up at her. "I feel like crap, and I didn't do anything today but hide out at your place. Let's get takeout and come back and watch a movie before the cable goes out." "The cable will go out?" She'd never heard of that except in storms. "He who paid that bill just left, so yes." "Then yes. Dinner is on me." Not a good way to save, but she felt like crap too. She didn't remind him, but he still had the deposition in front of him. He'd be honest, of that she had no doubt. What she worried about was how bad he would feel if anything he said seemed incriminating to Rex. Rex had waited until he had solid evidence before turning on another officer. He'd reported Wilcox immediately then, despite knowing how it had been handled before, how sometimes there were casualties because the system was imperfect at best. Jessica's heart broke for him, even as she enjoyed having Alex to herself. Jessica had a front row seat as the two men struggled with all of it. Or she should have. She'd missed the first few days being jumped to conclusions, Jessica. The first no in detective work. She was trying to make up for prior bad acts now. So she wasn't saving her money as well as she decided to, and she was buying dinner. She was also holding her tongue, even though she was worried. She'd held it through a rough Monday. Alex had been in deposition for several hours. Internal affairs was no one's friend. But she couldn't comfort him or do anything because no one at work knew they were together. Except for Lupe Jones and Rex, and she didn't really know if anyone else did. They hadn't hidden it when they'd been off duty. Jessica did not like this feeling, but Alex was more important. Monday night, by the time she finally got to be with him, he'd been off work for hours. He was packed and parked on her couch, looking like he was about to melt into a pity puddle. This vacation could not come soon enough. She'd stopped on the way home for a pint of his favorite ice cream, and she didn't speak, but pulled it out of the bag and waved it at him. That's good. You'll share it with me? Are you kidding me? Of course. They'd eaten leftovers in an attempt to clear her fridge. They dug out the last of the papas rellenas and a too small portion of chicken mole. They each had a side salad in a portion for a toddler, but it finished off the bag of mixed greens she'd bought earlier in the week. They'd crawled into bed exhausted, for the first time reaching for each other and not their clothes. She lay back with her head on his arm, wondering what he was thinking. Then she asked, "Are we going to be put in separate rooms at your parents' house?" "Yes. That's why we're staying with my sister." "She lives in town? I get to meet her?" He grinned, his smile shining for the first time in the dark gray of the room. "Yes and yes. You'll like Jane, and she needs this visit as much as I do." "Why is that?" "Her husband ran off with his secretary about 5 months ago." "What?" Jessica almost sat up in bed. "Men still do that?" "Oh, it's the worst. I want to say I never liked him, but at first I did. They were Joe and Jane perfect." "Not for real?" "The woman was named Jane. He was Joe and she was Jane, but their last name was Woolsey." "She's Jane Woolsey?" "Oh, not anymore," he assured her. "But she's pregnant with their fourth?" Holy crap, he's a real winner, huh? It was so easy, talking to him like this. Knowing that whatever trash she talked about Jane's husband, he was right there with her. She hadn't even met his sister, and Jessica already liked the woman. "Oh, he's a piece of work. The secretary is like some 1950s throwback, too. Tight dresses, making eyes at the boss." Jane complained when she first got hired. Apparently, the woman always seemed like she wasn't there to do the job, but to steal someone's husband. None of the women in the office liked her, said she was a crappy secretary and all-around bitch. That's a fine recommendation. Let me guess, the men all thought Secretary Girl was just fab. A good number of them. He turned to her then. "I should have warned you, we'll be in a house with 3 small kids and a pregnant woman." "I'm good. I do like kids. I just don't know if they are for me." He laughed. "I suspect this will make you say no." She nodded into the dark. "I'm happy just being Aunt Jessica." "Well, crap, that was a bit presumptuous, wasn't it?" He didn't take it that way, instead replying, "Yeah, I think I'm going to wind up being good with Uncle Alex myself." It wasn't long before they fell asleep, or at least Jessica was sure they did, because her alarm was going off and she was rolling out of bed. They had an early flight, and she was grateful to be flying out of Burbank. The much smaller airport was easier to navigate than LAX, but there was still long-term parking and check-in, and she nudged her still sleeping boyfriend. "Alex, wake up." They got ready and headed out like a well-oiled machine, making Jessica think the future she daydreamed about might be not too far around the corner. When they made it to the gate through all the checks and scans, she sat next to him and looked around. "What are you looking for?" He frowned at her. "Anyone we know," she replied. It was time. "I wanted to talk about this before we go. Get it out of the way." "Uh-oh. Maybe?" She started talking, before he got the wrong idea. "Rex knows about us, and Lupe Jones knows about us too." "What?" "Yeah," she commented on the coincidence of our vacations. Alex was surprised. We aren't even in the same department. She's sharp. And so are a bunch of other people. We need another plan. Do we file paperwork and admit we're together? Won't that hurt your chances of promotion? He seemed worried, but she couldn't tell if that's all there was, or if it was masking some other desire not to come out of their closet. Yes, but so will someone else outing us. That would be worse. She didn't like this. The man wouldn't move in with her, because he wanted it to be sincere. But wasn't filing paperwork claiming their commitment to each other more of the same? Jessica didn't like it, but she didn't know another way around it. Hell, we might even come back and find out we were outed while we were gone. What do you think the chances are that Rex will spill the beans? Alex shrugged. He won't, but I don't trust Jeremy Crane at all anymore. Do you think he'll do it because he's mad at you? He almost did it right there in the break room. You stopped him, but I have no idea how many people might have picked up on it. He reached out and held her hand, squeezing it. So we'll file something when we get back. Protect ourselves against anyone coming at us in the future. Let's just go enjoy a break right now. She nodded. It was enough. Sitting back and having faith wasn't her usual style. Then again, neither was dating a hot younger uniformed cop. However, it seemed to be working for her. Jessica, for once, let it go. 32. This place is crazy, Jessica stared out the passenger window. There was no point in her even trying to drive through back roads and a small town that Alex knew well. Besides, she would have crashed despite the fact that they'd hit every stoplight on the way in and still were making great time. She wouldn't have been looking where she was going. There's no traffic. No. Not enough people. There's only one movie theater, and you have to drive into Atlanta, and then get lucky if you want to see anything that's not in wide release. There are 2 nice restaurants. One is Mexican, so you'd better like Mexican food if you want to date anyone. She raised her eyebrows at him. Points to Ms. Valverde, he murmured. I'll bet there's no crime. She couldn't help it. She was a cop to her core. Not like you might be thinking. Not much in the way of gang violence or much in random purse snatchings. But we get it. She waited. She wanted to hear this. Alex obliged. We had a string of home invasions where the person broke out a pane of glass in the back of the house, swept it up and threw it away, then ate leftovers. That's it? Yeah, the leftover bandit was big one year. In fact, I remember one evening my dad didn't like what we'd had for dinner, and he put it on a nice plate in the front of the fridge, and I heard him pray that the leftover bandit would come take it. Your father literally prayed for a home invasion? He shrugged. There was a child pornographer who lived near us when I was a kid. He lived across the street from one of my best friends growing up. I know their family liked him, thought he was a nice guy. He always made cookies. I'd had one on more than one occasion. Jessica felt her eyes go round. Alex continued, I never asked my friend about it. He had a younger sister. She grew up, and I don't think she ever got it together. I've always wondered. It was one of those first really big internet child porn busts. It's a small town. But we have our share of crime. The 3-year-old across the street from my parents killed her 2-year-old brother at 2 a.m. one summer night playing with a gun. The family had moved in the year before, we didn't know them well. They moved again soon after. What were toddlers doing up at 2 a.m.? With a gun? I don't know. He shrugged. But I heard the gun go off. The family dog went nuts. I wasn't a cop then, so I didn't recognize gunfire easily. They say you'll recognize it if you hear it, but that isn't true. I can tell you they weren't having a party, and I didn't hear a fight. Sounded like any normal 2 a.m. to me. Geez. Jessica looked back out the window. A large brick building looked just like a colonial mansion from her elementary history books. How old is that building? She switched topics. Probably 300 years. The country isn't even that old. Nope. Breathless was here before the revolution. We have a few monuments to our rebel forefathers. He made a turn off Main Street, leaving behind a Kentucky Fried Chicken next to a mom-and-pop pizza place and a bigger-than-expected hospital complex. Behind the main drag sat old neighborhoods. Aside from her shock that there really was a main street running through the center of town, Jessica wasn't sure what to do. She was used to old neighborhoods and prefab subdivisions. If they had any here, she hadn't seen them. Some houses had been upgraded, some were falling down. Mostly that happened in clusters. She realized she was seeing what happened to a town over time. It was something she hadn't really seen in LA. This was bizarrely storybook to her. One house had several flags flying out front. Oh lordy, I didn't realize I was headed into the Confederacy. He laughed at her. Actually, you're not. Remember that movie? Free State of Jones. About the Mississippi town that wouldn't join the Confederate States? Well, there were several places like that. Breathless was a free state too. Separate from Georgia during the war. But we were called Mayfair then. The name was changed after the war, when the town was decimated. George Mayfair and William Alexander Copeland came back and kind of refounded the town. He looked out the window like she did, maybe seeing the place with new eyes. The city has been growing lately. The main drag is nicer than I remember, and the courthouse got a facelift too. That's not what it looked like when I was growing up. She nodded and found herself watching as he pulled into the driveway of a small, yellow one-story home. This is my mom and dad's house. And that looks like Jane's car. He pointed to the minivan. You ready to get swamped? You met my abuelita and my dad. Yeah, but they didn't know we were dating. They just thought I was your charity case. My mom is likely to ask when you're going to give her grandbabies. What? Tell her you would never consider having a child out of wedlock. He put his hand up to his chest and mimicked clutching his pearls. It'll both shut her up and impress her. Ooh? 'Kay. But Jessica was already climbing out of the car because the front door had opened, and she was fascinated by a man who looked like Alex would in another 30 years. She almost stopped dead. She could have imagined him. She had imagined an Alex of the future, and though this man was more stern and more weary than she'd thought Alex would be, she could see it. You must be Mr. Copeland.
Alex sat up in bed, scratching his bare chest. His back didn't feel the greatest, and he was confident he was far too young to start complaining about mattresses. He still wanted to, though. On the other side of the antique queen-sized bed, Jessica rolled over. He knew now that she was slowly waking up, her MO if she didn't have an alarm or an emergency call to make her bolt from bed. She muttered to him, more awake than he had guessed. Why did I even worry if they let us sleep in the same bed? They must have known there was no way we were having sex. I'm exhausted. His family had done it. They'd crawled into the squeaky high bed and passed out last night. Morning. He watched as she rolled over, his thoughts turning more wicked now that he'd replenished some reserves with actual rest. Jessica leaned in and kissed him. Heat rolled through him. He could not get enough of Uncle Alex. Tiny fists banged on the door. Another voice chimed in. Are you awake? Is Auntie Jessica in there with you? Tipping his head back, he looked at the ceiling. He took a deep breath and she filled in some words. I take it this means we're not really cut out to be parents. A dog. I can handle a dog. He nodded at her. Then he reached out and grabbed his shirt off a nearby chair, easy to do since the room was small. He tugged it on and checked Jessica out for decency, then hollered back at the growing horde. Yes. Come in. No. You leave them alone. Jane's voice came through the door, but too little, too late. The door was swinging open, and 3 small children were barreling in. His sister stood in the doorway, rubbing an enormous belly and sighing. At least she looked good. Better than she had the last time he'd seen her. I'm sorry. The youngest, Stella, had toddled around to her side of the bed and was lifting her hands toward Jess to be picked up. One hand had a bottle in it, which clearly made Jessica wary, but Stella was impossible to ignore. Jessica's mouth slowly curled into a smile as she lifted the little girl to join her brothers on the bed with them. The oldest was 7, and his sister had managed to have evenly spaced kids. But it was hard to take his eyes from Stella curled into Jess's lap, bottle in mouth, content for the attention before Jessica had a choice. Was this what he wanted? Jessica looked up at Jane. Do you know what the next one is? He watched the moment of panic as she thought she'd overreached, but Jane smiled. Alex's sister was far more Wonder Woman than Shrinking Violet. Another girl. Though Alex had 2 small boys using him as a human jungle gym, he managed to look his sister in the eye. How is dipshit going to be involved in the birth? Jane gave him a silent, wide-eyed reproach for the name, but he didn't care. He's not. He and Secretary Girl are sadly going to have to miss it due to their honeymoon. How are y'all going to be divorced that quickly? It's been 6 months, Alex. Wouldn't your divorce have to be completely uncontested? She smiled. Boys, Stella, go to your rooms and get dressed. Stella was going to get dressed herself. Alex wasn't sure what that entailed for a toddler, but his niece climbed down from the bed and toddled off. Jane came and lowered herself to the end of their bed and finally spoke freely. It was uncontested. How did you swing that? Is it recent? I didn't know it had come through. Without the kids, he was able to show his concern. He wanted to debate child support again, and I just snapped. I told him he was going to pay the original amount I'd requested, and stick to the days I gave him and Miss Bitchy Pants for visitation, and that he was going to have those papers drafted and signed within 3 days. Oh no, Jane. What did you have on him? Nothing solid, but I was done dicking around. She sighed and looked out the window. Once he moved out, I wound up going through papers I'd never seen before. I found a credit card with charges from when he'd visited a brothel on one of his trips to China. I found another where he and a client had stayed in some resort with prostitutes in Mexico. Oh damn, Jane, I'm sorry. I'm not. Not anymore. She looked them square in the eyes and smiled. I didn't have anything solid, but I gave it a Girl Scout try. I told him I'd tell Miss Bitchy Pants, and yes, I call her that to his face, about his China trip, since I was pretty sure he was sleeping with her already by then. Turns out I was right. I told him I was having dinner with the wife of the client he'd taken to Mexico, and that we were going to be besties. Then I said I was going to call all the corporations he was doing consulting for, and tell them I knew he'd been overcharging and maybe embezzling from one of them, but I just wasn't sure which one, and I wanted them to know. Her voice sounded sugar sweet, but Alex knew his big sister. Jane was all Southern Belle playing hardball. I don't know if I was happy or mortified when he turned white. Jane, I had no idea. Alex reached out and touched her arm. How could you? She tilted her head at him and sighed. I didn't know. Not until he moved out, and I started going through his things. I'm glad he's gone, but I've never felt so dumb. Jessica blinked, and Alex realized she'd not quite been prepared for how much he and his sister would talk, even about Joe the a-hole ex, in front of her. Stella toddled in then. She'd beaten the boys for time, though she was wearing a pair of pants inside out, a tutu, and a tank top with an astronaut on it. She still clutched the bottle. Jane smiled at her. Oh, look at you. You are rockin' that, little girl. The boys were not far behind, and definitely had better fashion sense. The oldest wore 3 shades of blue, and the younger one had on a shirt with a picture of an open book and a cat reading it. Their clothing was right side out. You guys look great. Good work. Let's go get breakfast ready for our guests. With that, Jane disappeared down the hallway, Big Belly leading and 3 little kids following like ducks. No one shut the door. Jessica leaned into Alex's ear, her lips brushing the shell. Does that make you want kids? No, they poop a lot. He looked at her. But they are cute. It's a shame Joe Asshat was involved. Jessica laughed at that, then asked more seriously, when is she due? In 4 weeks. Do we have time today? Let's get stuff and stock her freezer for when she has the baby. Lord, she was amazing. Alex leaned in and kissed her hard. That's a really great idea. I love you, you know.
33. They'd stayed for 3 days. His parents took them out to the nice steak restaurant. They cooked Alex's lasagna and Jessica's version of Peruvian shepherd pie and put them in the freezer for a very grateful Jane. They'd managed to sleep in one morning. Jane had packed up the kids quietly and snuck them out of the house. She'd left a note telling them to try the new coffee shop on Main. Jessica had enjoyed sitting and watching the small town go by. You can tell what year some people graduated high school by their hairstyle. He nodded. It's not like that in LA. Hollywood is definitely at the adapt or die level. Is it like the novels I read? Everyone is in everyone else's business? More than Los Angeles where no one gives a crap. But no, I don't have any meddling grandmas trying to marry me off. We do know the neighbors better, that's for sure. Jane and her neighbor Carlisle are best friends. They're both nurses. I didn't know she was a nurse. Nurse practitioner, he smiled. That asshat made her feel dumb and she's so smart. Jessica changed the topic. Did you hear your parents? They didn't know I could hear them, but your mom was surprised I didn't have any accent at all. I don't know if she expected me to sound Mexican or if there's even an LA accent. Alex cringed. I'm sorry. My folks can be pretty old school, and the town does get a bit backwards. It's part of why I wanted to move out. Jane and Carlisle are both dragging it into the next century as best they can, but it was too much work for me. Later, she was lying next to him on their last night there. It wasn't her bed, and the softness was starting to get to her. The room also served as a home office when no guests were present, much like her own had. They were clearly keeping Jane from her usual routine, though Jessica had no idea how much longer that would stay in place with the new baby and 3 little kids. She asked Alex about it. Carlisle is here. Jane said she's going to practically move in for a while and be hands-on to help out. That's a good friend. You'd do it for any of your friends. He rolled a little bit and looked at her. Reaching up, he tucked her hair behind her ear. True, I've already done it. The feel of his touch was mesmerizing and pulled at something deep inside her. She asked, Did you lock the door this time? I did. Can you be quiet? I don't know. She was smiling ear to ear. But I'll try. He was touching her then, savoring the feel of her, making her believe she was the only woman in his whole world. God, he was good at that.
34. Alex was pulling into the spare parking space under Jessica's building when her phone rang. Their bags were still in the trunk, and as much as he hated dropping Jess off and leaving her, he was ready for his own bed. Though it was noon, he might sleep for several hours. The early flight hadn't been fun. He turned off the engine, not paying attention to the call, until he realized she'd gone eerily silent. Jess. She was pale, eyes wide glazed, almost terrified. He looked over his shoulder, and for anything that might make her make that expression, anything he could fight off. But the garage was empty. Jess, he pushed, but she shook her head at him. Holding up one finger, she spoke again. It was something in the call, but he had no idea. Zoe, she said, her words sounding almost garbled. I don't understand. Why didn't you tell me? With the touch of his hand, he motioned her to pull the phone back. When she nodded, he hit the speaker button and caught Zoe's voice, as forlorn sounding as Jessica looked. Car accident. I mean, I guess it's good that it was fast, but Bree? Bree? Her friend. A car accident. His own eyes must have gone wide, because Jess saw him and shook her head. She mouthed a name. Kevin. Bree's husband. He knew. Jess talked about her friends all the time. He'd met them, liked them, and found he was stunned too. Clearly not in as much shock as Jess was. When? He whispered it, not wanting to interrupt Zoe. Yesterday, Jess mouthed that word too. On the phone, Zoe continued. She didn't want to tell you and ruin your vacation. You haven't had one in so long. She's a shock, Jess pointed out with voice to Zoe. And she's the EMT. Who's going to treat her? Noah and I have been here. There was a pause, then Zoe went on. Kara and Walker too. Though I think seeing Mina tore her up worse than she expected. She's definitely in shock. Alex looked to Jessica and made a motion with his hand. She nodded and he started the car, pulling back out of the spot he'd just claimed. With a motion of his hand, he got her to point out directions while she stayed on the phone. We're on our way, Jess said into the phone. They hadn't unpacked their luggage or even set foot inside her apartment. He took the turns as she directed, but as she pointed out the small house tucked into a curve at the base of the Hollywood Hills, Alex took Jess's hand. It will be okay. She shook her head. Not for Bree. He couldn't describe what he saw in her eyes, but it scared the crap out of him.
35. Being back at work after nearly 9 days off was both dull and exciting. Jessica missed the thrill of a new case. And despite the paperwork waiting for her return, she'd enjoyed putting heads together with Lee and deciding where to start on the next assignment. She liked that something took her mind off Bree and the bleak look in her friend's eyes. But she could be with her friend later. She pushed her focus to the new embezzlement case they were working. Though the thefts were occurring all over the U.S., the business was licensed in Los Angeles. That made it theirs until further notice. Let's start with the contacts at the businesses that are missing money, Jessica offered. Find out what they have in common. Maybe it was the type of business, or the amount of money they were getting billed, or the kind of work they'd hired Warren Corp for. Lee was nodding. We start there, and we can find out maybe who in Warren Corp had the opportunity to steal from them. Jessica started flipping through the files they had. The reported losses were inconsistent for time frame and what was taken. Look, she flipped her pen at her screen and waited while Lee rolled his seat around next to hers. The amounts missing are variable, and so are the percentages. He sighed. We first have to go back and have them be sure what is and isn't missing. This is weird. Time to start calling. She'd spent the next 3 hours talking to various accounting and internal fraud departments. Most assured her that they were confident they'd done their numbers correctly. She'd had to plead with them to recount. Lee was on the other line doing the same thing. She could hear it in his voice. The whole thing was disturbingly soothing. Alex passed by out in the hallway. He didn't look up, but she did. She watched as he went, and figured she'd probably heard his voice from down the hall. They hadn't done anything. Hadn't filed with HR yet. Losing Kevin so suddenly had gotten in the way of a lot. So many changes eventually brought around good. Like Alex's apartment burning, reluctantly housing one of the heroes. Now she had Alex. But Kevin dying was only the world changing for the worse. There was no real good that came out of that. Not that Jessica could see. Damn. She could not sit around and wait for Crane to get angry at Alex. This was not the time to neglect the work on her desk, but it had to be done. She looked up at Lee. Can I run an errand? Sure, he shrugged at her as though it was no big deal. HR wasn't at this precinct. She would either have to travel or call in. No way was she leaving Lee that long holding the bag on his own while she drove into town. She just needed a spot of privacy with her phone. Heading out to the far side of the parking lot, she held her breath and dialed. Hold took forever, or 5 minutes if her watch was to be believed. Then she found she was nervous. Hello, yes, I'm just checking on some things. I was recently asked out by a coworker, and I'm trying to figure out if there's any paperwork we need to do before we start dating. The man was nice and handled her with kid gloves. He said, it's the same paperwork whether you've been dating a while or are just starting out. As though he knew she was lying. She did not like lying, but if they had caller ID, they could trace it back to her and know at least that she was dating a coworker. They would also know that she hadn't filed the appropriate paperwork yet. Her heart pounded almost as much as when she went to serve a warrant. In the end, she'd identified herself and gotten the forms emailed to her work account. The nice guy on the phone informed her that she could go on one date, but that she needed to fill out paperwork even if she wasn't going to see the other person again, and thought it might turn sour. She also needed to fill out paperwork if she was going to see the other person again, because at 2 dates, they passed some legal threshold. Jessica was trying to think when that marker had been passed for them, when they'd kissed. They'd lived together first, but as roommates. God, it was complicated. The tumbling thoughts meant she missed him explaining that the forms were valid regardless of the genders of the participants. He was basically telling her it was the same form if the person she was dating was a woman. You still have to fill out the paperwork. No matter the genders, if one of you believes this is a friendship and one believes it's something more, the one who thinks it's more has paperwork to fill out. He then explained the kind of invasive questions that were on the forms. Jessica had had it enough. Okay, thank you for your time. I'll hand in the papers if this goes anywhere. She hung up before he could say anything else. He was nice, but she couldn't go on. For a moment, she wondered how often he got hung up on. Then she pushed away thoughts of HR forms. From what he said, it sounded like they were going to ask if she'd yet told Alex she loved him. Then they were going to ask if he loved her, or if she believed he did. Had he said it during sex? Or under coercion? Did he go down on her? Did she know any identifying marks on his genitals? She shuddered at the thought. No wonder people didn't fill them out. Ignoring the disturbing ideas, she headed back in and got to work. She didn't finish until an hour passed when her shift was supposed to end. That was partly because she'd sent Lee home on time. His little girl had some soccer thing he didn't want to miss. Eventually, she made it to Alex's where he fed her burgers he'd grilled on a new pan on his stove. He served up French fries he'd baked on aluminum foil because he was paying full rent on the place until he found someone else to play roommate. That night she lay next to him on his bed, trying to fall asleep early despite the streetlight from the window outside. He had an early shift, and she wanted him to get some rest, but he wasn't having it. He gave her more than one orgasm, then just when she thought he might fall asleep, he started talking. Do you know what I did today? What's that? Could be anything. She wondered what he might have encountered. She'd been a street cop once. It was by turns amazing and perilous. I called HR and asked what papers we had to fill out if we were dating. She put her hand to her face and started laughing. I think I have to tell them about that mole on your inner thigh. She could not stop laughing. 36. 3 days later, Jessica was exhausted. Zoe and Kara had taken time off work to stay with Bree, and Jessica had gone around as often as she could. She cooked dinner, brought tamales and forced Bree to eat one. I don't think you can stay here by yourself, she'd said to her friend. Bree looked terrible. Are you suggesting that I leave my home? It had been the boldest thing Bree had said in some time. No, not at all. Jessica had explained she wanted someone to stay with her. But she hadn't been able to offer it up herself, not for more than part-time. Marco is coming. But Bree's voice had been flat. The idea of another person in the house with her made Jessica as happy as she could be. But it was rough watching her friend suffer. There was nothing she could do, and even eating a tamale seemed like a fight. Jessica had gone home with her shoulders slumped and carrying a feeling of defeat. It hadn't helped that nothing had broken in the big embezzlement case she and Lee were working on. She'd been at his kitchen table late into the evenings while his kids slept, while his wife was out working at the local literacy council. The house was small, disorganized, and clean. It was well lived in, and the people were loved. There was something good about being there. Something about Lee making them pot after pot of coffee, on an ancient Mr. Coffee setup with better beans than she'd had in most coffee shops. A shaggy dog came and curled up at her feet. It was clear from the pictures she'd perused that his family loved travel more than things. Their cars were old, an oddity in LA where most people would sacrifice an apartment for a shiny car since that's what others saw. The rugs were worn, but the children had already traveled to play in the Redwood Forest and at the big science museum in San Francisco. There were pictures at the Grand Canyon and other national parks. The girls do really well with long car rides. Lee spoke from over her shoulder, where she was admiring the wall of photos. How do you do it? Books, the occasional movie. Mindy plays car bingo with them. It also helps that it's what they're used to. He handed her the mug of coffee. Thanks for coming here. I'll try to come to you next time. Why? You have a house, a family. I mean, if I need it, sure. But right now we can do double duty and be adults in the house and get our work done. He settled in at the table. You shouldn't be penalized because I had kids. You shouldn't be penalized because you had kids either. She sat down beside him and flipped open her laptop next to where his was already set up. I'm starting to think I don't want my own kids. I actually really enjoy being Aunt Jessica. Well, my girls love Aunt Jessica. It was crazy hard to get them to bed tonight when they knew you were coming over, but it would be past their bedtime. She grinned as she logged into the secure server their files were on. I'll be old one day too. I know your kids will be the ones serving in the government, figuring out how much Social Security we get. They'll be the officers I'll call when I need it. So I'm happy to help however I can. Alex doesn't mind. He's working night shift tonight. She said it before she realized he'd outed her. You figured that out, huh? I am a detective. He grinned. How long? Since he moved in? No, not right away. It took a while for him to grow on me. Lee nodded. He had a crush on you long before then, you know. Her mouth about fell open. No, I didn't know. You did. I am a detective, he repeated. You two make a good team. Just watch out for HR. She sighed. We already filled out that paperwork. What a bitch. He laughed at her, and they got to work. I don't get it. Jessica threw down the pen she'd been taking notes with. These businesses don't all have the same contact person at Warren Corp. They aren't even missing money from the same kinds of accounts. The reps that work their cases all come up clean. And no one in Warren Corp has any beyond their resource spending, except Mayor Warren, and he's in debt up to his eyeballs. Which Daddy is going to pay off, Lee supplied, just as frustrated as she was. So that's not any real red flag. What about the people over the heads of our reps? Is there any match there? And phone records, Jessica added, catching on. Let's see if any of the Warren Corp people have been talking to people in these companies. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. Lee sighed it out, and they started making lists. Later, Jessica went home to her own apartment and her 2 kittens, who were getting bigger every day. They'd be real cats soon, she thought. They'd probably be a good year old before they stopped acting like kittens, but who knew? She fed them and brushed her teeth and crawled into bed. The next day went by without incident, but Jessica spent much of her time thinking about Lee and how he'd figured out she and Alex were together. She was glad she'd filled out the paperwork for HR, but it still bit at her. The HR questions had been multiple choice. While Alex didn't want to push things, HR hadn't given a damn. It had forced the two of them to have a discussion about how much they were each invested. The other option had been to answer privately and let the good folks in HR know one of them was dicking around while the other was in love. Jessica still didn't understand what good that did anyone. She'd been crawling into bed the second night when Alex showed up. He'd called her cell just before he came through the door. Jessica smiled at him, standing in the hallway in her PJs, phone still in hand. You can just come over. You don't have to call. He grinned back. I've been on the gun range with you. It's not so much that I think I need to ask, it's that I don't want to get 10 9mm bullets clustered in my heart because you don't know it's me. Later, when they were in bed, Jessica was actually trying to sleep because she had an early shift. Alex kept tossing and turning. "Babe, what's wrong?" She heard the word babe roll off her tongue, and it wasn't even offensive. He sighed into the dark, his chest heaving. She knew it. She knew the expression on his face, even though she couldn't see it. She knew that he didn't really want to talk about it, but that he needed to. "I have to move. I'm thinking of getting just a studio." "Yeah?" She wasn't sure what to say. Did he want to move in with her? The more she thought about it, the more she wanted it. "Cheaper, no roommate, no worries about someone pulling the plug on me like this," he continued. Though he couldn't see her, she nodded in response. "Moving is a bitch though." He was on his side now, his head propped on one hand. That was Alex. Once she got him going, he went. Jessica faced him. "Better to do it now, when you have less stuff to move. Where do you want to go?" "I like the neighborhood. If I stay in the same building, I don't have to come up with a deposit. And moving one unit to another is easy. I just don't know what's available, and I don't know if they'll refund the difference from the bigger deposit on the 2-bedroom. What about a 1-bedroom? A bedroom door that closes?" "I like it. I mean, what's not to like? But it's just about money. I had savings, but the fire didn't help any. I wouldn't change anything, and I'm not bitching, because the money people donated was hard for everyone to come up with, but it only helps so much." She nodded. Jessica couldn't imagine starting over. "You can do that, but if you decide you want a 1-bedroom later, you'd have to move again. Wouldn't you be locked in for the first year?" "Yeah. I also thought about finding a guest house or some tiny but cool place up in the hills. No space but great view. It would be cool." She considered it. Driving up into the Hollywood Hills to visit her boyfriend, who had a cooler place than she did. She'd been in some of the older buildings that had been divided up. The studios had arches and columns and high ceilings. Tiny kitchens, sometimes just an alcove for the bed, but a balcony that overlooked the city. "I like the idea of it. You'd have to find the right one. They can get pricey. Also, it would almost definitely be a year commitment." That last statement about the year, she could hear the wistfulness in her voice. "Yeah." He started to roll back onto the pillow. Maybe just saying it out loud had solidified it for him. Maybe he'd needed her support in it. Maybe. Screw it. If losing Kevin had taught them anything, it was that you had to live while you could. She blurted it out. "My door is always open. You're welcome here." "I can't." "I get it. 4 seasons and all that." She smiled into the darkness. Despite his stubbornness, she admired his integrity on it. "No, I don't think you do get it." "Oh?" Now she was the one propped up on one hand. Thank God she slept like the dead when she was in his arms, because neither of them was going to nod off anytime soon. Not with how this conversation was going. "It's different now." "Okay. Explain." She wasn't sure she wanted to hear this. "It's not about the 4-season rule anymore. It changed." "Okay. So then what?" That meant his reason for not moving in wasn't a generic rule, but something specifically wrong about the two of them. So much for staying positive. "I'm scrapping the rule. You're right. We do get on well." He chuckled. "I almost said like a house on fire, but that's not funny anymore." She waited. "But when I was here, I was your guest. I had my own room in the guest room, and I had the second bathroom. I'm not a slob, I pick up after myself." Her mouth quirked again. He was the neater of the two of them. "But none of it was mine. I was in your space. I can't do that again. If we move in, we need to do it as equals. Probably somewhere new to both of us." "Oh. That's a good reason." She felt a tear seep out of one eye. She did always presume the worst. Which only went to show just how afraid she was of losing him. Bree losing Kevin so suddenly had only added to it. Her heart squeezed and she tried to unlock it. She'd done something difficult once before, and it had gotten her Alex. So Jessica threw herself off the cliff again.
37. Can we afford a house? Her tone said no, but her words were, I don't want to rent, I want to buy a house. And no, we aren't ready for that. So if we move in together, he wished she'd said when. I'd want a place that would allow me to save for a down payment. Alex felt his eyebrows rise. Jessica threw out her words like a basketball at a football game. I want a house. Do you want us both to save for that? This time she flopped back on the bed. We can't do anything normally, can we? I mean, we started dating while you lived in my house. Then we had to announce it to HR, so we got forced to decide exactly how serious we were. Now we're talking about moving in together, and we've managed to make it into a mortgage. He laughed. We do have a tendency to do that. So talk. What do you want? Her tone was solid, maybe too steady. I feel like we should just talk about the apartment. What do we want? How much? When should we hand in our notices and start looking for a new place? Okay. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to tell you that I want a real house one day. And that I want to start saving for it. I want to tell you that I really like having the kittens, and I know you want a dog, so we should look for that. I don't think my schedule allows for that. But our schedule does. I mean, we hardly saw each other for 3 days because we were on opposite shifts. One or the other of us would be home to walk the dog. His heart kicked, partly at the idea of a dog. Partly at the idea that she was willing to do the work to give it to him. Are you serious? Yes. I'll sign some kind of apartmental prenup so you can keep the dog if anything goes sideways. I don't need a prenup, Jess. She smiled. That one that undid him. Okay. Do you want a house? He thought about it for a bit. It sounds nice. I don't want any grand mansion or the bills that go with it. There are lots of little 2-bedrooms around. In West Hollywood, though those are really expensive. Some up in the valley. If we're willing to commute in. He was nodding, the idea starting to take root. If we move in together, HR is likely to transfer one of us. I already thought about that. If I get my promotion, there's a possibility it will be in a different precinct anyway. Jones is pushing for me to stay, but there's no guarantee. He nodded again. I could go somewhere new if need be. I'm not happy with how this went down with Wilcox. So a new start wouldn't hurt me. She looked like she was about to open her mouth when he threw out the other, obvious possibility. I applied to SWAT and to the bomb squad. I'm waiting to hear back. Jess pulled back, looking at him as if he'd thrown a grenade. What? I applied. I told you before, that's where I wanted to go. Her lips pressed together, and just when he thought she wouldn't say anything, she started babbling. You could die. You could go out on a call and just die. Jessica, breathe. Talk to me. His hands were on her shoulders, then her face, turning her toward him. Breathe. The words were only a squeak, and his heart recognized it as fear. You could get killed. Yes. However, it's actually less dangerous than where I am now. Was that supposed to comfort me? She was breathing heavily, but at least she was breathing. Jess, baby, we both do a dangerous job. We aren't window washers, but we aren't nannies either. It's always a gamble. The odds are actually better in SWAT. They're also better in bomb squad than they are on the street. I told you that's what I wanted to do. You didn't freak out before. She knew this. Why the flip out? I wasn't in love with you before. She sucked in the kind of sharp breath that happened right before she sobbed. When do you hear back? In a few weeks. Is that a deal breaker? This time, it was his turn to be full of fear. God, no. Do you want the truth? Always. He said it with conviction, but also wariness. He was not going to like this. She almost whispered the words. The truth is, I'm not sure there are any deal breakers where you're concerned. He did like it. He loved it. He loved her. Rolling toward her, he slowly enveloped her in the tightest bear hug. We work a dangerous job. I worry every time you go to work. Hell, I worry each time you get in your car. But each promotion will make us safer. Please know that I will always do everything I can to come home to you each night. You already got burned in one fire, saving people. He almost laughed but held back. She was clearly upset. I know it's just who you are. It's just hard to accept that one of the things you love about someone is dangerous. Hello, Pot, my name's Kettle. She laughed at that, even though she sniffled. Hard to do being held as tightly as she was. Then he said, I love you. Let's make this work. She nodded against his bare chest, fast enough that he had no doubt of how she felt about him, only about her fear for him. I'll be pulling for you to get into both SWAT and bomb squad and have your choice. Thank you. He sighed and loosened his hold a bit. I applied to SWAT last year but they turned me down. Why? Now she was angry on his behalf. He loved it. Not enough years on the ground. I expected it. I applied mostly so that when I applied again later, with enough experience, they would see I was serious. You're very serious about this. She said it almost like a question, but seemed to answer it herself. I have your back. And as scary as active calls are, and LA gets a lot of them, I'll just trust that it's safer than the streets. She sucked in a breath again, and he could see it was hard for her. Do you need a letter of recommendation? Alex laughed at her. I really don't think he's amazing in bed is going to get me too far. She swatted at him, barely hitting his arm. He told her he didn't want to be a detective like her. Her position now was safer. If she moved up, she'd be on the street even less. He was grateful for that, and hoped she'd relax about this. Luckily, she changed topics. Can we handle having just a one-bedroom place? It would save money. We could maybe get something in the hills, have that great view. One of us could close the door and sleep if we're on opposite schedules. He could almost see it, and he could definitely feel it. So they started to plan.
Lee came in waving a folder at Jessica. I've got something. He meant the embezzling case, she knew it. The little wins felt good, they sustained her along the way. But this big one? It would require a party. What did you get? This guy. He pulled out a picture he'd cropped and printed. I've got pictures of him at 4 of the 10 businesses. So we go to the other 6 and show his picture around? She was getting to her feet, ready to roll. See if they recognize him, or can ID him even. Yes. Lee's grin was fast and sharp. The rush of getting the next step made all the difference. Her heart did an extra beat. Let's go get him. Lee stood back a little, looked her up and down. You look happier lately. He agrees with you. She grinned. He does. She hadn't told Lee yet of their plans to move in together. She hadn't told him of her plans with Jones, only that she was angling for a promotion. Though Lee had been in the job longer than she had, she'd been a detective for longer. He'd made part of his decision to get off the streets when his first daughter had been born. Jessica tried to push those thoughts aside as they headed out for an unmarked car. They'd made this loop a dozen times already. Each time they needed to see the response of the person they asked, they'd hopped in the car and gone. Traffic was a bitch and Lee was quiet. Her brain churned with thoughts. Nothing popped at the first 3 places they tried. No one recognized their mystery man. At the 4th place, they got an employee who'd seen him around but didn't know who he was. At the 7th place, one of the employees obviously lied about him, and they made notes to follow up on that. But they couldn't do it then, without giving away that they'd heard the lie. At the 9th office, they got a name. By the time she arrived home, she was dead on her feet. It had been a good productive day, but now her thoughts raced far away from work. She'd wanted a man like Alex in her life, but she hadn't recognized him at first when he came along. Kara was right, love had not sent what she'd expected. After talking about moving in together, talking about her wanting to save for a house, and admitting they were thinking they might do that together, she was starting to believe she was ready for something bigger. Picking up her phone, she texted him. "Where are you? Thought you were coming over." She watched the tail end of a movie she'd started the night before. She texted again before getting ready for bed, and still got no response. She realized then that she might be a police officer, but she was also becoming a police officer's wife. The one who sat at home and didn't know what it meant that her text hadn't been returned. Statistically, she knew it could be anything. But in her heart, she was petrified. At 1 a.m. she still couldn't sleep, and Alex still wasn't home. 38. Somehow, Jessica had managed to calm herself enough to sleep some. She startled awake to a sound in her apartment, her hand flying out to the other side of the bed. As though Alex might have come home, crawled in beside her and somehow not woken her at all. His side of the bed, for it was his now, was empty and cold. Exactly as she'd left it the night before. She scrambled for her phone. No response. Still. She called his phone. She hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face yet, she had to do this first. But she got no answer. Pressure pushed at her eyes, and she fought to hold herself together and not fear the worst. Could she call the station and check up on him? She couldn't. Some of the officers had spouses who checked in at the drop of a hat. It was a police wife version of hypochondria, and Jessica couldn't be both an officer and the nervous Nellie who checked on her boyfriend all the time. Also, it was well known on patrol who got checked up on. She couldn't do that to Alex. If something had happened? Well, what could she do? Pushing the phone aside, she got dressed even though it was far too early. The last thing she needed was to have time to burn, but she was awake. There was nothing else to do. She made coffee, enough for two, telling herself that he'd be home soon. Things happened. Hell, she'd worked an hour or more after shift 3 times this past week alone. Alex hadn't complained. Jessica checked the time, and though she told herself not to do the math, she did it anyway. Alex was now 10 hours late. Jessica turned on the TV, to the local morning news. Then she pulled eggs out of the fridge, and started cracking them into a bowl. She carefully chopped green peppers, tomatoes and ham, and shredded a pile of cheese far too big for 2 humans to consume. She told herself he'd show up any minute to eat it. In the background, the news people chatted about the weather and the best way to make your morning coffee. Jessica learned that she'd failed miserably at that, and that there was no massive incident that could have kept Alex. She made herself an omelet, or her own best approximation since she'd never quite gotten a handle on flipping them. The worst part was when she sat at the table and ate it by herself. The clock ticked so slowly, and her mouth didn't want to chew and swallow. She left half of it on the plate, and stared at the front door that didn't open. Just like Kevin, she thought. Bree's face popped into her mind. Sad, resigned, grieving at the loss of forever. And that's how Jess had started thinking about Alex, as her forever. The TV crew changed over to a science report, but still held nothing to explain Alex being missing. Surely any real harm to an officer would make the news, wouldn't it? Nothing stopped her brain from acting like a runaway train. She didn't have a police scanner, on purpose. Jessica brought her work home often enough already. But she was ready to trade her left arm for one right now. She considered calling Jones and seeing if her boss could discreetly check on her boyfriend. At this point, she was actually hoping he'd stood her up. That maybe he'd gone out drinking with friends after work and had been driven home to his own apartment, hammered. She didn't think he was that much of a drinker, but then again, they hadn't survived his 4-season rule either. Maybe he'd worked several hours over his shift and made the erroneous decision to go to his own place and not bother her. She tried to come up with every possible scenario that didn't leave Alex dead or wounded. She was scraping the rest of her eggs into the trash when the lock jiggled. The plate may have gotten broken, she turned so fast. She didn't remember how she crossed the space, if her feet had hit the floor, but she yanked the door open to Alex's surprised face. Launching herself at him, Jessica wrapped around him, startling him more than she startled herself. He hugged her back as she sagged against him, only then realizing she'd been held upright by pure stress. "Where were you?" She'd meant it to be a question, but it came out as a demand. He moved his feet and she moved back with him, only then realizing they were still in the open doorway, her voice carrying loudly through the hall. His arms wrapped around her. "Crap night. You're 10 hours late. You didn't answer my texts." "Nothing. I thought you were dead." It all gushed out, changing to anger now that fear had been sated and pushed away. He squeezed his eyes shut. "I'm sorry. I left my phone in my locker, and didn't even get a minute to grab it. I didn't even check when I got off shift. I just grabbed my bag and changed and headed here." He sighed, weary. "I always thought it was rude that officers carried their phones with them on patrol, and checked them all the time." He reached into the pocket on what looked like a gym bag but actually carried his uniform, his Glock, spare magazines, holster, extra shoes and more. Fishing the phone out, he looked at it, probably seeing her spate of messages for the first time. Probably noticing that each one became more worried than the last before it. "Jesus, Jess, I'm sorry." She pulled back from him and took deep breaths. In her mind, she told herself that it hadn't been intentional. He wasn't hurt. He hadn't even been thoughtless, it was just one of those things. Sure, it had about stopped her heart, but that was clearly a lesson one had to learn to love an officer. "Keep your phone with you. It's not rude. They'll understand." He nodded and hugged her again. She felt the tension in him too. "I'm trying to imagine being on the other side of this," he told her from over her shoulder. "It's not pretty." She shook her head. "It wasn't. I'll keep my phone on me too." "Do we just check in, if we're going to be late?" He looked at her like, "What do we do?" All she could think was, "We fix it." "Yeah, let's do that. See if it works." "What happened?" He dropped the bag to the floor, pulled her to the couch and flopped back hard enough that it might have hurt. She joined him and waited. "We had a woman come in, whose son was in the jail. She was trying to get him out. Didn't have bail money." Jessica frowned. That didn't sound different than any other night. What she did have was 7 other people with her, each of whom was related to a different offender. 2 others were still currently in the jailhouse getting processed. One was the cousin of the woman's son. Lived in a different neighborhood, but they talked. He looked at her. "They figured it out." "What are you talking about?" "2 guesses who put the son in jail." "Oh no." Jessica felt the dread knot in her stomach. This was not good. "Wilcox. Look at you. Didn't even need both guesses." All the people had been put in there by Wilcox. Hadn't they? He nodded at her. They knew the guy who Wilcox brought in the time Rex finally caught him unequivocally planting evidence. Since he was released, he went home and told them what happened. "It's not public yet. Not by us. But it's public now." He shook his head and stared off into space. "We had to reprocess all those people, and the captain made us process everyone else we still had in local custody that Wilcox had handled. I don't know what they found on his body cam, but it was enough for us to dismiss them all. Turned out the captain was going to do it tomorrow, but this had us scrambling all night." "So why did you have to stay the whole time?" "They weren't your callers, and you aren't the one who processes that." That part didn't make sense. "Because the mother, the first one, she wouldn't let go of me." "What?" He shrugged, almost grinned, and said, "When she came in, I happened to be walking through and asked if I could help. She told me about Wilcox, and I checked, and told her the captain was going to process everything at 8 a.m. Well, her son was only 16, and she wasn't having any of that. I tried to talk her down. Did everything we were trained to do, and she wasn't taking any of that crap either." "It is sometimes crap," Jessica commiserated. She looked me up and down, then looked me in the eye and told me there was no way I would understand what she and her son were going through. So I told her she was right. I think that knocked her off her horse a little. She said he was a straight-A student, all these clubs, school paper, that kind of thing, but that none of that mattered. He was in jail for a crime he hadn't committed, because one of our officers decided he needed to be arrested. Alex sighed up at the ceiling. What could I say? She was right. The idea that he was a good kid and didn't deserve it only plays into Wilcox's ideas. It doesn't matter if he's a good kid or not. It matters if he did the crime. People shouldn't get arrested without evidence. Period. We don't get to decide who's guilty. So I told her she was right. It violated several kinds of protocol. They weren't allowed to make judgments. They weren't allowed to do anything other than state the facts. Jessica breathed out a harsh breath. Did you spend the night getting read the riot act by the captain? Nope. I told the mother that I probably hated Wilcox more than she did. That I wear the same uniform he did, and that his crimes were a personal affront to me as much as they were to her. Even though it was different, he damaged all of us. She listened. She also caught that I said, he did wear the uniform. So she made me explain how he was getting processed. I asked her, all of them, not to say anything yet but to log their cases as best they could. If it leaks, we can't prosecute him as well. Damn. You calmed them down and got them to not go to the press? Oh, I told them to go to the press. But I gave them a date. He looked at her then. The captain was not happy with that, but since the group wouldn't deal with anyone but me after that, I was safe. The other thing is that while some of the brass doesn't want Wilcox hung out to dry publicly, the captain wants him drawn and quartered in the town square. So I'm not getting reprimanded, because it helps her out. I am, however, the new liaison to that informal public group. I wound up telling them to ask around and find old cases. See if they can find more complaints against Wilcox. I'm going to help bury him. Jessica closed her eyes and leaned against his shoulder. Good for you. But you have to text me next time. I'm so sorry, baby. He cupped her face, turned her to him and kissed her. Come to bed with me? I need to sleep for about 2 days. I can't. I have to go in for my shift. Because she carried on, because she was tougher than this. She told him about the almost-made omelet. She poured herself another cup of coffee and hoped it was strong enough. Then she headed out the door, still wondering if she would survive this relationship. 39. Jessica watched as Zoe walked in. The last one to arrive, she brought their total to 4. Looking around the small table, Jessica thought about what it meant to have this group. She'd known Bree going on 10 years now. They'd started out with some trainings together in first aid and CPR. Bree had gone on to become an EMT, always her chosen path. Jessica had become a cop. She'd known Bree before she was married to Kevin. And she guessed she knew Bree now after Kevin. Jessica had known both Kara and her husband Walker before they'd known each other. She'd known Zoe and Noah would become Zoe and Noah before they did. And now she smiled at Zoe. The consummate businesswoman, Zoe clutched a small purse and rocked her business suit. Kara looked like the power attorney she was. Jessica looked like a cop, no two ways about it. Bree looked as good as she could, for having just lost her husband. Jessica counted it as a win that she was out at all. If anyone was looking at them from the outside, they would wonder what had brought this strange group together. But the 4 of them didn't wonder. Zoe grinned, though it was a bit forced. She was clearly trying to make this like one of their normal get-togethers. God, someone give me a scoop. I'm so tired of talking about chemical compounds. I did not think I'd live to see the day you'd say that. Jessica laughed and ignored the elephant in the room. Okay, Zoe conceded. She did not look like anyone's preconceived idea of a chemical engineer. I'm exhausted by contractors telling me why I need to make chemicals do things they don't do. Oh God. Kara nodded and ordered a round for the table. It might be lunch, but it was harder to get them all together these days. And probably Bree could use the calories. I hear you. I want a recorder that says, the law doesn't work that way. And you can't make a contract for that. Amen? Zoe held up a hand for a high five. Can I come work with you, Jessica? I want to arrest someone. Sure, we totally do that for regular civilians. You only need a criminal justice degree, post-training, on-the-job experience, and... Shut up. Zoe shook her head and rolled her eyes. And thank you for trolling me at my own complaint. Jessica laughed. Say it, Kara. The law doesn't work that way. Their drinks arrived then, and they clinked glasses before starting to talk again. Zoe looked around the table. Still, no one has given me a scoop. Walker and I are trying to get pregnant again. Kara said the words sweetly but low. Bree and Kevin had been talking about having a baby. But Bree had been adamant this last week that they not hold back on her, even though this one probably hurt. All their news probably did. Kara smiled, but then her eyes flared and she stared at Zoe. You wanted dirt because you have your own. Yes. Zoe held out the ring. I know it's not a surprise to anyone, but it's here. She looked around the table. So I need 3 bridesmaids. At your service. Jessica would have told anyone who asked that she was not one for playing the bridesmaid. She liked regular dresses just fine, but bridesmaid dresses were creations of Satan. Her friends had good taste though. She did love a good bachelorette trip to Vegas, and it turned out she enjoyed showers when they were for her close friends. Please don't put us in purple, Bree cringed. I'll look like a grape. Jessica could not help laughing at that, glad to her toes that Bree was participating. Check. No purple. Zoe nodded and tried to stay solemn, though she didn't quite pull it off. The conversation moved around to Kara's promotion. She was now fast-tracked to partner. She'd taken the slow route to get there, having decided that a zillion hours in the office and a higher paycheck was not worth the trade-off of spending time with Walker and their 2 daughters. She'd also made sure that Walker had enough of his own time to pursue his painting. Slowly they'd both progressed. But Kara's firm had seen what she was doing, and they'd carved out a spot for her and a few others who wanted a reasonable workload. They talked through ordering, through their food arriving and more. It was when they were eating that Zoe eyed Jessica and addressed the table. Has anyone else noticed that Jessica is a bit quiet? Then she looked Jessica dead in the eye and said, Spill it. I don't even know where to start. So I'll start at the hard part. A few nights ago, Alex was supposed to come over and he was late. Like almost 11 hours late. Was he okay? Zoe leaned in, her concern etched across her delicate features. Thank you for that, Zoe. Jessica sighed. Thank you for assuming something was wrong, and not that he was cheating or anything. Then her chest clenched in shame. She shouldn't have said that. Kevin hadn't come home. How could she have been so insensitive? I've met the guy. If he cheats on you, then I know nothing about people at all. She looked to the rest of the table. Was he okay? He was. I wasn't. She wished she hadn't started this story. But there was almost no way to tell it without stepping on Bree's toes. Jessica found she needed a deep breath just to start. The worry and fear came rushing back in a way she hadn't expected. I was up so late, and then I woke up and he still wasn't home, and she didn't say I thought he was dead. As soon as she thought it, Jessica felt even more awful. Bree, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with my mouth today. There's nothing wrong with your mouth. My loss doesn't change your fear. You weren't mean. Bree reached out and took Jessica's hand, waiting until she looked up. You're allowed to be afraid of it. It was scary as hell. I would have been petrified if I'd had any warning. She looked around the table, at all of them. Don't ever not speak the truth in front of me. Jessica nodded, squeezed Bree's hand and let go. I was so afraid I was going to lose him. They all nodded. How do I live with him being out on the streets like that? He wants to join SWAT. And actually says it's safer, but somehow that doesn't make me feel any better. It was Kara who took her hand this time. Your parents have lived with it for years. Your whole career. But I don't live with them. They aren't waiting up for me. They don't know when I'm late. Jessica shrugged. It's not the same. You're right. It isn't. You're their child. Kara looked at the other women at the table, something passing between their eyes that Jessica couldn't decipher. Alex lives with that same fear about you. He told me that. Jessica almost smiled. We live with it too. Bree's voice was soft, and for a moment Jessica thought she meant Kevin. But she didn't. What? Jessica's eyes darted between them, as her friends nodded their way through a truth they had all known but she hadn't. Zoe shrugged. We love you. We've been scared for you. When I watch the news and we have riots or there's a shooting, I'm afraid you're there. Bree shrugged. Sometimes you are. You and your old partner got into that gang war, with the stone jungles and the Delsers? Jessica supplied. They remembered that? Hell, Bree even remembered the name of one of the gangs. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You don't have to be sorry. Zoe blinked a few times. Just know that while it's not the same as between you and Alex, we do understand. Jessica hugged her right there. Here she was, almost crying at lunch. Thank you. Then she took a deep breath and let out another little bomb. Alex and I are moving in together. What? Bree yelped it but grinned. Way to bury the lead, Kara said. Because of the scare? Zoe, ever practical, chimed in. Nope, it was decided before that. We've handed in notice at our apartments, and we're going to start hunting something up next weekend. Bree shook her head. This has been a really big news day. But there was that permanent sadness to her smile now, and Jessica couldn't help but feel afraid. Jessica sat at her desk the next day. She'd needed that lunch with her friends. They often managed something in twos or occasionally three, but all four of them together? It might not happen again until something official came up for Zoe and Noah's wedding. For the first time, Jessica had sat at that table and not felt like the odd man out. It didn't even matter if she and Alex lasted, not as far as her friends were concerned, she belonged at that table. They all did. No matter their status. Something about the four of them resonated. It lifted her spirits and helped her shed some of the weight she'd been carrying. Her abuela called her at the desk. Though her parents respected her work time, her grandmother had no clue. Hola, Jessica answered the phone, recognizing the number. Sometimes she let it go to voicemail, but it was often easier to answer it than deal with entangling her grandmother's lack of technological know-how. Tenho tamales. See, Jessica responded. If her grandmother was announcing that she had tamales, she meant she had them ready for Jessica to pick up. She told her grandmother she would come by later that evening for them. She was promptly asked if she was bringing that nice boy with her. I'll try, abuelita. She hung up and realized she'd totally screwed up. She was moving in with Alex, and she hadn't even told her parents they were dating. Her mother and grandmother had tried so hard to make them a couple the first time she'd brought him that she hadn't wanted to talk about it again. Now it was way past time to tell them. She bashed her head against the back of her seat. It was padded, so it was a protest of motion only. Picking up her phone, she started tapping out a text to Alex, then realized he was on shift. Though they were going to stay in touch better about late hours, contacting him about her abuela and some available tamales while he was working was totally unnecessary. Instead, she pulled up his schedule where he'd emailed it to her and tried to ignore the grin that wanted to bloom on her face. Other guys had sent her bouquets of roses with teddy bears holding heart-shaped boxes of chocolates. This one sent her his schedule, and she smiled. He knew what it meant to her to know she could find him, and that he was okay. Jessica set an alarm to text him when his shift was up. It was past time to introduce him to the family as what he was, rapidly becoming the love of her life. 40. Jessica knocked and pushed open the front door. She balanced a huge bowl of salad until Alex just took it from her. "Don't spill our offering on my first official visit as boyfriend. They already like you. And they'll know I'm the one who tried to do too many things at once and spilled our part of the dinner." Still, he didn't return the salad bowl. Her grandmother greeted them at the door, hugging Jessica, making her bend down to meet the woman's diminutive size. Then she looked at Alex as though he was something strange, like maybe a Sasquatch. "You remember Alex, right, abuelita?" She was trying for as much English as possible. Though Alex could communicate at a roadside stop in Spanish, she knew he was only picking up bits of her family's rapid-fire Latin American language. "He's been helping me eat all the tamales and papas rellenas and mole you've been sending me." Her mother appeared then, standing behind abuelita, beaming as though Jessica was the bearer of the next virgin birth. She turned to Alex and whispered, "I'm so sorry. The way she's acting, you're here to propose, never mind that she just found out we're dating. I'm also sorry, because she seems to think I was never going to find anyone. Please save me if she starts to thank you for rescuing me." Alex nodded, and she could see he was biting his lip to keep from busting out laughing right there on her parents' porch. She stepped back and motioned him into the waiting arms of her mother, and a hug she was sure was far too emotional for the situation. She told them over the phone that she and Alex were dating. There had been no desire in her heart to drop that bomb in person and have to watch their faces. Standing back on the porch, watching Alex enter her world felt a little surreal after having taken a trip to his hometown. Breathless, Georgia was as southern as it could be. While she'd seen other people of other colors besides lily white on the streets of his home, it seemed everyone they spoke with came in one shade. His childhood home smelled like biscuits, and they wondered about her having an accent. She still hadn't figured that one out, but they'd been plenty welcoming, and Alex had come from there. She wondered what he thought of her Hispanic home in her old neighborhood. It was no Hollywood. There was still gang activity on some of the blocks, not far enough away to make her feel good about her parents' safety. But they weren't going to move. Alex worked in LAPD, he knew all of this. Yet he hugged her mother, shook her father's hand, and took a pretty serious pinch to the cheek from her grandmother, all while holding the salad and a bottle of wine he'd brought just from him. Because he wanted to impress her parents. If she wasn't already upside down over this guy, that would have done her in. Her grandmother went off to the kitchen, calling for her mother to take the salad bowl from them and help. "Sorry about that cheek pinch," her father told Alex. "She does it to me too, and I've been married to her daughter for almost 40 years. Alex took it in stride. "I think she was testing to see if I was done baking." Jessica watched as her father laughed and invited them in to help finish setting the table and open the wine. She hadn't known what her parents expected of her, aside from getting married and giving them grandbabies. She'd brought home boys in high school and one serious one in college. Her mother had always slightly disapproved. Jessica had always thought it was because they were white. Her mother had liked the Mexican boy down the street when Jessica had dated him, but that was ages ago. But Alex? Her mother took to him like a magnet. Was Jessica wrong? Had it been coincidental, and her mother had simply disliked the men she picked? Or had she given up on Jessica completely, and was now happy with whatever she brought home? There was no telling. There was only dinner. And Jessica wasn't going to ask. "What is that?" Lee was standing over her desk as she ate from a glass container she'd packed. She'd also packed a bigger one for Alex. They were basically living together now, and HR knew all about them, so she saw no need to pack them different lunches. Let the world speculate. "It's papas rellenas." "In English?" "Wait. Potatoes." She nodded. All the officers had some exposure to Spanish, Russian, Mandarin, and more. But they knew, "Put your hands on your head," and "Is that meth?" rather than what foods one might talk about. It's kind of like mashed potatoes but seasoned. And there's ground beef cooked with onions and other Peruvian vegetables, like a meatball. Then the potatoes are pushed around it, and it's pan-fried then baked. His eyebrows kept going up. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but my grandmother likes to bake. Actually, her grandmother liked to bake for Alex. Jessica took another bite. It was a flavor from her childhood. One of the good ones, not like Kool-Aid or those candy sticks you dipped in colored powdered sugars. She and Alex had also been working on the pan of tamales she'd sent. When asked, Alex had told her he liked the chicken mole and that he'd never had it before. Abuelita had reacted in horror. How had he lived without mole? She swore to make pans of it for them. Jessica watched her mother sigh, think about the grocery bill, and reach for the wine. Alex had topped her off. Jessica had been grateful. Can you eat and work? Lee wheeled over to her, pages in his hand. I traced the ID the one employee gave us. It's not this guy. Seems like he either stole the ID or just used the name. We'll have to call back. Jessica nodded and swallowed. Because if he produced the ID, we can get him on counterfeiting too, and maybe bring him in that way. That was the trick. If she counted the number of times a person actually did time for the crime they were first accused of, the number would be pretty low. However, if they couldn't prove the embezzling beyond a shadow of a doubt, maybe they could get other charges to stick. Either way, he was going behind bars. When I ran the name though, 2 other names popped, and I found a little trail with his picture. Look. He started showing her the papers he'd printed up. This is him as Wilfred Blakemore. And here's another one. These people say his name is John Redford. And a third name comes up as Donald Wilson. Well, tracking down 3 names is far more fun than tracking down one. She set down her food for a minute and started looking through the pages. Do you want to pick one, and I'll pick another? Then whoever finishes first gets the prize of finding out about the third one. Best day ever, Lee intoned, deadpan, and rolled back to his spot opposite her. Jessica finished her lunch, not all that anxious to further mix her short break with work. However, once she dove in, she was lost to the process. It didn't take too long to dig up some more interesting data. Lee, look at this. There's a deceased John Redmond with a similar background to the one our guy is claiming. They still didn't have any definitive identification on him, but the fact that he was going by 3 different stolen names pretty much nailed him as their guy. Lee sighed. I so desperately want to tell the companies to find a way to get his prints. Offer him a glass of water or something. Jessica nodded. They both knew what happened when you put ordinary citizens on a sting. They botched it, and then the suspect knew he was being watched and he ran. It's LA, you would think people would be better actors. Some of them are, but we won't know how they handle the pressure until it's time. And then if they've screwed it up, it's too late, Lee lamented. He was right, they were closing in. If they tipped their guy off, it would only make their jobs harder. I wish we could hire an actor to do it. You can't throw a stone out here without hitting an actor who'd love the work. Sure, but if he recognizes that it's an actor, we're dead. Though he was rejecting the idea, Lee at least looked like he was also thinking it through. So we hire a skilled, unknown actor. He doesn't recognize them. Wouldn't they need to be there a few times before we do anything, like offer him a glass of water? If there's a new person at the front desk and they act weird, that would tip him off. So he'd need to see them a few times before it didn't seem odd. Wait. Jessica held up one finger and tried to catch the thought at the back of her head. I don't know if this will work, but actors, when they're getting started, they get recognized. But everyone just says, "Don't I know you from somewhere?" Yeah, but if he recognizes them, that's a problem. No, I mean people don't actually know who they are, they just have a feeling of familiarity they can't place. My friend Noah said people always thought he was their neighbor or worked at their coffee shop when he started getting jobs. So if our guy walks in and sees someone he feels is familiar, then we might not need a few exposures. He would hopefully just assume, because he kind of recognizes the person, that they'd been there longer. So, let's hire this Noah guy that everyone thinks is someone they know. Jessica laughed. That won't fly anymore. I think you'd recognize Noah Preston. Lee almost choked on air. The Noah Preston? That's your friend Noah? Yeah, I've known him for a long time. He and one of my best friends just got engaged. Jessica smiled, thinking about Zoe showing off that ring. Noah had put a few pictures up on his social media, and he might have been shining even brighter than that jewelry. We'll have to get someone just starting out, but I should have connections to find it. He sighed. Let's think about it for a day or two. Try to poke holes in it. In the meantime, let's go back and talk to the employees about the new names. God, I wish we could just email. I had no idea I'd be sitting in traffic just as much as a detective as I did as a street cop. Jessica laughed at him, and they headed out for a car. They made it down to Century City, where the employees had the worst response. I think that name sounds familiar, but I just can't be sure. Jessica had given as sincere a smile as she could, and thanked the woman for her supremely unhelpful response. Feeling both defeated and hopeful, they hopped into the car and headed to the next location. They had almost arrived when the radio crackled again. Jessica was only half listening. There was a dead body, gunshot wound, yada yada yada. Officers on the scene. For a moment, her heart clenched, thinking she'd get pulled off this case to work that one. But Rhymes hadn't pulled her back to homicide in a while. His people were back in town. Then her phone rang from dispatch. Valverde, the victim off North Mansfield, has an ID on him as one Wilfred Blakemore. A second ID tucked into the wallet IDs him as John Redford. Those names ping to your latest investigation. Jessica got the exact location and turned to Lee. That's our guy. He just got shot. 41. Who's on scene? Jessica asked into the phone. Officers Danforth and Jessup were first on scene. Miranda and Copeland are there now as backup. Is the scene secured? If so, how? She asked as calmly as she could, though her heart pounded. Alex was there. This was exactly why HR wanted to know about their relationship. Maybe the questions had gone too far. No, they definitely had. But right now she and Alex had to operate as part of a team as a legal matter. As they turned the corner, it became clear that crowds had started to gather at their crime scene. Despite what people thought about LA, dead bodies on the street were actually damn rare. Jessica pulled out the temporary blue light and turned it on. She twisted to get it out the window and stuck it to the roof of the car. Maybe it was because she wasn't 6 feet tall, but she'd never looked cool like in the movies, just reaching up and planting the swirling blues. Slowly, people and other cars got out of their way. At last, Jessica could see the yellow tape sectioning off the small side street. It was Higman, the small street that cut between Mansfield and Orange? Jessica thought. She hoped they had it secured at the other end too. One of the uniforms stood at the middle of the tape, dealing rather kindly with people who tried to push against it or look around at the scene. Jessica had never understood that. Why would anyone want to see a dead body? If it turned out to be someone you knew, the last thing you'd want was to see it. Lee parked diagonally across the farthest right lane of traffic with the hope of stemming some of the looky-loos, and the two detectives popped out and hit the ground. Jessica left the blue light running. It wasn't as if there was any stealth to this operation. She ducked under the yellow tape, watching where she put her feet, surprised that the first thing she saw was Rhymes. She didn't know why she hadn't expected him. He was one of the leads in homicide. She just assumed this was her case. Bad assumption. I see we're working together again, Valverde. He grinned at her. She didn't grin back. We've been chasing this guy on an embezzlement case for about a month now. And he just turns up dead in an alley? Rhymes frowned at her. I guess technically, she said, looking up at the Green Street sign, it's not an alley. That was all she had to offer. Have you checked out the body? Other than a good look to be sure he's dead? No. Grimes stayed along the wall with her. They worked well together, worked the same way, edges first. Surveyed the whole thing. Lee had disappeared, but she didn't worry about that. Standing with her arms crossed, not wanting to touch anything, even though her instinct was to run in and touch everything, she tried to gather a big picture. Looks like he was shot from somewhere over there. She pointed out toward the Mansfield side of the street. Grimes nodded. Unless he was shot, spun and fell the other way, then yes. We'll need to check the blood spattered to be sure. Are you going to bring in an analyst? She asked. Grimes didn't get a chance to answer. Officer Miranda, a small, round-faced woman of East Indian origin with beautiful eyelashes, stepped up. Her hands were rested on all the kits attached to her belt, typical cop style, though it was at odds with her sweet looks. Jessica bet she'd fire on you in a heartbeat. The crowd gathered on the Mansfield side first. There are 3 people waiting to give statements. Officer Miranda pointed to them, standing in a small cluster just outside the yellow tape. They all say the shots came from this end of the street. Did any of them see the shooter? Jessica and Grimes asked in near unison. The mother, Miranda pointed to a young woman in a striped shirt, holding a toddler by one hand and an infant on her hip. She looked worried and stressed. And the businessman. He, on the other hand, looked at his phone and tapped away. He appeared to be nothing other than bored, and maybe put out that he might be called on to help solve a murder. The third? Jessica asked, finding that Miranda's soft and calm demeanor helped all the rest of them. Says he saw it in the reflection of the window across the street. Not as much help as the others, but we're holding him for you anyway. Jessica nodded. She hadn't seen Alex, and she'd thought he was on the scene. And where had Lee gone? She and Grimes stepped back to their original surveillance spot in the corner. The body lay at an awkward angle, arm tucked underneath, the stillness preternatural. The blood that seeped out along the uneven surface of the blacktop was all too human. Lee showed up then, at the opposite end of the street, with Alex lifting the yellow tape for him to get under. It was clear even from here, even when she couldn't hear it, that Alex was explaining to the people gathering on the other end that Lee was a detective, and no, he wasn't just letting people in to look. Jessica wanted to shake her head. She wanted to smile at Alex, but there was a dead man on the ground and a case to solve. Lee approached them. I cut through a few of the buildings, wanted to see it from the other side. Is that Orange Street? Citrus, he corrected her. There are people gathering, but not as many as there. He pointed to where the little snippet of a street teed into Mansfield. And I think I saw a fresh chip on the bricks right at the corner of the building, on that side of the street. That would indicate the bullets came from this direction. Unless it's old, Grimes put in. Could be. Lee shrugged, not taking offense. But the chip was clean. No dirt or pollution buildup. If it isn't fresh from this incident, it's very, very new. Grimes nodded. Jessica got her 2 cents in. It could also mean that stray bullets went out into Citrus. Do we have any complaints of anything else being hit? They all looked at each other. Jessica finally broke the stalemate. I'll ask. She grabbed a few supplies and headed over to Alex at the other end of the street, guarding his own section of yellow tape. Did she say, "Hey babe"? But what if someone heard and brought up unprofessional behavior at the scene of a murder? Then she remembered he was wearing a body cam. Well crap. No "hey babe"s at all then. Copeland. He turned and smiled at her. She wasn't wearing a body cam, so his reaction wasn't being recorded. Luckily, he turned serious right away. Yes? 1. We are pretty sure this is the guy that Lee and I have been investigating for over a month now. He has 2 IDs that match 2 out of 3 aliases we've already discovered for him. Damn. And 2, Lee saw a chip in the brick down here that he thinks might be a hit from a bullet. Have you seen it? Alex shook his head. But Lee came in right around here. He pointed her to the right spot, and they found a chip quickly. Whether it was the same one or not, she didn't know. "It does look fresh," she commented, and added a marker at the spot. "We need to know if there are any more, or if there are stray bullets that went out the end of the alley. I'm the only one here. I can't leave the tape, but I'll look where I can. Leave me markers." He held out his hand and she left him with 2 plastic numbers on stands and 2 tape markers for things like the brick. "Thanks." She turned and walked back to Lee. Grimes had broken rank and was starting to interview the people waiting. Despite the fact that the woman had an infant and a restless toddler, it was the other 2 who seemed to be complaining. Miranda was corralling them. "Let's check the body." Jessica tugged at Lee's sleeve. It might even be his first homicide. She knew he'd done some work with entry-level crime, petty theft, etc. before, so she asked if he wanted a rundown. "Absolutely." "Okay," she pointed out both ends of the alley. "Scene's clear. Shooter's gone. Early arrivals, the uniforms confirmed that. One shooter, witnesses saw him running away. So far, none of the witnesses saw the other witnesses, which is a little odd normally. Busy street like this in LA, I don't question it so much. Also notice we stayed near the wall. Good to be sure we don't disturb the main scene," she pointed out toward the body still lying in the middle. "But also good to be a bit out of the way to spot if the shooter comes back, whatever. Also, barricades and lights are on the way. That will help us a lot." She headed toward the body for the first time and crouched down to examine it. She didn't touch anything, not even with a pencil. They were looking over the dead man, trying to discern the wounds through his clothing, when a screech of tires came from one end of the alley. She looked up to see Alex still standing at his post, hands at his belt, looking down the road, a little confused maybe. He didn't seem too concerned, so she looked back at their dead man. They pulled his wallet for ID. Sucks because it ruins the scene a bit. Good for them to get some idea what they're dealing with. But Lee already knew that, probably. They'd all started out on the street. He smiled and didn't call her out for talking down to him. "It got us here a hell of a lot faster." "True?" She was grinning as she heard the sound of heavy footsteps. Alex was suddenly running toward them from his end of the alley, and Jessica stood up to see what he wanted. His frantic hand motions told her to get down, but he didn't really look at her. His eyes were glued on the other end of the street. She tried duck and cover, she really did. But he was running past her, pushed her a little as he went by. Lee was standing next to her frowning, and it all happened too fast. He looked at her with confusion, and she gave him the same look back. Jessica didn't hear the bullets until later. She thought she heard Rhymes yelp, but she didn't pay attention as Lee jerked a little. Just a little. His startled look changed, and he somehow became more confused. His hand reached up to his chest, and Jessica only just spotted the blood as he crumpled. She was reaching for him as she heard Alex. In that heartbeat she turned. The shooter was hanging out of the car window, hands braced on the 9mm he was aiming with precision right at her. Only Alex was still moving, cutting in front of her. The shooter unloaded the rest of his clip, each hit slamming into Alex and throwing him back into her. 42. Jessica lay stunned where she'd fallen. Then she started to move. Alex's body was partially across what became her lap as she sat up. Even though she moved underneath him, he didn't move on his own. She rolled him heavily like a sack of grain. Her breathing halted, her heart pounded, her skin was clammy. Just in the edge of her vision, she saw something hit the ground. His department-issued Glock. She'd watched it as it slid off his chest or out of his hand. He wasn't awake. Or alive. She didn't know. For a moment she blinked at the gun. He'd had his weapon drawn. She didn't think he'd fired it, but she couldn't be sure. Jessica looked out onto Mansfield Street. It seemed the people moved in slow motion as she blinked at them. Alex couldn't have fired back. Though the car with the shooter had been directly in front of him, the street behind the car had been full of people. She looked down at him again, her focus narrowing. Her ears were thick with an unending roaring sound, but her eyes were sharp and clear. She scanned the scene, but the shooter was gone, just a tracer in her memory. She shouldn't have moved Alex. What if she'd just severed his spinal cord? No. That was the first thing in CPR, and every cop knew it. Don't move them until the neck and spine are cleared. She'd sat up before she knew what was going on. The pounding in her head matched the heavy, fast beating of her heart, and her hands scrambled over Alex's inert form. Since she was already sitting up, she could check him without moving him further. She felt his neck, his skull, his still warm skin. When she pulled her fingers away, his blood came with it. It had to be his, right? She wasn't bleeding. Or maybe she was. No, her hands had been clean when she reached for him, her memory confirmed it. Had she felt dents? Obvious cuts on his scalp? She hadn't. Was the blood coming from elsewhere? She knew she was in shock. It didn't change what she was doing, only the cold, clinical evaluation of what she was pretty sure was her dead boyfriend's body. She trailed her now bloody fingers down his neck along his spine, but it didn't feel right. It felt rigid and flat. Not sure what to do about that, she moved to the front of him. Hearing a change in the noises around her, Jessica looked up. Rhymes was clutching at his arm, blood dripping between his fingers. The noise came again. Her name? Valverde. Yes? She might have yelled it. She was looking at him and still checking Alex out. He was still laid across her lap, still bleeding out. Are you hit? The words came from reading his lips, the sound still too hard to distinguish. Only the cadence and the change in the roar came through. No. She shook her head. I don't think so. She rescinded her first statement. She knew people got hit all the time, and shock prevented them from knowing it. She was definitely in shock. I don't know. She saw a movement and wanted to duck, but it was Officer Miranda, out beyond the yellow tape. Her weapon was drawn, but she was pointing it upward, scanning the street, though in Jessica's mind, the car had finished its job and sped off. Not that she remembered any of that specifically. In the street, she saw people cowering, and Miranda motioning them to stay down. They ducked into shops for cover, and Jessica could just make out car doors slamming and tires squealing as people jumped in their vehicles and sped away from what was once again an active crime scene. Ignoring Rhymes, and trusting Miranda to keep them safe from that end of the street, she looked to one of the other officers. Jessica didn't remember his name, but he was kneeling and taking care of Lee. She went back to checking Alex. The front of him contained straps holding his body cam in place, only it was chipped at the corner now, sharp, hard plastic digging into the soft skin of her fingers. She had no idea if it cut her. She already had blood on her hands. One of the straps that held it on was cut halfway across, blown apart by a bullet that had hit Alex's center mass. One of the clips was obliterated, pieces shattered and missing, the bullet still embedded in the spot, splayed out and flat, dark and shiny at the same time. She touched it, feeling just a hint of the heat that had transformed it as it hit him. He groaned then, surprising her. His hand raised to cup his own head, or at least he tried to. He sucked in a gasp and jerked his arm back. Then he gasped again. Her brain was slow to work. He was alive. Not dead. His vest. He'd been wearing his vest. The Kevlar had stopped the bullets. She saw them then for what they were, splayed pieces of metal that had rammed his chest at high speed. He probably had broken ribs. She should have been relieved, but the shock still had a hold of her. You're bleeding somewhere. He frowned at her. Trying to figure it out, she wiped her hands on her shirt and touched his arms, squeezing at the muscles that were still there, still Alex. She hadn't gotten all the blood off her hands, but nothing looked fresh. She moved down his arms to his hands. Ah? He yanked his arm back, but the sound was stopped by another stronger pain. Probably the ribs again. She saw it then, a chip of brick sticking out of his forearm. She'd hit it when she moved her hands down his arm. Though an inch of it showed beyond the surface of his skin, a good portion must be stuck in his arm. Blood oozed out around it. Don't touch it. Let's let a doctor get it out. Don't you touch it, he scolded, and she realized she could hear him relatively clearly. "It hurts like a son of bitch." She was smiling when the other officer across the alleyway moved. He stood slowly, looking at Rhymes. Somehow she knew before Rhymes saw him shake his head. Had she started scrambling to her feet before he spoke? She didn't know. Only that she'd left Alex suddenly on the pavement. He was okay. Though the shock had begun to wear off as her logical mind had given her good news and decided that her emotions could deal with it, it clamped back firmly into place now. She couldn't see Lee. Only his legs were visible beyond the other officer who stood there blocking her view. That probably wasn't his intention. The officer was facing away from her, paying no attention to the woman scrambling up behind him. He must have heard her. He was turning around. At the front of the alley, despite the fact that he still clutched his own arm, Rhymes was shaking his head at her. No. No what? She did not want to process what that might mean. His mouth moved, but she heard nothing. If she could read his lips, her brain ignored it. The scramble of sounds in her head meant nothing as she stumbled and tripped her way over to where Lee was. She was running through water, unable to move quickly in spite of her best efforts. She worked out nearly every day. She should be there by now, but it seemed the alley stretched. The large officer, a swath of navy blue filling her vision, turned and pushed her back, but Jessica fought him off. She'd worked so hard to get to her feet, but now she crumpled, her knees hitting the pavement, pain spiking up her legs into her heart. Lee lay on his back on the black and dirty road. One hand lay limply across his chest, but it didn't disguise the hole there. She knew that spot. A little left of center. She'd been taught to aim for it, because there was no surviving it. His other hand lay on the ground, flung out away from him. His palm was clean, his fingers out as if asleep. The gold band on his finger snagged her attention for a moment, as Jessica thought of Mindy, of his 2 young daughters. She could smell the high-end coffee that he made when they worked late at his place. In her mind, she was seeing the polish of the old table that was kept up even though it wasn't expensive. It took a moment before she could look at his face. His open eyes stared sightlessly at the brick wall on the other side of the alley. She waited for him to blink. To get up. To ask why she was staring instead of doing something. But he didn't. Her brain refused to acknowledge what she saw, but a logical, remote part of her understood. Hands came around her arms. The 3-tone cadence of her name came at her again, and she knew it was Rhymes, even if she couldn't really hear the sound. Wailing came in the distance. Valverde. She looked up at him, where her occasional temporary boss was once again clutching his bleeding arm as he tried to get her attention. What? Just then, an ambulance pulled into view in the space at the end of the alley. She turned back to look at Alex, still laying on the ground, one hand on his chest in a pose mirroring Lee's. He gasped out a pained sound, and she wondered if he had more wrong with him than just broken ribs and a cut on his arm. 43. Jessica sat in the waiting room at Cedars-Sinai Hospital for just under 4 hours. Rhymes came back then, his arm in a bright blue sling that looked out of place against his somber expression and cut, still bloody clothing. The bullet had hit his upper arm, but was a through and through. It didn't hit anything major, and didn't require surgery. He sat with her. "You should go home. I can drive you," she offered. "You should be upstairs with Copeland," he returned. "My wife is coming for me." "Isn't it inappropriate to be up there with him when I'm on the job?" Rhymes looked at her like maybe she'd hit her head back there. "So you were acting inappropriately, we all were, when he and Roma were in for burns from their apartment fire?" He'd been pretty heroic that day. She stayed in the seat. Jessica didn't know why, but she felt almost magnetized to it. The day had been traumatic, and not getting up felt as though she wouldn't have to move to the next logical step. Rhymes sighed at her. "He was pretty heroic today. He saved your life flat out. And I'm calling it that he saved mine too. His warning had me up against the wall, which is the reason I only got winged. See this?" He pointed to the bandage and stitches at his arm. Follow that height across to my chest. She did. It was right on level with his heart. It would have hit center mass. Jessica nodded, feeling tears threatening at the backs of her eyes. So get your ass down the hall to him, young lady. My wife will be here any moment. You go now. She nodded and stood up woodenly. She felt like she didn't move correctly. When she closed her eyes, even when she just blinked, she saw Lee on the ground. Her brain was telling her he was dead. The paramedics on the scene said he was dead. Grimes said the same thing. Lee was gone. But it was just words in her head. She couldn't process them yet. So she pushed through the double doors and into the bay without thinking. A nurse in blue scrubs stopped her. Ma'am, are you okay? I'm fine. She smiled without meaning it. Then she looked down and saw her still bloody shirt. She'd wiped at her hands, but traces of blood still lingered there too. Alex's. Grimes. Lee's. The last one was the hardest. It's not mine. It's everyone else's, she thought, but not mine. I'm looking for a fellow officer in one of the bays. She pointed around, let her hips swivel to show the badge. They were usually nicer to officers in the ER. Jessica had been in here plenty, even though she didn't know this nurse by name. Officer Alex Copeland. Had she said officer too much? Did she look like she was trying to throw her weight around? She couldn't tell. Everything still felt out of whack. Jess? His voice was weak, soft, but it was unmistakably Alex. She followed the sound and the nurse let her. Pulling back the curtain, Jessica saw him sitting on the bed. Bare-chested, he looked like a wounded god. But she didn't feel anything when she looked at him. Didn't she love him? Instead, her analysis was cold, clinical. The back of his forearm was getting stitched by some guy whose face she couldn't see because he was hunched over his work. He didn't look up. Probably a good thing. The magnifying glasses would have made him look like a bug. Jessica might have just started laughing hysterically.
44. Alex couldn't inhale, not as deeply as he wanted. Luckily, just lying here didn't take much oxygen. Worrying about Jess had. She stood in front of him, her gaze almost bored-looking. She took in the wide swath of bandages around his chest. They were tight because of his broken ribs. That was why he hadn't yelled for her. Holding his good hand out to her, he was relieved when she reached out and took it, even if her expression didn't change. She started to sit on the edge of his bed, but then seemed to think better of it. He tugged at her. It's okay. My hand's on the table. You won't bother the stitching. Also, I think Dr. Amancona isn't even paying any attention to us. If I could detach my arm and go, he would keep stitching. Dr. Amancona didn't even look up, proving him right. Jessica sat gingerly at his side, functioning physically, but looking as though her emotions had simply been turned off. She looked at him again, and he felt the bruise blooming beneath the bandages. She couldn't have missed the purple, peeking around the edges. He couldn't even sigh and tell her it was okay. Honestly, it wasn't. He'd taken 3 bullets to his vest. It distributed the impact, saving his life, but the broken ribs were a common side effect. Better than dead, he reminded himself. She reached out to touch him, almost as though to be sure he was real. Then she pulled her hand back. He wondered himself if everything was okay. If someone had shaken him, and he found she was still standing in the alley, he wouldn't have been surprised. If he blinked, and he was standing at her funeral, it wouldn't have shocked him either. Jess appeared to be caught in the same kind of fever dream he was. But he was alive. And so was she. Are you okay? It was the first thing she'd said. She'd been sitting there staring vaguely into space for a while. I have 5 broken ribs. Bastard managed to hit me in 3 distinct spots. He reached up to his head with the hand that wasn't getting stitched, the one that had been holding her hand. The impact threw me backward into you, but you didn't do a good enough job of cushioning me. He was trying to be funny. Common among police officers in bad situations. Gallows humor was almost the norm. Her calculated smile let him know she wasn't offended, but she wasn't really in there either. And I hit my head on the road. I've already had 15 stitches back there. They did that first. He sighed and pointed at the cut the doctor was stitching. Then this. But that should be the last of it. Then I get to go home. Right, Doc? Sure. Dr. Amancona did not look up or even change his movements with the response. There you have it, Alex said. They got the chip all out of there? Jessica asked, sounding too much like a robot. Part of what took so long. Is Rhymes okay? He was in the waiting room. I was waiting for him and you to come out. But his wife was coming to get him. She tilted her head for a second. She probably already got him. That's good. He waited a beat, then said, Jess? She was looking away, as though she wasn't really paying attention to their little conversation. I'm okay. I didn't ask, and you're not. Not really. Bad day. She shrugged, as though that could explain any of this. What are you going to do? Some odd expression crossed her face, and he knew that when she dealt with this it would be ugly. Her partner had been killed. Her boyfriend shot. And her best friend's husband had died in a car accident just over a week ago. This was going to hit her hard. But she calmly asked, how much longer will you be? I don't know. Doc? Got any ideas? Well, I'll be a little while stitching you still. You've got subcutaneous sutures as well as surface ones. I had to clean up the edges. The doc still hadn't looked up. Alex shrugged his other shoulder at her, indicating he didn't really understand either beyond, I'll be a little while. The doctor went on, not seeing Alex's silent communication. Then the nurses have to get you signed out. That can easily take another hour or two. Several doctors have to sign off on you. Not just me. Your x-rays have to come back from radiology too. To be sure there wasn't more than the broken ribs. They told me that's all it was, Alex protested. There could be more? We read the x-rays here, just to get a preliminary assessment. But we do send it up to radiology before we can discharge you, just so you don't leave without a second opinion. I don't expect anything to change. But we do it anyway. Despite the fact that he was carrying on a conversation, the doctor's head didn't move. His back didn't move. Only his hands slowly stuck the needle into Alex's skin, pushing until the surface no longer resisted and the needle went in and through. He felt small pressures here and there, but no pain. 1 stitch. 2. Jessica's head moved in a small circle, as though she were on a carnival ride. Her skin went suddenly pale, and her eyes glazed over. Jess. Alex grabbed at her hand. It was all he could do. Nurse. He was holding on to her, his grip vice-like, the doctor still working on his arm, still not reacting. Alex groaned and yelled again. He was in no position to hold her upright. That would hurt later. She turned to him and tried to focus. I'm okay. The curtain pulled back, and a familiar woman in scrubs stood there, looking at them. You called. Oh, I'm okay, Jessica told her. She added an unconvincing smile. Alex interceded. She's not okay. She just looked at my stitches and went ghastly white. Well, that wasn't flattering, but he wasn't aiming for romance points right now. She started to swoon, I guess. I don't swoon. Jessica interrupted him. He ignored her and talked right over her words. And she was at the shooting with me. She may be in shock. She's not right. I'm fine. She sounded exasperated with all of them. But he didn't care. Lisa looked at Jess and nodded. She pulled up a chair and demanded, sit here. With a sigh and a nearly dirty look at Alex for doing this to her, Jessica moved over to the chair. See, no vertigo. But he knew better. Lisa pulled out her little pen light and checked Jessica's eyes. She stuck a thermometer in her mouth, then slid a blood pressure cuff up her arm. All while Alex looked on with concern. Jessica huffed, but she couldn't talk with the small, plastic-covered thermometer under her tongue. It was chained by a curly cord to the mobile stand by the bed, and Alex waited until it beeped. Lisa put 2 fingers to Jessica's wrist and looked at her watch while she counted. Finally, when everything had beeped or clicked off, Lisa started reading out numbers. They sounded scrambled to Alex, but Jess just looked at the woman like, "So what? You're in the normal range, but everything is low. Sounds like low-grade shock. I'd love to get you on an IV and perk you up." "No. I'm fine." "Jessica." Alex used her full name. "Alex." She turned back to him. "I'm fine." She stood up, showing them all just how fine she was. "I'll come back for you in a while. Just get finished up." "Where are you going?" Was she crazy? Well, it had been a crazy day. "I have to go tell Mindy." "Mindy?" He was confused again. "Lee's wife. It needs to come from me." With that, she walked out of the bay. With no goodbye, no comment on when she'd return, she simply left him there to watch her go.
45. The door to the small house opened, and Mindy Kellerman smiled at her. "Jessica, come on in." Jessica could not remember driving to Lee's house. Clearly she'd done it. She was here, but everything after walking out of the was a complete blank. Stepping over the threshold, Jessica had a clear view into the living room. On the carpet, 2 little girls played with blocks. She blinked at the scene. She wondered if it would be kinder to go and kick over their block towers and leave. Rachel, the older girl, had constructed a rather elaborate castle, and Rhea, the younger sister, was desperately trying to copy it, but lacked the skills. Jessica blinked at them. She needed to get Mindy out of here, but they couldn't leave the girls alone. Jessica believed she was thinking clearly, but she still felt as though she was turned off. As though hitting the pavement on that tiny connector road had jolted her soul out of her. Or maybe it was the bullets whizzing by. Maybe it was seeing Alex and knowing that he'd been shot 3 times, dead center. That without the vest, he'd be dead. He'd be there on the pavement like Lee. "Lee? Where's Lee?" Mindy was still at the door, looking beyond where Jessica had come in. "Let's go out to the porch." Jessica closed the door and offered what she hoped was a soothing smile. She'd done this before, but not for anyone she knew. She'd helped Bree, but she hadn't been the one to knock on the door when Kevin died, though she knew that was how Bree had gotten the news. Here she was again. This task was so distasteful she'd gladly left it behind when she'd promoted to detective, but this was devastating. Jessica pulled Mindy along, trailing awkwardly, her elbow in Jessica's guiding hand. Dropping her friend's arm, Jessica pulled open the sliding glass door while Mindy's expression changed to one of suspicion. When Jessica turned and closed the door behind them, Mindy asked, "Jessica?" Inside, Jessica could still see the little girls playing. She didn't want them to see any of this. None of it. They deserved to hear this from their mother. Taking Mindy's arm again, she realized that she was flailing around, out of protocol for this procedure. There existed a protocol because it was the best way to deliver the news. Jessica knew this, but she couldn't help it. She tugged on Mindy, pulling her around to the side, out of sight. "Jessica, you're scaring me." Jessica was facing the tall wooden fence. The boards she looked at were new. They'd been repaired recently. For a second, it was more important to her to figure out who'd done the work. Lee? Or maybe Mindy? She'd seen Mindy just have at it and fix household things more than once. One day, she'd found Mindy installing a new ceiling fan by herself. No easy chore that. Jessica decided the neat work, new nails aligned to the old, was definitely Mindy's hand. She would need that. "Jessica." This time the voice was sharp, shocking, and there was no avoiding it. Turning, Jessica faced the woman who'd become a casual friend. Jessica had loved the woman's husband. Not in any inappropriate way, but because he'd managed to be an amazing partner, when she'd all but decided no one was ever going to be as good as Luke had been. Because she'd trusted him to have her back. She'd failed to have his, and now she had to tell his wife. Jessica opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Mindy looked at her, as though she was considering whether Jessica was on hardcore drugs. Then she quickly darted a glance back at the living room she shouldn't be able to see. When she looked back at Jessica, Jess's mouth was still moving and still had no sound coming out. Jessica? It had lost the sharp edge. The sound of her name was a plea, and it was one she couldn't answer. She just shook her head. Slowly, then she shook it again. Is he in the hospital? Mindy asked, grasping for hope. He was. But her stunted mind wanted to state facts. She wanted to say, he's in the morgue, but at least she knew better than to let that out. As though a dam had broken, she sucked in a deep breath, and at long last the words started coming out. We were on a scene. A dead body. She shouldn't have said that. Not when Lee had become the next dead body. Everything was fine. We were just tagging evidence. There were bullet chips in the wall, you know. It was pretty clear what had gone down. There were people out on the street milling around. It was so clear that all the damage was done. It was over. She didn't know why she was telling Mindy this, but it was flowing out. How long had it been? She didn't know. But not that long. The other officers hadn't shown up. They had to have the body transported from the scene. They had to have a death certificate. It took a while. It was hell on the widows. Jessica knew. It seemed Mindy hadn't even seen anything about a shooting on the news. Or if she had, she still wasn't putting it together. Jessica took another breath and went on. Then there was a squealing of tires, and a white sedan sped by. There was a shooter hanging out the back window, and he opened fire. It was a 9mm. Again, unnecessary details. Not protocol. Things Mindy didn't need. They would not be comforting, but Jessica couldn't stop it. He hit Rhymes and Copeland and Lee. He winged another officer. She buried Lee in the middle of the list. The list of other people on the scene who didn't die. She didn't say that Alex had saved them all. All of them except Lee. So he's okay. People got hit, but he's okay. The other woman was turning away, her own brain on the fritz now, probably thinking that she could gather the girls and go to the hospital and see her husband. No, Mindy? Jessica had to make her see. He's not okay. He didn't make it. None of them made it? Mindy asked. Oh God, no. She wasn't processing. And hell, Jessica could feel it, she still wasn't processing it herself. She was not the person to be doing this, but she was the only person who should. No. They are going to be okay. Lee was the only casualty. She saw it in her mind then. Lee looking at her. The confused look on his face from the squealing of the tires, the sounds of yelling. Jessica heard it clearly in her memory, what she hadn't been able to untangle at the scene. People on the street had yelled gun, and the sounds of the car were very clearly not right, not normal traffic. Lee had looked at her as he tried to sort it out. Then he jerked. Jessica knew now that she'd seen him as he was shot. Though she hadn't put the pieces together at the time, she'd watched her partner take a fatal hit. She'd watched as his eyes closed, not fainting as she'd maybe thought at the time. Instead, she'd watched him die. She'd been the last person he ever saw. What are you saying? Mindy asked. Jessica knew this was common. No one wanted to hear this news, and it didn't compute. I'm saying? A knock came at the door and Mindy jolted, rushing inside, welcoming the intrusion. Even Jessica held on to the tiniest sliver of hope that she was wrong. That the knock was Lee coming home, and she'd screwed this all up. They would laugh later, years from now certainly, about the time Jessica had thought Lee was dead, and had even told Mindy that he was. Mindy threw open the door to reveal two uniformed officers, hats in hand. Jessica felt her blood drop to her feet. Any hope she'd been harboring disappeared through the floor. She had done her duty, she'd come here, she'd told Mindy, but part of her was still holding out. Part of her didn't feel anything. However, she knew. 2 officers at the door? Lee's body had been positively identified. The death certificate had been signed. They didn't make mistakes when they knocked. Despite her own loss of blood pressure, Jessica was still upright. She watched as Mindy finally took the slap Jessica had already delivered and crumpled to the ground. Jessica was reaching for her, trying to get her before she hit. The officers in the door also dove for the falling woman, but there was hardly time to react. Behind her, Jessica heard small cries of, "Mommy?" and she was unprepared to turn and face the girls. She tried to shelter them, but this was going to rip their world wide open. It wasn't going to be kind. They were running toward Mindy, probably petrified that their mother had died. She hadn't, but the news was just as bad. Jessica let the men hold and lift Mindy back to her feet. Instead, she turned and caught 2 little girls in her arms, their warm bodies struggling as she whispered, "She's okay. She's okay. It's scary, but she just passed out." "What's that mean?" Rachel pushed at Jessica both verbally and physically. "Fainted. She fainted. See? She's waking up, that's all. She's okay. But your daddy isn't." The words traced through her brain, and she fought to keep them inside. Her own struggle to deal should not be passed on to the children. "Let's get inside and sit down." Jessica heard the kind, soft words from the officers as they each took one of Mindy's arms and carefully walked her to the couch. Gently, they seated her, and Jessica watched as her friend looked up at the officers' faces, already knowing what they were going to say. It had hit her then. All the words Jessica had said, finally snapping together in the horrid puzzle that they were. Jessica heard the buzzing in her own head again, and felt the girls pushing at her hold. This time she let them go. They ran to Mindy, who opened her arms and pulled the girls onto her lap together. They were already in one big hug, they would need it. Jessica stayed through the carefully chosen words of the officers. They seemed to know that Jessica had broken the news already, but they went through the whole routine of protocol exactly as they were supposed to. Lee was dead. It was confirmed. There was support, if she needed it. Mindy stayed dry-eyed for a while, but then Rachel started crying. Older than Rhea, she seemed to understand better what had happened. Or at least, she understood that it was bad. That triggered Mindy to cry finally, and Jessica felt it too for the first time. That painful, life-altering stab to the heart. The officers waited while all 4 of them cried for their loss, then at last they left. Mindy hugged her girls tight and looked up at Jessica. "You can go." Jessica had no idea if she was being excused or outright dismissed. Either was fine. She understood. She'd been there. She had lived when Lee had not, and here in Lee's home, that was not acceptable. She stood and nodded and said, "I'm here if you need me." Mindy nodded at the lie. And Jessica left. She wasn't here. She didn't know where she was, but here wasn't it. She headed out to her car and climbed behind the wheel, where she sobbed and accepted again that the world had changed for the worse. 46. Jessica had no idea how long she sat there crying. The top was up on her car, and though people passed by, no one bothered her. If that was because they were polite or because they didn't care, she had no idea. She could have stayed there forever, sobbing her eyes out, but she got a text. "Been ready for an hour. Are you coming back?" Damn. She'd forgotten Alex. Coming. She threw the car into gear and pulled out onto the road, blinking through the sheen of leftover tears. The light was fading from one of the most horrible days of her life, if not the worst. The problem was, it wouldn't be better tomorrow. At the stoplight, Jessica leaned down and grabbed the tissue box she'd stuffed under the front passenger seat. She tried to clean up. Tried to make her eyes less red, her face less puffy. There was only so much a Kleenex could do. She blinked her eyes wide as though that might make a difference, and reminded herself that she was going to the hospital. They probably expected someone to come or go from the door, crying uncontrollably about every 10 minutes. But they also knew her. She was a cop. They might not realize that she'd lost a partner today in the line of duty, but they did know who and what she was. The line of duty part was a piece of crap, she thought, as she finally started letting her brain absorb the ramifications. They hadn't been in riot gear. They hadn't even been serving a warrant. They'd simply been looking at a crime scene they had all assessed as cold and done. They'd been wrong. Lee had paid for that mistake with his life. It turned out Jessica had been getting updates from Jones via text. Keeping her phone low and out of sight, she started checking them at the lights. She was on administrative leave. That was normal after a shooting. In the course of simply updating her about things, Jones managed to get her what she needed too. Alex and Detective Rhymes were both on medical leave. The other officers at the scene were on administrative leave too. Alex's weapon and Officer Miranda's weapon and one other had been confiscated to be checked and tested. All normal. By the time Jessica was parking in the lot, she'd learned that neither Alex nor Officer Miranda had fired a single shot. She knew it was the right thing to do. The car had driven up a relatively busy street. The officers were fish in a barrel on the cross street, and to shoot back they would have had to shoot into innocent pedestrians. Any bullet that missed the car would likely have gone into the shop windows across the street. Since people had ducked in there, they could have easily been hurt. It was the right thing to do. Alex and Miranda would be found to have acted in accordance with regulations. Jessica still wished they'd shot the son of a bitch in the face. Other messages said that Lee had been confirmed dead at the scene by EMTs, and that his wife had been notified. Jessica already knew that. She looked up from where she'd pulled in, and realized that Alex was probably already checked out and in the waiting room. She texted him and told him she'd pull up. He was stepping out of the sliding doors as she pulled her big boat of a car into the emergency bay. He wore scrubs and looked more like a doctor coming off duty than a cop. There was a hitch to his movements and a bandage on his left forearm that belied the happenings of the day. Still, he beat her to the passenger door and let himself in. "I'm sorry I wasn't back sooner." "Hey, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." She was putting the car in gear before she even finished the sentence, prompting Alex to pull his seatbelt on. "No, you're not. Looks like you've been crying." She shook her head and took the turn at the corner, heading for home. She didn't want to talk about it. She wasn't ready. Telling Mindy had been horribly painful, watching her crumple, after having watched her husband crumple and die just hours earlier, was petrifying. Jessica had been through enough for one day. Talking about it wasn't going to help. Alex reached out and grabbed her hand, and she let him hold it for a while before she realized that she hadn't asked about him. "How are you holding up? You took bullets today." The words hurt her jaw like that first hard hit of sugar, but much worse. It was nearly impossible to push away the image of Alex dying in front of her. He hadn't. He was here, but her brain still didn't quite grasp that at the emotional level. She'd watched him die. At least that's what she'd thought at the time. "My chest hurts like a bitch. My arm is starting to hurt." It didn't hurt before. This she could ask. It was one tiny part of the big picture, but if she only thought about his arm, it wasn't so bad. "No. I think I was in shock at first. Then they numbed me up good to clean it out, and then stitch me." He looked out the window for a second. "They picked brick chips out of me for almost an hour. And she hadn't been there." She wanted to say she was sorry, but her mouth didn't work. All she could do in response was nod. The pressure of tears hit the backs of her eyes again, and she was too busy fighting it and trying to stay on the road to tell him anything about her regrets or her sadness or the feeling that she still wasn't all here. "We need food. Have you eaten?" It was a question he didn't finish. "Have you eaten since you were on site and we were all shot at and Lee died?" That was the real question. Still unable to speak, she shook her head no. "Let's drive through somewhere. You pick." She shook her head no again, as she still couldn't find her voice. It didn't turn up until she forced it, when they hit the drive-through Alex had chosen. She couldn't very well sit there mute. They hit a local chicken chain and got bowls with rice, sauce, and vegetables with grilled chicken. It was about as healthy as they could get right now. She probably needed vegetables, vitamins, and water. Instead, she was eating fast food and soda. Their order sat in a sad bag between Alex's feet as he held the two sodas. She noticed for the first time that he had another bag with him. Clear, it held his torn and cut-away uniform. His blood would be on it. He'd had a head wound, he said. That was probably the blood she'd gotten on her hands first when she inspected him. She turned the wheel and the streetlight caught her gaze in just the right way. Her nails were short, clean, usually. Only now she saw for the first time that one was jagged. How had she not noticed that before? She was a stickler, hated when she scratched her face or hand and shredded herself with a broken nail. As she looked, she saw another one was missing a chunk, and around the nail bed, blood. There was still blood around the edges of her nails. She shuddered. What? He'd seen. Of course he saw everything. I literally have blood on my hands. She was parking under her building, putting the car in gear and feeling the weight of the day settle on top of her. She ached in every bone. She was weary to the core, and she couldn't fix anything. She was starting to shake. I have to get it off. Alex was up, somehow more capable than her at grabbing the sodas, his bag and the bag of food even as he eased himself out of the car. Don't touch anything. I'll get the doors and get you into the sink. He managed it. Somehow, he had dug keys out of his shredded clothing. He balanced everything while she fought shivers that were trying to rack her whole body. He was silent during the interminable wait and ride on the old elevator, seeming to know that was what she needed. He opened the door to her apartment, standing back as she bolted in and turned on the sink full blast in the hall bathroom. It was closer than her bathroom off the master bedroom, and she couldn't wait. Cold water splashed at her as she pushed soap onto her hands and tried to wash it off. She'd scrubbed her hands before but must have missed. She touched Mindy with hands still holding traces of her dead husband's blood. Jessica added more soap and rinsed and did it again even though she couldn't see it anymore. She'd thought it was clean before and yet here it was. The front of her shirt was wet with splashes, and she saw that she still had traces of blood on it. How had she not terrified Mindy and the girls? Hey. She didn't listen. Hey. Lady Macbeth. You're not funny. But she turned off the water and looked at him. Stop washing, you're okay. Her breath huffed in and out of her. Tears threatened again, still she forced them back as he came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. Alex held her still, until she couldn't handle it anymore, and she shrugged out of his hold in a sudden fit of shivers. Letting her go, he walked the 2 steps it took to stand in front of her in the tiny bathroom. What do you need more, food or shower? Shower? She needed a shower. She needed to wash the day away. She needed to throw away every stitch of clothing. Jessica turned the water on in the bathtub and peeled her shirt away. Let's get you in your own bathroom where all your stuff is. He turned off the water, led her through to her shower stall and left her there to clean up. When she finally emerged, probably no better than when she went in, she heard the shower pop on in the other bathroom. He was in and out in just a few minutes, not lingering under scalding spray like she had. She put on pajamas, finally starting to feel like herself, and headed into the kitchen to find he'd gotten here before her too. His hair was wet, his clothing was his own, and he was doling out the food onto the coffee table. A show was even set up, probably just to be distracting. She was seated and eating with almost no work on her part. Once she finally had enough food in her to start feeling human again, she asked him, "Why are you taking care of me? I should be taking care of you. You're the one who was injured. You haven't felt it yet, but you're injured too. You're bruised all to hell and back. You didn't have an easy fall out there." He sighed slowly, catching himself before he hurt his already fragile ribs. "And I sat in the hospital, got medicated and taken care of there for a while. No one took care of you. You waited on us, talked to Mindy, fetched me. You haven't had time to let go. My decompression was forced on me with pain medications. He almost smiled. Jessica nodded. Her food was only half gone, but she was finished. There was nothing left to do, and her brain scrambled frantically for something to occupy it. Alex clicked off the TV and turned to her. This is going to hurt like a bitch, but there's something I'd really like to do. What's that? She frowned at him, until he grabbed the hem of his shirt and slowly slipped out of it. Then he reached for her camisole, tugging the bottom of it up, exposing her waist. As she looked down, she saw her own bloom of blue and purple that was starting to match his, and she felt it too, but she still helped him get her out of that top. His mouth closed the space between them, the kiss sweet if still feeling as though it was at a distance. Needy now, she pushed back against him. He was right, she was feeling every bruise, every pulled muscle, and she didn't care. She pushed her fingers in the waistband of his pants, and he grabbed at her hand to stop her. Bedroom? We need a soft place to land for this one. He was on his feet, with a grace that shouldn't have existed in that banged-up body. She looked at her fingers, tangled with his, as he led her down the short hallway and into her own room. She needed this. Needed him to take her away, and she went after him then with greed.
47. Alex gasped for air, sitting straight up in bed. Hey. Are you okay? Jessica rolled over beside him. She probably couldn't miss his heavy breathing, or the terror in his motions. He didn't know if she'd been awake before he jolted, or if he'd woken her. He didn't have it in him to ask. Yeah, I'm fine. The shock of whatever had woken him slowly faded into the dark of the room around them. Jess's hand fluttered to the bandages on his chest, and he suddenly could feel the weight of her still in his arms. No wonder he'd woken her, he was her pillow. They'd made love like the world was falling down around them, yet his heart had still beat with that off-kilter feeling of survival. And Jess, for all her passion, was still not ready to tell him everything. Maybe she hadn't processed it all herself. He let his arms relax even as the residue of his dreams slowly filtered out of him, reality seeped back in. It was the middle of the night. He couldn't even yet say that everything had happened yesterday. Beside him, Jessica took a deep, labored breath. Was she thinking about her partner? Alex knew she'd loved the man like family. It was obvious that she was hurting, that she'd been stabbed too deep to even put it to words yet. Though she'd relaxed in his arms again, her voice told him she wasn't yet asleep. I have to go in tomorrow and do the paperwork. I have to file a report on the events of yesterday. You do too. He nodded into the dark, knowing she could feel his movement. Maybe it was time to acknowledge that he'd been jarred too. It wasn't just her. But he was trying to hold himself together, for her sake. No one he loved had died. He sighed, and with the pain that wrapped all the way around his ribs, immediately regretted it. Somehow Jess was lying just so. Her touch didn't hurt, but breathing did. Everything would be investigated. The initial facts were in. No weapons discharged, 1 death, 2 injuries, major, minor injuries not accounted for. Drive-by shooting. The inquiry would determine all kinds of things. Were the right people on the scene? Who had drawn a weapon? Should they have done so? What about the ones who hadn't drawn on the shooter? Like Jessica. Should she have pulled her weapon? Alex was confident the investigation would find that there was no way she could have. He was thinking about when it happened, unable to stop the reel from replaying the scene in his head, when she whispered, I can still see you, running from the other end of the short street, waving at all of us to get down. You put it together before I did. In hindsight, he could see it clearly. He'd seen the car go by, thought it was suspicious, and realized they were looping around for a shot from the other side. At the time, it had been instinctual, and he'd just run. He'd almost saved them all. Almost. But he hadn't saved someone she loved. Jess was okay, but she wasn't. His survivor's guilt warred with being glad it was Lee and not Jess. Can you go back to sleep? Even to him, his voice sounded disconnected, a sound floating in the dark. I don't know. She was still breathing heavily. Still dealing with this loss she hadn't yet begun to process. He knew. His hand reached out to her in the darkness and rested softly on her arm. He didn't remember bruises there, and she didn't move away. The evening still didn't feel quite real. He remembered Jess's touch turning him inside out, and for a moment he'd felt anchored, but now they were both adrift again, and he was afraid she was going to drift away. Are you awake? Yes. He pulled in closer. What do you need? How are you handling this so well? She whispered into the blackness. I'm not. I'm just holding on to you and trying to be normal. She nodded as though not sure what else to say. Then he spoke again. I don't know what to tell you. I hit the pavement, and I don't remember anything until you were standing over me. Even then, I was out of it. Then I was loaded into the ambulance and driven away. You stayed at the scene. He paused, and the silence was heavy. It wasn't my partner. Her head nodded against his skin, and he told himself it would be okay even if he didn't quite believe it yet. Jessica scooted in closer to him, as though trying to steal some warmth from his body heat. I need you. I'm here.
Jessica sat in Lupe Jones' office again, but this time the mood was very different. Jessica had just hung up after talking to Zoe, and had a hard time holding back. Bree wasn't doing any better today, and now Jessica was almost as bad. It hadn't been her husband she'd lost, but it could have been Alex. Sadly, it helped to see Jones now fighting her own tears. The job was tough, the losses toughened you up. This sucks, Jones said, her usually melodic voice thick with emotion. I hate paperwork, but this is the worst. Jessica took a look at Jones' desk. Paperwork for Lee's wife and children. The department tried to take care of their own, but limited resources and a public that wanted top-notch service at rock-bottom tax dollars didn't provide all that well. Mindy's life, and the girls' too, would be forever different. Jessica nodded at her boss, showing she understood. Her phone pinged. Alex? Done? Heading back to my place. Join me later? Of course. She shot the message back almost without thinking. If they were done with him, she might be next. Sure enough, Jones' phone rang, and she picked it up, offering only a few HMMS and Shures in response. They're ready for you. Jessica was starting to stand when Jones put a hand up to stop her. I didn't want to say anything before. I don't want to make a bad situation worse, and it's probably fine, but you should be aware. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Jessica slowly sat back into the hard chair. This is why all that HR paperwork exists for you and Copeland dating. Jessica frowned, unsure how the invasive and pushy questions she'd had to answer had anything to do with the drive-by shooting. Jones explained, they need to be able to determine that you and Copeland acted like officers and not like lovers out on the scene. Seriously? Jessica almost came out of the seat and had to remind herself that Jones wasn't the enemy, just the messenger. I left him there on the ground. He went in the ambulance by himself. We're moving in together, and he was shot and I didn't go with him. It was a self-righteous defense. She'd been so out of it on the scene that she hadn't even thought about riding with him. She'd been stunned. But she'd not acted like his lover. I'm certain everything will be fine. But you should be warned, they're looking at that. Jones folded her hands together on her desk. It's one of many things they're looking at. They're waiting on you. This time Jessica stood fully and took a deep breath. She was ready. She was in the room with 2 investigators for almost 2 full hours. They interrogated her like a suspect, asking the same thing repeatedly, trying to trip her up if she was lying. She wasn't. I saw him at the back of the street, where it makes a tea with citrus. I saw the back of him. He had his hands on his belt, and was looking both ways. Like he was supposed to. Did he nod or acknowledge you in any way? Not at that time, Jessica answered. She'd already told them he'd smiled at her briefly when she turned up on the scene. You don't remember as much detail about the other uniformed officers at the scene. No, I don't. I'm not in love with any of them, she stared straight at them. They knew all about the HR papers. They already knew far too much about her and Alex. She wasn't going to lie, and she wasn't going to let them insinuate that she hadn't done her job. I paid attention to them at the time, and my actions were clear and exactly as they should be. Her teeth were starting to clench, and she purposefully relaxed her jaw while simultaneously bracing herself for their next asinine question. She didn't have to wait long. What were the other officers wearing? It was all she could do not to say, red lace thongs and matching teddies. Instead, she tried to keep her tone calm. Their uniforms. The detectives weren't in uniform, were they? They were in their uniforms, just the way I am today. I wear a cotton spandex button-down long-sleeve shirt in white, pale blue or pale lavender every day. I think I might still have one that's pale yellow. She didn't tell them she'd started wearing the colored ones after she'd lost her old partner Luke to the DEA. He'd been colorful, she'd missed him. I wear gray, navy blue, or gray pants. Sometimes I go wild and wear a jacket. If it's cold. She stared straight at them, hoping this helped them figure out anything of any value about the event that left her partner dead. Lee always wears something the same. You know why? Because I taught him that certain fabrics wear better in the heat, and that it's easier to just pull the same thing out of the closet each day. And Detective Rhymes? Jessica blinked. They weren't serious? I have no idea who taught him how to dress himself. She couldn't help the puff of exasperated air that pushed out of her lungs. They'd been doing this to her colleagues all day. They jumped around on the timeline then. Did you hear the white car with the shooter when it passed by on Citrus Street? Yes. She was trying to say only yes or no whenever warranted, to force them to push for exactly what they wanted. She was done volunteering. What did you hear? The tires squealed just a little. Like they were skidding. And you didn't think that was odd? At the time, I dismissed it. That was what she'd felt really guilty about. They'd all dismissed it. All of them except Alex, and he hadn't figured it out quite fast enough. There were people milling on both ends of the street. Both ends tee into more major streets. They already knew this, but she didn't care. She was pretty sure that her not giving a crap was coming through loud and clear on their recording. Slamming brakes or skidding, because people were stepping into the street or trying to look at the scene wasn't odd. We all dismissed it. Why were barricades not up? Because I can't knit that fast. Okay, that should not have come out of her mouth. She tried again. They'd been requested, but hadn't arrived yet. Jessica knew they had a job to do, a thankless one at that. But they were being a-holes. She didn't apologize. They walked her through everything. Alex yelling, she was sure he must have. Because she turned and saw him running toward them, toward their end of what was essentially an alley, and trying to warn them. She saw him motioning everyone to get down, and that they didn't react fast enough. She remembered Lee standing right beside her. Right beside you? She nodded. Evidence shows he was almost 8 feet away, much closer to the entrance of the alleyway and the shooter than you were. For the first time in the interview, Jessica frowned and looked at them. I thought he was much closer. But I think I did move a number of steps to get to him after I'd gotten up. They went on a little while longer, eventually asking her for her own opinion of the scene. She shrugged. I think it was a typical scene until the shooter came back. I wish we'd all understood that squeal of tires better than we did, and that we'd reacted much faster. Officer Copeland managed to position himself with his vest in front of you, thereby saving you from several bullets. She nodded. Her throat constricted at the thought, but she managed to push words out. He saved my life. No question about it. She paused. They knew she was with Alex. She'd said it. HR had probably shoved it down their throats. I don't want him to get in trouble because I'm the one he positioned himself in front of. I don't think he acted out of order. He actually did. She blinked, her head jerking back. Jesus. The very last thing she needed in this whole mess was Alex getting a reprimand for saving them. He wouldn't get into the bomb squad or SWAT if that happened. But when the angry buzzing in her ears cleared, she heard more words. Not protocol to take bullets for another officer. He acted far above and beyond the line of duty, thinking very quickly that he had a vest and none of the detectives did. You were the closest officer not wearing Kevlar. His decision makes sense, stands to protocol, and had he tried to get in front of anyone else, he wouldn't have made it. He was fast but not faster than bullets. She appreciated the man letting her know that Alex was not getting in trouble, but joking about bullets? Not okay. Then again, she didn't appreciate much today. Maybe that was on her, and it was just typical gallows humor. She was finally allowed to gather her things and go. Jessica checked back in with Jones, trying to see when she'd be back on the job. She needed something to do, sitting around and waiting for others to decide her fate, even when she was pretty sure that decision was going to be fine, was not her style. Well, you can check in with Psych and get that cleared, Jones offered with a half smile. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Has to be done before you can come back. Jessica nodded, though she was pretty sure she wasn't going to pass that evaluation anytime soon. She switched topics and was confident Lupe Jones noticed that, though her boss didn't say anything. What about the case? Handed off to Waters and Mirinda. Mirinda was on the scene. She can't investigate. Jessica frowned at Jones' explanation, and her boss continued. Her older sister is a newly minted detective and just transferred in to us. We now have both Mirindas. Jessica nodded, trying to accept that everything felt like it was gone, the job, her case, her partner, something to do, but truly most of her life was still intact. She just had to wait. She had to grieve, she had to shake loose her anger at Lee's death, and pass her psych eval, and maybe then she could become Jessica Valverde again. Maybe. She headed home, crawled into bed, and cried herself to sleep. 48. Jessica was eating cornflakes at her coffee table, with only the kittens for company, when her phone rang. Alex hadn't been back in 2 days? 3? No, 2. She wasn't really sure. She didn't go to work. Yesterday, she hadn't left the house. Needless to say, she had not shown up for a voluntary psychiatric evaluation at work. She talked to Bree yesterday, her only human contact, except for the voice at the drive-thru at In-N-Out Burgers. Sadly, Bree understood. No one knows how it feels. You don't believe it at first. It takes too long to sink in. Yeah, Jessica had nodded, the phone call going strangely silent a few times. But it had been an awful but necessary comfort that Bree understood. Jessica looked like crap. She looked like an officer who had lost her partner right in front of her, and still wasn't feeling much of anything most of the time, even though she knew she should. Though she'd broken down a couple times, it was hardly a drop in the bucket, and most of the day she was numb, watching TV with a blank stare and eating with a rote precision. Damn, but she understood the look on Bree's face the first time she'd seen her after Kevin died. Jessica knew she was wearing it now. She'd glanced at the phone as it rang. Kara? Not feeling at all like talking, Jessica let it ring through. She frowned a moment later when voicemail didn't buzz. Then it began to ring again. Kara again. With a sigh, Jessica paused her TV and put the cornflakes aside. They'd get soggy, but since she didn't seem to care much what she ate, she let it be. Hey Kara? She wondered if she sounded normal. Hey yourself. How are you doing? Peachy keen. I'm watching. She hit the button on the TV. It said Ragin' Cajun Redneck Gators. Well damn. She lied. Die Hard. Uh-huh. How's Alex holding up? Jessica sighed. He's at home. Damn. She should have called him or something. She was falling off the wagon, and she was managing to do it with no alcohol or anything illicit involved. That took talent. Are you dressed? Geez, Kara. You are asking the hard-hitting questions today. She was not dressed. She was eating cereal at her coffee table and wearing pajamas and sleepy kittens. It would be a great weekend day, except it wasn't the weekend and she wasn't really enjoying it. She was just living through it. And apparently, she was watching Ragin' Cajun Redneck Gators and hadn't even known it. These should not be hard-hitting questions, kiddo. Kiddo. Kara sighed on the other end of the line, her exasperation clear. When do you have plans for the day? Yielded another no from Jessica, Kara added, at least get yourself dressed. Seriously? Shower? Now? She'd made Jessica promise before she hung up. Jessica looked back at her cereal. Yup. Soggy cornflakes. She wasn't still hungry. In fact, she wasn't much hungry in general. For a second, she thought about asking Bree how many pounds she'd lost. The grief diet was more powerful than any weight loss program. She should shower. She'd promised. But there were kittens on her lap. She picked the phone back up and played on her social accounts for probably an hour before her lap buddies wandered off. Even they were tired of her do-nothing attitude. Out of excuses, Jessica showered and dressed in jeans and a nice tank top. It was too warm for anything else. There weren't real seasons in LA and warm and hot days came when they felt like it. So tank top it was. It wasn't like she was going anywhere. She poured another bowl of cereal and ate it. Which meant she'd eaten one bowl, since the first mostly went down the disposal. Still, she congratulated herself on eating something. She was pushing the bowl into the dishwasher when her doorbell rang. Frowning, she went to get the door, flanked by Rizzoli and Isles, who seemed to think they could help in some way. The peephole revealed Bree, standing on the other side. Jessica threw the door wide. What are you doing here? Dropping in. Because you need it. And so do I. She pushed past and into the dining area, as though she was welcome. She knew she was. Jessica watched, door still in her hand, her foot shooing kittens, making sure they didn't explore the ever-so-interesting hallway. How'd you get through the lobby? I have my ways. Yeah, it wasn't the most secure building in the world. When she moved, Jessica pushed that thought aside and closed the door. What's that? Margarita mixer. Jessica frowned. It's a milk jug. Yeah, because I didn't buy it. I found it in the back of my fridge. This is your margarita mix? Everyone knew Bree's margaritas. That's why there's only one jug. So we can't get hammered. If we make that many margaritas, Jessica pointed at it, you and I will get hammered. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Jessica's eyebrows rose. Do I want to know? Yup. This time Bree opened the door, letting Kara and Zoe in. Kara carried a bottle of very fine tequila, which she handed to Bree. Then Zoe followed her in with cranberry and pomegranate juice and a watermelon mixer. Oh my God, we're just making margaritas at my house on a Saturday afternoon? Jessica looked back and forth between them. Yeah, kinda. You need your friends. So does Bree, Zoe said and helped Bree start mixing. Kara hit the kitchen for glasses and ice and petting kittens who acted as though no one ever fed them, loved them, or watched bad sci-fi movies with kitties sleeping on their lap. Jessica let Kara pick them up and snuggle them while she got out glasses and handed them off to Bree, who'd produced a setup to salt the edges, though her own movements were a little robotic. Jessica wondered if she moved the same way. She helped out, adding ice, following instructions, and finding her first real peace in doing something simple with her friends. Bree mixed them all around, which went quickly. They are really good, Jessica admitted, but she was thinking it was her friends that were better. Refills? Bree asked. And glasses went up in the air all around. They talked about work, which Jessica stayed out of. They talked about Jessica moving, which she couldn't stay out of. I thought you and Alex were moving in together. Kara took another sip of her second margarita. Jessica shrugged. She'd been so. I don't even know where my head is right now. You need to find it, Kara said, stunning her. What? Jessica jolted from the nice little haze the margaritas had been giving her. I watched a man die in front of me. No, he was looking at me as he died. Quickly she looked to Bree, who hadn't flinched at all. Suddenly, put together that Bree was an EMT, and saw people die far more often than the rest of them. But she hadn't been there when Kevin passed. The words were out now and she couldn't take them back if she tried, so she kept plowing forward for all it was worth. You don't understand. He's the one I counted on to keep me alive out there in a job none of you would do. She sucked in a breath and kept going. I'm the one he counted on to keep him alive, and I failed. Jessica, you didn't fail. What the hell? What happened to margaritas and just talking? That's what I needed. She stood up and walked a tight circle back to her seat before plopping into it. No, Kara's voice was soft. What you need is an intervention. Is that what this is? Jessica smacked her hands flat on the table and looked each of them in the eye. They all stared back. Even Zoe and her narrow stare, she was game on for this. I don't get to grieve? I screwed up. He's dead. It's been 2 days. 3? And it wasn't your fault. Zoe's calm response was as infuriating as this whole little margarita-tinged intervention thing. How would you know? Well, Zoe started, I watched the news. I know the shooter took your people out like you were fish in a barrel. It bothered the ever-loving hell out of Jessica that Zoe was using the same terms for it that she did. It made it harder to be mad. Harder to say she was wrong. Kara sighed, getting Jessica's attention, though she felt it was being pulled in multiple directions as they all came after her. You get to grieve. You need to grieve, but that's not what you're doing. You're holding up. You're shutting us out. You're shutting Alex out. How would you know? Did they think they were psychic? Because Zoe called me, worried about you. You didn't even know where Alex was. One day you're talking about moving in together, then when you talked to me, he wasn't with you. Then when you talked to Zoe, you'd completely lost the person you need most. How is that healthy, Jessica? I don't know. I don't know how to be healthy. My partner died on my watch. She was breathing heavily, fighting tears. She hated this. It hurt so much. How is that your fault? Bree asked. Before Jessica could open her mouth, Bree continued, though tears were pooling in her eyes. It seems to me if you want to play the blame game, then Lee didn't save you either. Alex did. I, for one, am really grateful to him. You'd be dead too, if Alex hadn't jumped in front of you and taken bullets for you. Her voice had risen, and Jessica pulled back. Bree was mad at her. Mad? She couldn't help it, she was unraveling. And Bree didn't know the half of it. Jessica stood, a little drunk and a lot furious. Her hands planted on the table, and she faced off with all 3 of her best friends, never having felt so alone in all her life. He saved the wrong person. She yelled it. Then she yelled it again. He saved the wrong person. He should have saved Lee. Lee had a wife and 2 kids. How does Mindy go on without her husband? I have cats. That's it. Cats? That's pure bull is what that is. Zoe was getting more southern with the alcohol. Jessica usually laughed about it, but not this time. She shook her head. He messed up too. He saved the wrong person. No, I didn't. Alex's voice made her head whip around. The door stood open behind him, and he pushed it closed before the kittens got out. In that act, she noticed he was almost too calm. Her own breath soughing in and out of her lungs, Jessica faced him. She hadn't said any of that before. Not even to herself. But there it was. Alex looked at her and ignored her friends. I didn't save the wrong person. I got cleared from anything because you were closer, but I would have saved you, and not him no matter who was closer or farther. I'm sorry he had a wife and kids, but the rest of that is just crap. You may feel that way, Jessica, but it's not true. He turned to the women at the table behind her. He'd never really met them all, but he knew each of them. You're going to take good care of her? They must have nodded or something. Jessica couldn't look away. Alex focused his attention back to her. You were supposed to come over after you met with the investigators. It's been over 48 hours, and you haven't shown up or even called. I'm supposed to be out of my apartment by Monday. I'm sorry. I forgot, she whispered, the blood draining from her head as she realized how badly she'd messed everything up. He was supposed to be here, then they would find a new place, but she didn't even know what day it was. Bull. He looked right at her. I'll get my own place. But how? He waved a hand at her, along with the don't go there look. Her heart stopped. His words didn't help. I got into both SWAT and bomb squad. I get my choice. I'm good. Then he held up his keys, never having put them down after letting himself in. He worked her apartment key off the ring and put it on the table beside her. Jessica watched, her heart coming to a complete stop as he nodded to the women around her table, then turned and walked out the door. 49. Jessica stood there, stunned. For a moment, her mind reverted back to its protected blank self. Well, that was the cap to a couple of really bad days. What are you doing? Zoe was on her feet behind Jessica, who was still staring at the closed door. Jessica whirled around, the room spinning around her, her heart clenching. Maybe she could just drop dead right now. It seemed the easiest solution. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. What can I do? He just walked out on me. Oh no, he didn't. Zoe marched up and poked her in the chest. You walked out on him. He just returned your key. Her mouth working like a fish, Jessica looked around the room for an ally. She had none. I lost my partner. I watched him die. Can I not go crazy for a few days? Is that not okay? No. They almost yelled it at her in unison. Whoever lived below her must have gotten a broom and poked at the ceiling, knocking on it for them to be quiet. Well, they could stuff it. She'd handed in her last month's rent here too. She only had a few weeks, then she'd, what? Without Alex, what would she do? Bree stood up, and Jess knew that anything Bree threw at her would be more than deserved. I get to be the expert here. You may have watched Lee die, but you did not lose your husband. If you want to corner the market on grief, you're going to have to play some higher stakes, sweetheart. She wasn't taking any crap. The truth of that washed over Jessica in a wave of deserved guilt. But Bree wasn't done. I get it. On top of that, you feel guilty. All survivors feel guilty. It's normal. You know who else probably feels guilty? Alex. That guy who just left here. He probably feels guilty that he didn't see it in time. That he could only save one of you. He saved you, and you're blaming him. Jessica was crying now. Real tears, not just breaking down but caving in. Feeling what she'd lost for the first time. I get it, Bree tapped her own chest. I understand feeling like you've lost everything. As Jessica watched, Bree looked at all three of her friends. I know I can't yet get my head out of my own ass. And thank you all for being here for me. She stared then at Jessica, pointing at the door that closed behind Alex, as though he were on the other side, waiting. But he's still alive. And if you don't get your head out of yours, you're going to lose an amazing man who literally took bullets for you. Jessica sucked in a breath. Alex had left. Though she hated to be so shallow, that hurt worse than losing Lee. Maybe because Lee was her work partner. Maybe because Lee had already gotten some of the life he'd wanted, and Jessica was just finding hers. Maybe because Lee hadn't chosen to leave her, but Alex had. Then again, she'd given him little choice. She looked frantically at them all, tears rolling down her face, breath hard to come by. What do I do? Go? He just walked out. You can go find him. I can't drive. She shook her head, she'd just had 2 margaritas. How would she find him? What if? We've all been there. But if you want this, you'll find a way, Zoe told her. But go. Go now. Jessica didn't take her keys. She didn't say goodbye or grab her purse or anything. She just bolted out of her apartment. She passed the elevator, wondering if he was still in there, but it was coming up. He was already out of the building. Slamming through the heavy door that held the stairs, she raced down them, her weight on the rails, just as she'd been trained at the academy. She was a cop to her very core, and she knew in her head that what happened was no one's fault but the shooter. She pulled at the door at the bottom of the steps, checking the garage. His car wasn't there. But the door wasn't coming down. Had he been gone long enough that it had closed behind him? No, that door was a piece of crap, and she'd never been so grateful. It took almost 5 minutes of gear grinding for the garage grate to relock itself. Alex hadn't parked in here. She was a damned good detective. She'd find him. She had to. Bolting through the lobby, she emerged onto the street, scanning up and down. She searched, hoping he'd been detained by traffic and she'd see which way he turned. But his car wasn't at the end of the street. The door clicked behind her, but Jessica reminded herself her friends were up there, they'd let her back in. She spotted it then. His car was parked on the other side of the street. Jessica bolted across the silent road and checked the plate. It was his. But he wasn't in it. He was on foot. There was a park beside the building across the street from where Zoe used to live. But a quick look told her it was empty, not even any homeless people camping under benches. She headed the other way, to her right, towards Hollywood Boulevard. And she ran. When she hit the intersection, she looked right, toward La Brea. She didn't think he'd be there, so she looked that way first and ruled it out. Her heart stuttered each time she didn't see him. But this was it. If he wasn't the other direction, then she didn't know where he'd gone. She could search in the shops, but that would make her more likely to miss him. She would go back and sit on his car and wait, if it was still there. Deciding that was her backup plan, Jessica turned the other way. She was facing down Hollywood Boulevard. People milled all along the street, weekend window shopping. A huge crowd was in front of the Chinese theater, though whether that was from moviegoers getting out or tourists milling around and mixing with street vendors and people dressed up in costumes, she couldn't tell. She headed into the fray, hands empty, nothing but finding him on her mind. She scanned the crowd, putting all her training to work. Tall, broad shoulders, sunlightened hair. She thought she saw him, but he was walking away. When she got close, her heart rolled in a sickening tumble. It wasn't Alex. She tried again. The day was starting to wind down, the buildings blocking some of the sunlight. Frantic now, she scanned the crowds again. Tried to see over heads, she wasn't really tall enough to see over. She looked down the street to see if he was past the throng, and when she didn't see him there, she went for a last-ditch effort and wound her way into the patio in front of the theater. Famous handprints and signatures passed unseen beneath her feet. She found him back there, hands in his pockets, head hunched down, reading the inscriptions of some of the oldest pieces of Hollywood history. Alex. Her heart stuttered that maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was another mistake. But it wasn't. She knew him. She saw his back straighten just a little at the sound of his name. He knew it was her too. But he didn't turn. Jessica pushed her way through people, saying, "Excuse me," over and over. Until she was right behind him, and he hadn't moved. He was waiting. Taking a deep breath, she said the first thing she needed to say. "I'm sorry." He only nodded. She said the second thing she needed to say, "I love you." That at least made him turn around. "That's the thing, Jessica. I don't know that I believe you." Her heart fell. Her friends were right. She had messed things up good. She couldn't even look at him, but for the first time she started talking. She let it all out. "I screwed up. I thought I could be a good soldier and hold it all in." "Sure you can," he told her. "By yourself." "I get it now." She was nodding, begging him to understand with the words pouring out of her. That may be how it used to work, but that's not how it works now. I have lost so much this week. I can't lose you too. You didn't lose me, Jess. You threw me away. His face had no expression. She had more work to do. Yes, I did. And it was the biggest mistake of my life. She was breathing hard again. Waiting. Do you really think I saved the wrong person? I don't know. That one hurt. I really don't know. That's when he got an expression. His eyes went horribly sad. Do you hate me for that? She asked. No. I just can't believe it took all this time and someone beating it out of you for you to tell me you felt that way. He was starting to turn away, still not throwing himself at her. There's something else I didn't tell you. She blurted it out. When he stood there, hands still in his pockets, obviously waiting, Jessica scraped up the courage to push it out. I was looking at him when he died. I didn't tell the investigators either. I didn't tell them. He was looking at me when he died. I'm the last thing he saw. And I didn't do anything right. I didn't even know he was dying. It was all coming out, all the things she'd been holding in, the dam not just breached but tumbling away in the wash of the things she'd held back. I was confused when you ran by. I was so dumb. I didn't get it. I didn't know what you wanted. So I stood there and did nothing. Lee and I just looked at each other. Then he jolted. I didn't get it at the time, but I saw that bullet go into him. Right into his chest. He never stood a chance. I saw all his life drain right out of him. And I don't know why it wasn't me. She was crying now. Standing in the middle of all the people milling about, bearing her soul for anyone who cared to stop and listen. But her eyes were on Alex. He looked away. Then he looked back at her. She sniffed again. Every time I close my eyes, that's what I see. When I wake up at night, it's because I watch him die again. Because I have to tell Mindy again. She fainted right there in front of her girls. You could have told me any of this. I could have gone with you. I had to go, you weren't out of the hospital. I wanted to tell her before anyone else did. Sure. I get that. But you just refused medical treatment and walked out. You left me in the hospital and didn't come back. You left me at my apartment and didn't show up for 48 hours. He was loud enough to draw attention from the people around them. But he didn't seem to care. She couldn't afford to either. She was ready to speak when he railroaded over her. When I wake up in the middle of the night, I see you dying. That's what I see. Either I didn't make it in time, or the bullets just missed me and hit you. Every damn night. Only you're still alive, and you choose not to be there for me. Shut up, Jessica. Listen to me for once. She pulled her head back, almost like she'd been slapped. But that was the whole problem. She hadn't listened. She hadn't talked. She'd curled up and done nothing. So she sucked in a breath, held her tears back as best she could and looked him in the eyes and nodded. There's something I didn't tell the investigators either. What? It was barely a word, just a hint of a question sliding from her mouth to his ears. They said it was such quick thinking, to remember I had a vest on and jump in front of you. That it was a risk because my head wasn't protected or my arms, but that I thought it and acted quickly. She nodded again, listening. Really listening. He was upset. Angry. And under it, the part that was her fault hurt. Jess, I didn't remember I was wearing a vest. He pushed past her and walked away. 50. Her heart pounded. Jessica stood at the Chinese theater, with tourists closing around her as Alex walked away. She couldn't breathe. He hadn't remembered his vest. He'd jumped in front of her anyway. He loved her that much and she hadn't seen it. Her friends had. Hell, Lupe Jones had seen it long before Jessica even noticed what she'd thought of as, maybe Alex had a crush on her. She was dizzy. The air crushed at her, along with the people. She pushed her way through, hoping to catch up to him, but his long legs ate the distance. He was going to get to his car and drive off. She'd had 2 margaritas. Though she'd probably worked them off with all her near hyperventilating and running around on Hollywood Boulevard, she couldn't risk it. Even if she'd had her keys on her, even if she could keep up, she'd still have to get her boat of a car out of that garage with the crappy gate. She no longer liked that old slow gate. But she'd found him, and she wasn't going to let him get away. Pushing through a cluster of people, barely saying, "Excuse me," she got herself out into a more open space. She could see him, hands in pockets again, still walking away from her. Jessica took her first deep, clear breath in days. And she yelled, "Alex Copeland, I love you." He stopped, the crowd stilled around her, but he didn't turn around. So she didn't give up. "I'm sorry. I screwed up. And I'm sure I'll screw up again. I've been so afraid of losing you that I've been pushing you away, waiting for you to leave. But I'm done with that." All around her, people froze, watching. They lined the space between her and Alex, looking between the two of them. But she couldn't let that stop her. "If you will give me another chance, I will never stop loving you. I'm so sorry." He turned around. A murmur rippled through the crowd, but they didn't speak. Slowly, he started walking back to her. When he was close but still too far to reach, too far to launch herself at him, he spoke. "No more shutting me out." "No." She shook her head. Said the word clear, full of confidence in him. In her. For the first time. "No more telling me you're okay when you're not. No more telling me you've got it. Because if we do this, we've got it. It's got to be us. We've got this, Alex. I love you. I will never stop loving you. I want to go find an apartment together. I want to get a dog like you want. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I'll do better, I'll do more. If you'll let me." He just looked at her, hope and fear warring in his eyes. She understood. He could still walk away. He could leave her here. Leave her embarrassed in front of all the people, all the strangers she just stood in front of and declared her love for him. And that wouldn't even be her problem. She'd be devastated because he left, not because of them. She asked one more time. Truth was, she'd ask again and again and again. As long as she still saw hope in his eyes. She'd see him making her breakfast. Holding her when she was broken. Telling her she'd get the promotion. Looking her in the eye when he checked that stupid-ass box on that stupid-ass HR form that said he was very serious about this relationship. So she asked again. "Can you give me another chance?" He stepped in closer. His voice low just for her. "You haven't figured it out yet?" He looked up to the sky for a moment and shook his head, chagrined. "I don't have a choice. I put myself in front of you because the one thing I could not ever imagine was a world without you in it." She was crying now. Full blown. Right there on Hollywood Boulevard. With a crowd watching. "I love you." He still didn't come toward her. "You can't get scared and run off, Jessica." He looked her in the face, his hands still in his pockets. "I want to marry you. I want to spend my whole life with you, and if that's going to scare." She quit listening. Her smile spread across her whole face. She could feel it. The heavy cloak of grief and fear she'd been wearing like armor disappeared. It would come back. It was hell losing a partner. She'd have nightmares still. Alex would too. But she'd wake up next to him. She'd wake him up, hold him. And even then, it would be better. Jessica took 2 huge steps forward. She ran into his arms, cutting him off mid-sentence. "You don't scare me." She threw her arms around him and kissed him with everything she had. His mouth felt right. He felt like home. The cold wall, the feeling that she was watching him touch her, hold her hand but not feeling it, dissipated into the warm Los Angeles air. This was Alex. This was heat and love and everything, coursing through her veins as he kissed her back. She'd climbed him like a tree, wrapped around him like he was the only thing left on earth. And he was hers. When at last they took a breath, she leaned in toward his ear and whispered, "Thank you for saving me. I'll make it worth your while, hero." He shook his head at her like she was silly. All this and she was silly. "I'm not a hero. I'm selfish. I can't lose you. I'll give you as many chances as you need, but we go forward from here together. Us. Always us." She told him and kissed him again. Only then did she hear the roaring, shouts and clapping from people on the street. She laughed against Alex's mouth, tears coming freely this time. Happy tears from Jessica, who didn't cry. She was holding him tightly, looking over his shoulder where she spotted Kara, Zoe and Bree coming around the corner, looking for her. She could tell the moment when they spotted her, there in Alex's arms. She looked up into his eyes and smiled just for him. "I guess we gave everyone a show. It's Hollywood. They came for a show." He shrugged, still holding her, not letting her go. She didn't want him to. Eventually, he'd put her down. They'd have to eat. She'd have to take that stupid psych evaluation. They'd have to fill out new HR forms. She'd be afraid when SWAT or bomb squad was called out. She'd always known life was dangerous. Bad things happened. The world was messy. But she'd learned that sometimes, just sometimes, there was a happily ever after waiting for you when you least expected it. "So let's give them a show," he said, startling her as he set her feet on the ground. Jessica barely got herself to standing before he wrapped one arm around her back, grabbed her other hand and dipped her backwards. He looked her directly in her eyes and said, "I love you," before kissing the daylights out of her amid the once again cheering crowd.
51. Bree ate her egg and cried at the nice kitchen table she and Kevin had picked out last year. It had been over a week that he'd been gone, so she'd accepted her new reality without him, but it hit randomly, and it hit hard. She put her fork down and tried to fight it. But she cried because she'd loved him so much, because he made her laugh, and because he had loved her more than anyone ever had. Because she was suddenly stripped of the warmth she had once possessed. Her bones ached. Fat, silent tears slid across her cheeks, and her teeth bit into her lower lip. Her friends were trying to keep her afloat, but they didn't know about these dark moments. She would survive this, there had to be a way. She would find a way to be happy again. She promised herself. Kevin had once commented that she seemed to never lose hope. She couldn't lose it now. The knock at the door stopped the tears cold. She stilled, tense, while she waited until it came again. As her legs carried her to the front entrance, she repeated to herself that the knock probably brought Zoe or Jessica to check on her, not more bad news. Illogical or not, the fear was nearly paralyzing. She heard the soft jingle of a key as she reached for the knob. Although the sound identified the bearer as someone other than Kevin, a smile formed on her lips. One of her friends coming to check on her. Just to be sure that she hadn't ODD on the Valium the doctor had prescribed. She'd stayed off it until yesterday, when sleep had been too hard to come by. "I'm fine." She wasn't, but she called the words out and swung the door open to the tall man who stood in the glow of the porch light. His brown hair was just long enough to be shaggy, and the soft brown eyes travel-weary. He dwarfed the suitcase that sat beside him. His broad shoulders looked stable, and his smile transferred some energy to her again. Sucking in a breath at the sight, Bree reached inside the open trench coat and hugged him tightly to her. "Marco. This was the worst trip ever." He hugged her back, then stooped to pick up the bag and move it the 3 feet from outside to inside. "I'm sorry I'm so late. Would you believe they ran the luggage cart into the fuselage? So of course we had to sit there for 2 hours, while they decided what to do." His ire was apparent even through the Italian accent, but he breathed deep and relaxed. "Do you have any soda?" Nodding, she plodded into the kitchen. A brief panic clenched her as she surveyed her clothing. She had already forgotten that she had showered yesterday and changed into pants and a top, complete with a bra at Kara's urging. Marco, returning from North Carolina, had completely slipped her mind. He always stayed with them at least a few days before hitting the road again. Everything had slipped her mind. She was planning her husband's funeral for God's sakes, but somehow she'd forgotten to tell Marco. She returned to the living room, with a glass of soda popping in her outstretched hand. Perching on the sofa next to him, she saw he was scrutinizing her with an odd look on his face. "Where's Kevin? Still at work?" She shook her head, no longer able to avoid reality. Her mouth opened but no sound came. The chill that had left briefly settled into her. "Where is he?" It was barely a whisper. "Dead." "That isn't funny." "MVA car accident." Her voice seemed to work, though she hated the words. "What?" "On the way to work. A week ago." She fought for control over the tears and barely held her edge. "I don't understand." "I know." Taking a slow deep breath, she steadied herself and began with the facts. "He left Friday morning. A semi-jackknifed. He hit that, then someone hit him." Marco turned a paler shade with each word, but Bree pushed through. She told herself she could finally say the words. The car that hit him exploded and he died. Her EMT training took over. It was just another car accident. Kevin was dead long before anyone could have helped. Marco sat stock still, one jeans-clad leg crossed on the other. The soda dangling from his fingertips, as if it might fall any moment. The slight motion of the buttons on his shirt, the only mention of life behind the glazed stare. Bree waited, understanding. Finally, he turned to her. "Are you okay? Are you?" "No." Bree shrugged. "Me either." How had she forgotten to tell Marco? Then again, she'd barely been able to speak. And even going over to Jessica's had mostly involved putting on a brave front and pretending for her friends that she was okay. She wasn't. Gingerly, Marco set down the glass as though it might explode on contact. Then turning, he enveloped her in a great hug. "Bree, what are we going to do?" She shook her head from side to side against the fabric of his shirt, but no words came. "You could have called me." The stress in him was evident by the strength of his accent. "I couldn't call anyone." "Have you been here this whole time by yourself?" He leaned back into the folds of the couch, Bree nestling in the crook of his arm. She shook her head. "A friend of mine was here up until earlier this afternoon. I made her leave. She took care of everything. Called all the parents. But not me." She felt the blame of that. Marco and Kevin had practically been brothers. Marco. It was hard to stifle the smile that arose. Here, her husband had died suddenly, and she was the one soothing hurt feelings. Kara had handled all the calls, going through Bree's phone and asking if she should notify each person. Mom and Dad had made sense for her to call. Probably the name in the phone that just said Marco didn't seem as important as it was. "I didn't have anything to do with it." "I'm sorry." He hugged her close again. "I don't know how you're still in one piece." "I don't know any other options." But Marco was closer to the truth than she was willing to admit. The shell she inhabited didn't have a beating heart. Nothing was right about her. As she looked up to his face, she saw tears on his cheeks, and her own fell in response. Marco and Kevin had been friends since well before she came into the picture. They had been like brothers, the rare kind that were truly close. As much as part of her had died, part of Marco was gone as well. Of the three of them, Kevin had been the rock. Going as far as supporting Marco for several years, while he waited for his acting career to take off. In return, Marco had made the down payment on their house. This man was family. And she'd screwed up by not calling him. Her inability to function was no excuse. "I have to go to sleep." It was Marco's voice, and it was his body that rose from the couch and headed toward the downstairs bedroom, his movements mechanical. Bree didn't respond, didn't need to. Her eyes were drawn to the mantel and the framed portrait. She and Kevin had gone to visit Marco on the set of his first big film. They had slept in his trailer. Though the movie was shot in Minnesota, there was nothing of it in the photo, just a blue sky background and three faces. Marco, Bree and Kevin linked arms around each other and smiled out behind the glass, as though nothing was wrong. She sighed. Everything had been wrong. Kevin was gone. But something in her chest loosened. Marco understood what it meant to lose Kevin. He understood in a way even her friends couldn't. She sat back on the couch, breathing easier for the first time since she'd gotten the news.
Thank you for listening to Ask Me to Stay, Book 3 in the Against All Odds series. I love romances with real love and believable characters, and I hope you found all that in this book. Bree and Marco are about to get their story next. Marco DeLuca may be the hottest Hollywood leading man, but he owes so much to the friend who rescued him as a kid. With Kevin unexpectedly gone, Marco knows he'll do anything for Bree. His best friend would have wanted it that way. But would he have wanted Marco to fall in love with her? And can Marco handle always being her second choice? This is a deeply emotional friends-to-lovers story about second chances and finding real love. Click the link or the playlist to hear Promise Me Always.